the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you so much for making us part of your day. A lot to discuss and a lot to break down today, so without further ado, let's bring in the good time gang. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, boys.
Let's do this.
Let's go.
Come on.
Vamos.
Right out of the gate, hey, wow. Last night was
I was actually
insane.
interested in the NFL for about 4 plays.
Yeah, and we'll leave the discussion for the main show because we hate
I
to.
flipped it off watching Virgin River.
Did you really? You know
New
you're a man,
episode's
right?
out, by the way.
I know. I've been watching.
Huh?
Yeah.
Anyway,
okay, show.
I just love the scenery.
Yeah.
I do too.
I'd like to go visit.
Sure.
The hype around the Jets with Hard Knocks and everything, it had a lot of people that probably would never have even tuned in to
be me.
dialed in, and that would be me too. I couldn't
What
care
about
less
the-
about the Jets.
What
but,
about the full stadium that was just
Oh, you
fired
talking about
up?
rocking? And
On September 11th.
On
The
The
September
fact he ran
11th.
out with American flag makes it even worse.
Yeah, in New York.
Look, there's Aaron with a flag.
4 plays in, he has appeared to have ruptured his Achilles, but the MRI will tell us more. Aaron Rodgers
4
looks to be
plays.
out for the season.
4 plays.
But miraculously, the Jets win in overtime. And so a lot of credit to the team for holding it together.
I think they would have rather lost and still had him if
you
they had
know,
a choice.
probably so.
Have you noticed, Aaron, though, and he did it at Green Bay, he wears it like a 1980s helmet.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
it's one of the old school looking,
Yeah.
with one buckle on each side.
Little soft chin strap.
Yeah, and the one buckle. He keeps it unbuckled most of the time.
It's like Aaron couldn't even believe it. If Aaron could have talked at that time on the mic, he'd say, "You can't have nothing.
You can't have
You can't
blank."
even." But like I said, the MRI will tell us more. The Jets coaching staff pretty much said that they feel like it's the Achilles. The MRI only tells you so much. It just tells you what the bone looks like. And
They had a
and all
whole-
You
that.
mean the X-ray?
Yeah.
The X-ray, I
Yeah.
should say, and that all came back clear. But
Negative, yeah.
the MRI will tell us more.
It does
And
the tissue.
and
that's what
you
they're
had
worried
everybody breaking it down. Of course, the Manning cast, those guys are so they just react like fans too. And when Peyton was like, "Oh no," when they saw him on the card, this is not good. It didn't look good, and the
4
doctors
plays,
breaking
guys.
it down.
I didn't get home till, gosh, it was probably 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went through the range of emotions of you guys texting me, talking about pregame and those type of things and how awesome it was. And I was like, man, I can't wait to get there. I forgot. It's one of those things you forget about. And then you got Aaron Rodgers, and then you got
Yeah.
September 11th, and I'm like, man, I can't wait.
Yeah.
And then when I got out of the shower, I saw y'all's text messages, and I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Joe Buck saved it for me, of course. I did watch a little bit. If I can hear that voice on Monday night, it puts me in a good place.
Even Troy and Joe were like, "Oh, this is not."
Y'all don't
good."
understand. I had been watching it, and I flipped the channel for just a second
Mm-hmm.
and was going, jump around the way I do. And about the time I did that, Speedy sent a text said, "Oh, Aaron's already out." I was like, "What?
Yeah.
I just flipped the channel."
You know, as a grown man, I mean, you've got I'm wallering around on the ground hurt, which is obvious, right? You see that all the time. And then as a grown man, you have, hey, I'm hurt and I know it, and you're not in a ton of pain, but you know something's up. And that face he had after the sack. It's like he knew, hey, this is not good,
Oh, yeah.
and I've just
It's
got
almost like I'm going to try to stand up, and maybe it'll all come back, and then he just
and
like,
there was nothing there. There was nothing there.
This was the story that was going to keep me involved with the NFL this year, and so much so that over the weekend I caught up on Hard Knocks because I knew this was coming.
Yeah, the Jets defense
Can't get that time back.
Yeah, waste of time is all it was.
The Bills, just scored a single touchdown in the season opener. The Jets defense is
good.
really something else,
They're good.
and that's not a
They're gonna need
surprise. We knew that going in.
They are.
Also, this is kind of interesting, with the Chiefs and Chris Jones. He was holding out and everything. Well, he's now agreed to this final year where he is not going to make more money as far as on the dotted line. Here you go.
Especially
this is
after
what
paying those $2 million worth of fines.
But apparently they've given him so many incentives on this year that he said, I'll come back. And so it must be something pretty nice.
And I think that he's going to have in there, and I just heard this on the way in, that they can't franchise tag him next year, so he'll become probably a high-paid free agent.
Yeah, and he needs to.
Name his price.
He needs to. He's with all the other D-line getting paid around the league, he needs to get paid.
The Bosa contract, he's probably going to say, I need something kind of like that.
Sure. You got a bunch of defensive linemen around the league really getting paid, and he's
one of the best ones.
Please understand, right now he's not getting chump change. I mean,
no,
he's finishing up on a 4-year, $80 million deal. He'll make $20 million this year. But he's just saying, as far as my stats and what I do compared to the other guys, y'all need to reward me too.
That's true.
And they have given him some incentives to go, I'll tell you what, we'll make it worth your while this year if you'll come on back. And he said, yes, I will. So there you go. There's a quick update on that. But like I said, we'll break more of that down during the main show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you so much for being with us. Don't forget, you can go to rickandbubba.com, spell out rickandbubba.com for more information about the show. Look forward to seeing everybody at Protective Stadium this Saturday night as the U of B Blazers host Louisiana. That'll be a lot of fun. Look forward to seeing y'all there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. We are rolling back. It's the Good Time Gang and the kickoff hour, and we are live, and we thank you for being with us. The main show starts right after top of the hour. So we'll get back to that during the main show when it comes to the Jets and the Bills and Monday Night Football on 9/11 in New York at MetLife. The opening ceremonies, how all that played out, and then 4 plays
Everybody was
in,
loving that at that
it
point.
appears as though Aaron Rodgers has ruptured his Achilles, but we don't know the details. We don't know how severe. We don't even know if it's that. That's just what the Jets have alluded to, and a lot of the doctors that we're seeing the injury play out, but the MRI will tell us exactly what it is. So that was just shocking news today, the biggest sports story today. And so we'll update that more during the main show.
Of course,
today.
there's another injury out there. There's another injury you're not talking about. Steven Tyler, lead vocalist for Aerosmith.
yeah.
Was injured.
I saw that.
They're having their farewell tour. Of course, they're in their 70s. So stuff like this happened. Damaged his vocal cords to the point they were bleeding. Think about it. He's in his 70s, and his style of singing. But, I mean, so you got him and Aaron Rodgers both down for the count.
You know, he
said
always
he's going to take a whole month off and then try to come back.
He's always been one of those singers where, it sometimes it hurts my voice to hear him go where he goes. If that if I'm making sense.
I mean, he can do the regular singing too, but when he starts to screaming,
I mean, you have some singers where it's like it's effortless and it looks like it's not a strain on their vocal cords.
Yeah.
With him, it always seems that way.
Well, he strained them right into bleeding.
Yeah.
Imagine you strain your vocal cords enough they're bleeding. But like I say, he's
You
not
sound like Walking Dead.
he's not a young man.
Yeah. And speaking of singing, I played
still packing them in though.
I played Robbie McCurdy's song for Terry yesterday.
How'd that go?
And also played you trying to sing it. And she was very impressed with your singing.
Well, it sounded really sharp.
Right.
I couldn't quit laughing.
She said if you could have kept it going, it might have been one of the funniest things she's ever heard. But I said I think Greg started having secondhand on himself, and that's what it feels like, buddy.
Yeah, I did.
I know you don't feel that much because you lean in normally to things like this, but
when I'm not the one doing it.
She was a little, I hate to say weirded out by it because I don't want to offend Robbie, but she wasn't sure what to say, and she thought
I don't think you can offend Robbie.
Yeah,
no, that's
I
a
really
great point.
don't.
Yeah.
I think that ship has sailed, friends.
Right. Right. But I did play it for her, and we had a late lunch together, and I played it for her on my phone, and I just sat there and stared at her. And I said, Robbie wants me to sing it to you.
He does, with a tear in your eye.
I said I might do that for Christmas.
Why don't you get a little tear in your eye and sing it?
Yeah. But yeah, that is something else. That is another injury. Aerosmith.
Excuse me.
And Steven Tyler.
Aaron Rodgers and Steven Tyler both went down.
Yeah. On the same night. There was even a rainbow over Manhattan last night. Did y'all see that?
No, I did not.
It was a special night in New York.
Up to about 4 plays.
And seriously, as far as opening of the game,
I never did.
They did a
back.
really good job of that.
I need to go back and watch that.
And we'll have some of that to look at. I know the NFL, Major League Baseball, all the major sports are very particular about what we can play back. Sometimes we'll get flagged, and then we're in a handle. So there's some of that we can't play. But him running out with the American flag, and the team's already waiting on him at midfield. I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers and stuff, and the stadium is going absolutely crazy.
Yes.
It was a pretty cool moment. And then this
right
happens.
up to him laying on the field.
Yeah.
Goodness.
When he stood up, everybody thought, okay, he's good. And then all of a sudden he collapsed.
Well, I'll tell you, to your point, the guys in the huddle didn't even know. They were already talking about the lineman because he was getting pressured the first 3 snaps anytime he dropped back, he was getting pressured. And you could tell they were conversing about, okay, what's going on here, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden he sits down. And they turn around like, what's wrong?
Yeah.
Nobody even really knows.
Any chance that we get a report today that's not near as bad as we thought, he'll be out 2 weeks and be back?
I don't think.
I don't
the way
think
everybody's
so.
acting, I don't think.
I didn't know this because Hard Knocks didn't talk about it, but apparently he was. I think his left calf. He was having some issues with his calf or whatever, and so according to those, I guess that know, this might have contributed to the Achilles on that leg, but I don't know. I ain't got a clue. Just something else. I tell you
it's
that.
disappointing. I don't know what to do now as far as the NFL goes.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I try to watch it, but I watch so much football on Saturdays. When Sunday gets here, I'm kind of burned.
That brings me to a question.
All right.
You can only watch one of these for the rest of your life.
My goodness.
Good. Not one of these questions.
One of them. You can either watch baseball, you can either watch football, or all other sports.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm going with football.
Can I ask just one question?
Yeah, sure. You can.
What level of these sports are you
You can
talking
watch any
about?
level.
Like, so I could watch college baseball?
Oh yeah. So you
Okay.
got this.
Not Major
You can
League?
only watch one sport
So it could be
of
college
baseball
Can I
or
watch
football.
Canadian? Can I watch Canadian football?
No, you can watch okay. Listen.
So it could be college or the pros?
Yeah, okay. It could
What
be
about
any football,
XFL?
but
Or
it can
be the
only be
Thompson
football.
Warriors.
It could be any
Yeah.
baseball, but it's got to be just
That's true.
baseball.
Rest of your life.
Or
Live or on TV?
or what?
Live or on
Either
Are my
one.
sons still playing?
Y'all are not. Y'all are driving me.
I'm going football. That's
bonkers
easy.
right
Well, that's
now.
the key, is to drive you bonkers, buddy. That's
That's
our
easy.
whole
I'm
point.
going football. Easy done.
All other
Yeah.
sports for me.
No.
Now I can't watch a baseball, football game ever again, but I'm going all other sports.
I just
I
I don't
I'm
watch
going-
a lot of sports, to be honest.
I think I might go college football.
So you're going. Well,
You don't
have
have to go college.
You're not
You're
listening.
messing up again.
Yeah.
It's
Football. Okay, I'm sorry. Every level. My bad. Good
You
night.
can watch Pee Wee football.
I know you
What
want
if
to
you
see
wanna watch-
Thompson play. I
What if
got
you want
it.
to watch the Little League World Series?
Now, if my kids are still playing, I'm watching baseball. But,
Well, they're,
Yeah.
but
buddy,
you
hey,
want
buddy,
baseball then.
buddy,
But,
that's
hey,
not what
hey,
were you saying.
then
but
you
you-
choose baseball.
Hey,
then
but-
that's your decision.
But apparently, you won't tell me for some reason if they're playing or not. I don't know why.
It doesn't matter.
What modern day? You're
It's a
you're
joke.
made. You're
no,
made.
I mean, I'm just telling you the rules.
you make this decision today. Modern day.
rules
We're talking
are-
about right now.
Today, you have
When-
to make
when
the call. Now,
we go to
I'm
commercial
going,
break.
I'm playing football. I mean, I'm
you
watching
got to
football.
go baseball.
Now he's playing football.
Yeah, I'm
Jason's
actually
playing.
playing.
You gotta
I
go
hurt my
baseball.
Achilles, but I'm coming back.
You got to go baseball.
When we come back from commercial break, it starts. You can only watch either baseball, football, or all other sports.
I'm watch football.
Okay. And Greg's doing the same.
Yeah.
And
All right,
I'm
so
doing all
talk
other
to me
sports.
about tennis
Y'all
real
have to
quick.
fill me in
You
on,
could sneak.
on, all,
Hey,
on
Speedy,
football.
you could sneak and watch
Yeah.
JC play.
Talk to me about football real quick because talk to me about tennis real quick and the U.S. Open because they are being.
That's under other
the
sports.
media is on them hard that the The Star Spangled Banner was not even played at the U.S. Open finals at all.
Probably because we spent all the last 2 weeks talking about equal pay for the last 50 years on what Billie Jean King done.
What does that have to do with the national anthem?
The national anthem in there?
Well, I mean, that's all we did. I'm just saying, I don't know, and I don't really care about that, to be honest. I don't.
Well,
I
it
don't
is the
get,
U.S. Open.
I don't get tore up if we don't play the
Yeah.
national anthem before a big event. I don't really care about all that. But I will say this. Because of the argument with Billie Jean King and the 50 years, I get it, and it's a good thing that women finally get paid, okay? Yeah. But quit calling it equal pay. Y'all have got this wrong. The men in the majors play 5 sets, best of 5 sets. The women pay 3, so it's not equal pay.
No, it's not.
For play.
No.
Yep.
It's not. So stop calling it that when we're talking about the majors.
Speedy, if they'd have done the national anthem, would you pick other sports so you could watch tennis?
No. But when he said other sports, it made me think of tennis. And there's
so they're catching grief.
There's
for
a
that?
yeah.
They did plenty of stuff.
All the major publications are talking about and being critical of the fact that it was missing.
Helms don't care for some reason.
He doesn't.
It didn't bother me.
Well, he loves tennis.
That's right. At all costs.
Yeah.
Kind of do.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, y'all too. You're head coach. Of
course, I look and there's the Braves who had an unbelievable year and are probably going to get put out in the very first round.
And, hey, buddy, would you? I know.
By the way,
I know the little kid in you. You're trying to protect the little kid in you, and I get it.
I am.
I get it. But they had a doubleheader yesterday that started at noon Central, and I watched some of that yesterday. And how about they had to play the night before and then get on a plane and then start by noon in Philly?
Hey, that's just wrong. By the way, I heard the national anthem twice. That's wrong. Whoever's writing that's wrong. I heard a little girl sing it.
Calm down.
And it was beautiful.
They opened the whole U.S. Open with it.
So that ain't good enough.
And that was it.
Well,
okay.
But that was
that's normally
how
what
long
we
does
do.
the U.S. Open?
2 weeks. But that's normally what you do. You don't do it every match. That's a stupid article.
I agree
written
with
by
you.
a stupid person.
Well, there's a lot of articles on it.
I heard a beautiful girl sing it beautifully.
Quit trying to protect tennis.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Mike's Hot Bud. And we thank you. Thank you. Just always consider it hot. We are back.
I knew it was hot.
Oh, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. Love Cook's Pest Control.
They show up at the house.
You kidding me?
Done.
Knock them out, then they lock them out.
They lock them out.
You need it. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection.
You can't beat it.
Raise your hand if you love rodents. I don't like them. Termites, don't like them. They just came by for my termite
Not
inspection.
big on mosquitoes either.
No. Who likes that?
They'll
Nesting
ruin a day.
wasp, roaches, boo to roaches,
Boo.
spiders. None of that. We don't like them. Contact Cook's Pest today, cookspest.com, for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. There's no obligation.
None.
They'll come out, offer services for you, and you can take them up on it or not. But it's a free, thorough inspection and evaluation. We use Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. We believe you should as well because we think they're the best. They offer services for contractors, too, and new home construction. So if that's your line of work, be thinking about Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination. It's cookspest.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling back, and we were discussing a number of different
Greg's
things.
got an idea for a new segment.
Yeah. Helmsy's had a lot of questions from you, the audience, that have been piling up. Greg seems to want to offer in one, but we can't air that one. So what you got?
Well,
man?
I want to spend some time on this one in particular.
Gosh.
What is the? I want to. When is the last time? I'll just start it off
Last
this.
night.
When is the last time that you've been to a flea market?
Good night. What is a
thrift store count?
I would.
What is a flea market like? You got fruit and veg. What is a flea market? I mean, in my mind, I'm drawing a blank.
I think in my mind, it's these shops or buildings that have just a bunch of garage sale stuff in it.
Yeah.
And flea market can be something that you go to.
I don't mind.
Collinsville Trade Day. Or go in actually inside a building that says flea market.
Is Pepper Place? Is that a flea? Would that be a flea market type deal downtown?
I haven't been down there.
What about Dollar General?
No, Greg.
I would say a couple of weeks because Terry loves.
I can't.
Well, the
remember
boys
last time
they love thrift store
Cracker
shopping.
Barrel don't
love
count.
it. But Terry and I went down to downtown Birmingham to Pepper Place, which is set up. It's got.
It's a nice little area downtown.
It's got like farmers with fruit and veggies and stuff. But then you might have something where a business offers something under a tent, and people converge on that area, and it's very popular. Okay. So we went down there maybe a month ago.
Yeah. And Greg, you pass, I know, one every day, maybe two.
Where?
Going home.
Do I?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not very observant.
No, he's not.
These are two are actually in buildings where it says flea market on the building.
Come on, Greg.
I don't remember.
One of them's on our back way to get to 20.
Buddy, you can look at me. I've driven this before. Good.
So I
have no idea where.
I want to do this. I want a flea market challenge.
What?
I want in the next week for all three of us to stop at a flea market and buy one thing, and bring it in, and we present it on the show.
We brought.
I just got to find a flea market.
I can tell you where two of them are.
Are you serious?
Yes.
On 77? No.
No. It's on this road here, but right before you get on the interstate. One we go to get on 20.
Oh.
The shortcut way.
Oh, okay.
We think it's a shortcut way. It's right before the interstate on the right.
Every now and
There's
then,
a big sign. It says flea market mall or flea market something.
Every now and then look left and right.
It may be like flea market and antiques. And an antique shop will count, by the way.
I think I know what you want to do. And that's not a flea market.
Yeah, no,
if it's combined, you can.
Well,
if it's combined, you can go. That's what I'm saying. You can go.
It's his question, Greg.
Yeah, Greg. It's my challenge. Flea market challenge.
Yeah.
And I'd like you to grab something.
A lot of times I cut through town and go to the other exit, so I don't go that far in.
What are you talking about?
You don't know how to do that?
You got another way?
Well, a little bit.
Well, how come you hadn't told me about it?
Well, if you go down,
what do you mean?
You turn right on Main Street.
Is that before?
Is that you'll come out at the
before you
exit
cross the railroad tracks?
Yes. Go down through
there.
Good
night. Do y'all just want to go sit over there and talk? Because none of us are in this conversation.
You know where the big Love's truck stop is? That's where you come out.
Did not know that. Trying it today.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to go to the flea market if I tried that.
No, you can't do that.
So we're going to the flea market. We're buying
everybody.
If Pepper Place counts, then we're going. I'll be able to do that.
Won't you marry Pepper Place?
Yeah,
well, you do.
Fine.
I mean, you want to move down there?
No, but we got some veggies and stuff that we some fruit and stuff that we bought there last time.
I want to say this. I don't want it to be food.
What?
I don't want you to bring in food.
Okay.
What?
Bring in something else.
But thrift stores. You said thrift store is.
I consider thrift store to count on this front.
Okay. Because I think antique and thrift, that's two different things. An antique store and a thrift store shopping, two totally different things.
Yeah, you're in there buying somebody's old clothes and stuff. Ain't that what a thrift shop is?
Well, it's got more than clothes.
Oh,
yeah. Now the boys love it.
Yeah,
I mean they do.
I don't like wearing other people's clothes.
Hey, I went and got a couple T-shirts. You know, okay, wow.
All right, flea market challenge is on.
Okay, I'm in.
All right. Interesting question here.
And try to find something as bizarre as you can.
I am. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Did you see me? I'm dialed in.
A ear of corn ain't going to do it, Speedy. You're going to do better than
that. He'll come in with the most common thing ever.
Yeah. All right, I'll just watch.
Do y'all put potato chips on your sandwiches at all?
No, I don't, and it pisses me off when people do.
Good night.
It does. I don't like.
Well, there's things that
I don't like that.
Now I will say this: when I was little, I would open up my sandwich and put Doritos in my sandwich and crunch down on them.
Eat your Doritos.
No, I'm not. I wasn't grown. I mean, I was younger.
No, I'm not. I don't like that.
No, that's not bad. That's not a bad
I
try.
put them right beside the people with peanuts in their coat. Tired of that too.
So chips on the sandwich?
Actually, on the sandwich.
No, I don't.
I tried it a few times. So I've got a peanut butter and jelly toasted that I really love, and I always get sweet heat chips.
Okay.
Put them to the side.
That sounds very
I
good.
love sweet heat chips.
And I tried to put that together one time, and it wasn't bad, but they were much better separated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like you. Are you like me? I toast my bread on every sandwich.
Every sandwich.
Just about every sandwich.
Yeah.
I love a good toasted bread, and I like to overdo it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh.
And I'll throw bacon on any sandwich.
Yes. Whenever something is just slightly burnt, I get it. I'm like, you just bring it on over here. I'm
slightly
fine.
burnt toast. Turkey.
Yeah.
Mozzarella sliced.
Okay.
Bacon and a little mayonnaise. That's a good sandwich.
With chips inside.
No, that will not happen.
Chips
are not made to be put in a sandwich.
Do you ever scoop some of the jelly that maybe drips? Scoop them up with a chip?
100%.
I'm not a big jelly guy.
Love it,
buddy.
I like a lot of jelly.
I'm not a big jelly guy.
So you just
I like
you'd rather just do peanut butter?
I like jelly on biscuit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just plain. If I do a peanut butter sandwich, it's just plain peanut butter.
Wow.
Been that way since
Can
I
you
was a
even
kid.
swallow?
And if I get the heel and the toe of the bread and make one, that's a good one.
I bet you got to have a drink with that.
You do.
When was the last time you yelled? I mean, as loud and top of your lungs as you could. Maybe it was at somebody.
I yelled at the dog, Millie, yesterday because she keeps dragging stuff out and she destroys stuff. And I yelled at her.
What'd you say to her?
No, let me tell you, I even yelled even worse because if you try to sweep, she'll run up and grab the broom and try to drag it out of your hand.
What?
That's the loud, because that one, I yelled at her for dragging stuff out but I yelled at her louder for grabbing my broom.
When you say she drags stuff out, like you talking about like
a box.
patio furniture, cushions
No, there'll be
and
a
stuff?
box. She'll find a box in the garage and she'll come out with it in her head just going nuts. But the worst is I was trying to sweep and she will attack the broom and will pull the broom out of your hand and try to run off with it.
What do you say? Get on it!
I scream, get out of there. And then she'll run up under when I try to close the garage and she'll kick it back open. I yell at her to get out of the way. I yell at her a lot.
No wonder she doesn't like you.
Yeah, well.
I think the last time I screamed was at one of the dogs.
You can't have that. I already used it.
No, but I think that's the last time I can't remember screaming.
Well, they'll bring it out in you.
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah, I think I screamed,
shut up! Quit barking! That is exactly that. I haven't screamed at anybody else, and I don't know when.
They know my serious voice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I
think about 3 months ago I yelled at Braden pretty bad.
Oh.
My kids
screaming at my kids.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're not parenting right if you're not doing that. My goodness.
Scream every now and then.
You gotta do that every once in a while. It was a while back, but it's funny. I don't really yell at the dogs, but I have to deal with the dogs. They got in a fight the other night, and I had to break them up, but I didn't yell at them. I feel like I'm yelling a ton at the tennis courts because we play music. And so I have to go over the music.
Yeah,
I'm not like, exactly.
Hey, this is Bullethead. Hey, listen when I'm talking to you, ladies. Look at my widow's peak.
Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Feeling boxed in by cable? Now's the time to break free from that overpriced TV bill and switch to Philo. With Philo, you'll get shows, movies, and more than 70 live channels, all for just $25 a month. You'll get the same networks you love like AMC, Discovery, Hallmark Channel, MTV, and more, all for a fraction of the cost of cable. And Philo's unlimited DVR lets you save all your favorite movies and shows for a year, so you can catch up on your own schedule. That's endless entertainment at your fingertips. Best of all, when you make the switch to Philo, you could be saving hundreds of dollars a year on your cable bill. Who doesn't want more money in their pocket? And with Philo's free trial, there's no risk to check it out for yourself. So think outside the box and stay inside your budget. Signing up for Philo takes seconds and will never make you listen to hours of cable company hold music. Before you know it, you'll be on the couch channeling comfort with all your favorite shows. Visit philo.tv/cutthecord to get started today. That's philo.tv/cutthecord.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with the kickoff hour. It's the Good Time Gang. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Right after top of the hour, the main show starts, and we'll be off and running for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. And we thank you so much for hanging out with us. We discussed a number of different things that we'll pick back up during the main show. One of them being that Aaron Rodgers on the fourth snap of the night was hurt. It was they claimed an ankle injury. It has to do with something, lower leg. A lot of folks are saying Achilles, but we'll get an update from that. And I didn't know until we brought this up that a good friend of mine, and I say good friend because I should have known this. We don't talk every day, but he said, hey, I'm recovering from Achilles surgery myself. He said, I ruptured mine on Memorial Day weekend, had surgery. They told me 7 to 9 months recovery at least.
I've heard this a long way back.
It hurts.
So
what was your friend doing?
He said, I'm your ruptured and recovery expert.
What did he do?
I don't know. He just said
playing pickleball.
That'll do it.
I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Hey, speaking of that, Hams, I got a tennis thing for you. What about that girl that went in the locker room and beat the crap out of her?
Yeah.
Out of her racket.
You
during
see
the US
that?
Open.
Oh, I didn't.
And
Who
they
was
showed
it?
it.
Who was her name? I didn't see
Some
that.
funny name.
The one, I think the one that got beat.
Arena.
Sabalenka.
Sabalenka. Yeah.
one that
She's
has
fiery
the-
Russian.
You guys are like a unibrow.
She's the number one player in the world,
There
by
was
the
like
way.
a camera in there,
Yeah,
and
she
she
lost.
She didn't know it was. I mean, and they showed it. Some people criticized they shouldn't have showed it, but she took that racket and
Hey,
beat it.
she
to
was
death.
not. She was upset
And then
with
threw it
some-
in the trash.
That's funny. That's funny. Fiery. Hey, it's tough sport.
That was my favorite part of the whole U.S. Open.
Well, yeah,
That
just
one.
that.
Well, that's all I saw. But it was a good one. They said it was a good one.
They said it was a good one.
Do you want some more QFTAs?
Oh, gracious. Go ahead.
You don't like the QFTAs, I've noticed.
I love them. I'm just messing with you, all.
Dadgummit.
And it works.
Crap.
Well, I just don't want to do them if you don't want to do them.
No, but I was.
You know what I mean?
I was messing with you.
Like,
Quit being so sensitive.
I just don't. I mean, I just don't want to. I want this to be a good hour, and I want this to be a good segment.
I mean, they committed to it.
We were talking about chips a minute ago on sandwiches. What is your go-to chip? You can only have one. Let's just say the same thing about we did with the sport. You can
Golly.
only have one chip the rest of your life. What are you going?
Ooh.
And it's easy for me. I'm going sweet heat.
That's there, and I like Doritos.
I love
the regular
Doritos.
nacho cheese Doritos.
Sour cream and onion are good.
Okay.
No, we don't like those.
I don't like them either, but I
He
like
asked
that.
if- what about me?
I like that you had your own answer.
All right, I got one. What chip do you like if you're eating dip with it? Because that's different for me.
Just a regular chip.
I got one from you.
Just a
what
regular
brand?
What chip do you
ruffle.
like?
I like a good ruffle.
That or a Wavy Lays.
Wavy Lays is good.
It's tough to
not
beat.
bad.
Wavy
on
Lays
just-
is good.
And I'm gonna tell y'all this, a little secret. Y'all may not know it. I like Fritos, and I like
I'm
the
not a
scoop
Frito
ones.
fan.
But you eat French onion dip with a scooping in a Frito.
not
That's
bad.
good.
That's not bad.
That's real good.
Now, which one do you like when you're?
Pork skins. You had to think about it. Hey, you know they make a sweet heat pork skin.
I do.
That's
I've
good.
had them.
Yeah, it's good.
The thing about pork skins, sometimes you'll get a bad one. You know what I mean? Like they're not cooked appropriately.
Yeah,
and
I know.
and it's
It's
a bad.
hard,
It
real
leaves a
hard.
bad taste in your
Yeah,
mouth. I
rare.
don't know.
Speaking of, never mind.
Where are y'all at on sun chips? Do y'all consider
Don't like-
those
I like 'em.
chips? Do you consider them chips?
I don't eat 'em.
Yeah.
I have
Okay.
no
Yeah.
desire. I have no desire to eat a sun chip.
Okay.
I have no desire to eat them. I think they're horrible, but
I
A few times I've eaten them.
I put up with.
but
it.
I do consider them a chip.
What about a good Tex-Mex, Cajun dip?
All dips. I'm good.
Yeah. I like
There's a was it? I guess it's the sour cream. Is it the sour cream dip? Onion dip? No, maybe.
You know, barbers went out of business and trying to find. And I'm not saying this. This is what it's called. Hell of a good dip.
Yeah,
That's the name.
Yeah,
It's
no.
as close as I've found.
You
to
just
barbers.
want to say that.
So if you take I guess it's the sour cream and onion. You take that, and you pour.
I don't like sour cream,
buddy.
Maybe it's not sour cream
Gosh.
and onion. What are the different types?
I don't like salt and vinegar either.
No,
I don't either.
I'm talking about dips.
Oh, French onion.
French onion. All right, so take the French
my
onion
That's the good one.
and mix like a wing sauce with it.
Oh,
And,
you and your wing
it's
sauce.
good. And it's good.
now that
Real
I
good.
think
That
I'm
sounds
interested
pretty
in.
decent.
Real good. I mean, you gotta don't go light on it. I
Get
mean, you
serious
want it
about it.
orange. Yeah,
Okay.
you want it orange.
Anytime
And eat
a
chips with
dip like that,
Yes.
I like just the standard chip. No, nothing.
That's me.
You
That's
know,
why. That's what we're talking about.
If I'm
Wavy
dipping,
Lays.
I
and-
want a Wavy Lays.
Yeah.
That's
They
it.
hold-
Or
or
a
a
Ruffle.
ruffle. They
That's
hold
it.
up well.
That's it.
The
Are you-
regular chips, the regular thin chips, they break. They're not. You
Okay.
can't. They're
Sticking
that's
with
not
food.
what they're made for.
What milk do you keep in your house?
I'm not.
I think
Lord,
Terry,
you talking about brand?
No, I'm talking whole milk,
Oh,
2%,
2%.
1%, almond milk,
2%.
cashew
The
milk,
blue
nut
cap.
milk, buttermilk,
Yeah.
goat milk.
Blue cap.
2%, and then also we have some almond milk.
Yeah,
in there,
Lisa
too.
has almond milk that she puts in her stuff.
And that's for smoothies and stuff.
Yeah.
No.
But I'm straight up, and I don't care about. It's funny about milk. I don't care what the brand is. Milk's
I don't
milk.
either.
You know, a lot of stuff like ketchup, different things. You go, well, I need a certain brand.
Yeah.
Whatever the milk is, that's what
Just
I
get it. Yeah.
It doesn't
If you
bother
had whole milk or 1%, which one would you get?
me. whole,
Oh,
1% is too, just like
yeah.
thin water.
We used to drink. My mom would buy skim milk.
I'm ready
a
to-
lot, and then
No.
also she would have buttermilk in there.
Yeah.
Buttermilk.
Tough.
That's awful. I remember
with it.
drinking buttermilk as a kid, thinking it was regular
Yeah,
milk,
it's
and it was
terrible.
the awful. Because I didn't know the difference. Just some stupid kid that
Traumatized.
wanted milk.
Yeah.
And I thought it was soured milk, and it was buttermilk.
I think I'm going back to whole milk.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of brands, were y'all ever Converse guys when it comes to shoes back in those Converse days?
See, I'm a lot older than you. Go to Greg in the 4th grade, and I had my Chuck Taylors.
Okay.
You were the walking dog because there was this kid, and I knew what he was going to do. He was going to get my shoes on and not give them back. He would ask me if he could try them on.
And then he wouldn't give them back.
Let me try on them Converse. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that because you're going to keep them and not give them back. Why would you want to try on somebody's shoes anyway, now that I think about it?
And then I don't know if it was the same era, but I know there was an Adidas, Stan Smith's Adidas maybe, or Stan Smith's. That he was a tennis player, but he had a brand of shoes, and they were popular. So,
I had a pair of the Lou Brock 118s. You remember them? Lou Brock. They were named after him. He had stowed like 118 bases. They were called the Lou Brocks 118s.
That's funny.
Now, I like cleats playing sports.
Mm-hmm.
I went through some Pumas.
Yes.
At one point.
Yeah, big
Wore
time.
a lot of Pumas.
Yep.
And we were in high school, and they provided. We wore spot belts.
Okay.
Remember them?
Man, I got so many. Have y'all ever? This is gonna sound weird, but somebody asked this. Have you ever been on fire? Not like your whole body engulfed, but spilled gas on your hand or leg and got around a fire or something like that?
No.
When's the last time you've burned yourself?
It's in the oven getting out of something.
I mean, I think Amanda burns herself all the time, taking stuff out of the oven.
I don't like to burn myself.
I don't either. I burned myself one time. I don't do it again.
You've never burnt yourself?
No, I said I did one time, and I don't go back.
Yeah. Terry did.
Very cautious.
Burned her
Don't like
neck
to be
one time
burned.
with a curling iron, and everybody thought I gave her a hickey.
And you probably did.
I didn't. They just kept looking at me like I did.
I've never actually been engulfed in fire, no.
No.
But thankfully.
But yeah, I was going to say, thank goodness.
I don't want none of
It's
that.
a bad way.
That's a bad deal.
Oh, it's awful. No, when I think of that, I think of your story you told me about somebody you knew. That's all I think about. It's awful. Absolutely awful.
Yep.
Thanks
Best
for that.
way, well, we'll
Hurry.
end it, we'll end it
Get
on a
something
good
else
note.
in there.
What is the best way to enjoy a Coca-Cola? Plastic bottle, glass bottle, aluminum can, or glass cup?
The best way.
A glass bottle.
No. The best
I
way.
mean, like the old barbershop bottle.
Yeah.
Buddy, I can
If
have an
it's
opinion
ice,
too.
It's got to be ice cold already. Then you dump it in ice in a glass. That's the best way to drink.
I agree with that.
It'll give you the
Buddy, you don't have to
burn,
agree
the
with
burn.
I agree with that.
With your dad
Well, you
over
said
here.
you
It's gotta
said
be
glass
cold.
bottle because that's what everybody said.
No, that's
Yeah,
what
it's
I
gotta be
it's,
cold.
No, it's
I
because
agree.
that's what I think.
I
Damn
agree.
it.
If you just get a
Good
can.
God. I don't have to agree with Greg.
I'd like.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They did say that was a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think
fishing boat.
he went out there 135
No.
miles. But he was in bad shape. I mean, you're out in open water. You know where to go. He saw the oil rig.
He
and
saw
headed
the
that way.
Deepwater Horizon.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I think this proves that
Good movie.
something happened like that because they said besides him being like Bubba, really tired but once he kind of came to a little bit, he said his health was pretty good.
Yeah, he must have been.
You know,
They think one of them fishing boats that come through there. He must have fell off.
Yeah.
but looking over and seeing that thing and going, "Am I seeing what I
know.
Is that
What
a
is
dog?"
that?
I said, guys,
But
I've
you
got.
know they see a lot of things in the water
Yeah.
anyway, and their imagination runs wild with them.
Mermaids.
That looks like a dog out there.
Mermaids.
Greg,
It's a seahorse.
hey, this seal right here looks just like a dog.
Looks just like a dog.
My gosh, it is a dog.
Look at him.
That dog's name is Lucky.
Top
Call
of the
him
hour.
Phelps.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Boston Marathon. All right. Now, I'm trying to put all this together. As usual, Kenyans won it. We'll get to that.
In a photo finish, wasn't it?
Can I tell you this, guys? If you ever go to some distance race, and I don't care if it's for a charity, if it's for a good cause, if there are Kenyans, it's over.
Unbelievable.
You're not going to beat the Kenyans.
Guys, will you please look? They had just run 26 miles or finishing it, and look, he's running like he's just started.
I know. I mean, that is an amazing feat.
My goodness.
I
mean, sprinting to the finish line.
Yeah, and it's
well,
like,
because there's two other
26
Kenyans right on his
yeah.
right on his heels.
Well,
who ended up winning this? Does he see the other guy?
Yeah.
Oh, look,
He's
you got a
kicking it in, baby.
They're kicking it right now to see who's going
Look
to win the
at
Boston
that.
Marathon.
Not many marathons in that.
Do
close.
you see that
Y'all look at
finish?
that.
Look at the Kenyans coming
I mean,
home.
still digging.
Who won?
Who won? Photo finish. Why'd that guy slow down?
The guy with the hat. Done.
Why'd that guy slow down?
He didn't have it in him, Rick.
Gave up, Rick.
You got to push through the tape.
They had been running, what, for how long?
26 miles.
Yeah.
But what was the time? What did the clock say?
A couple hours.
It says here
2 hours and 8 minutes, it looked like.
Which is unbelievable.
The Kenyan was in second place behind the Ethiopian, but sprinted the last block to win by 0.2 of a second.
Golly.
All right, now there's another story.
So I got a kick left in me after 26 miles.
Can you imagine?
I can't believe that. You're not going to beat the Kenyans.
Or the Ethiopians.
And we got
that part of the world.
And listen, we got to get our kid gloves out now. Okay.
Greg.
I'm out.
Are you out? Okay. We're going to turn your mic off?
I think that's
No,
maturity.
I'm just kidding.
All right, okay. I certainly don't know the situation, but somebody help me because I've read this story, and I guess I'm just missing it. We had one of our veterans, and we're thankful for his service to the Marines.
Former Marine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, served in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Ooh.
He crawled across the finish line, and this has been a very emotional. Here's what I don't understand. Why are we crawling?
It said here in the story that his body had almost given out, and he just was trying to get across.
Yeah, when he was honoring 3 of his comrades.
When I first saw the story, I thought that he had crawled across in honor of those, but it looks like he just was give out.
Yeah, I was wondering, was it symbolic or they're just
that's
saying?
what I was wondering.
No, if you look there, I think that's all he's got.
Yeah, that's all
I
he's
think
got.
He's a goner right there.
Yeah. He was, as you said, during.
Now that's what I'd look like after about the first mile.
Oh, that's me. I would have never. A lot of times.
Yo, that's me getting out of bed.
In some situations you can't mention, but your body will just. That's it. I'm down.
I got you.
During a tour in Afghanistan in 2010, 3 people he was with were killed when they were a target by an IED.
Yeah, he was dedicated this.
It was two Marines and a British journalist that was with him, and he was running in their honor.
So his legs just gave. He was done.
Okay,
but he crawled to the finish.
Right.
I was like you. I thought the crawl was symbolic, but I realize now it's not. It was just he says.
Yeah, when you first saw it, you think that.
Yeah. So, but I'm like Bubba. Wow. He made it that far before it did it.
Looks like he's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have been
Greg?
crawling.
Looks like in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
I can't even figure out. I don't see how people run a marathon.
I see you waving me off. That's it. But I know you. And I know how your mind
I knew
works.
y'all were going to do this, and that's why I refused to participate.
Okay. Look, it may be just as it appears, and that's most likely.
But I know you're saying you think that he's in better shape than probably a lot. There's tons of people running by him finishing.
Do I believe
so
Jimmy Johnson was one of them?
You think it may be symbolic then?
Not in that.
Well,
even though they're not saying it is.
I would go further, sadly, and I'm not proud of that. But it's because of the times we're living in. Now, here's what I'm going to say, first and foremost. I'm going to say that all of this is straight up legit and that his body turned on him and he was going to finish in honor of these people. That's what
How far out before he hit the ground? Did it say?
I don't know, but don't think that we don't live in a time,
Rick, I know where you're going,
that I might make something more dramatic than it really was.
So here you go.
See, the scenario you just laid it upon us was where I would go immediately. That's what I would think is going on. And now what you're saying is going to distort my little
There was a
naive
time.
mind.
There was a time.
Are you saying would somebody do something? Yeah, they would.
And the times we're living in.
The times we're living now. But I'm not saying that's what happened.
That is, nobody on this show is saying that's what happened. I'm just saying
you have to.
In the times we're living in, 2 things would not surprise me, and that's sad.
Yeah.
Scenario 1 would not surprise me because I know the dedication I would like to think of all Marines. Now,
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
Welcome to a brand new Rick and Bubba show, and we start this show like we do always since 9/11 with a national anthem. 7 minutes after the hour, you're tuned to the Rick and Bubba Show. No matter how you get the show, we appreciate you being part of it today. Rick is out, has a personal day today to take care of some things, so it is Bubba-rama all day long. I know many of you are jumping up and down right now, going, surely we're going to hear more. We're going to hear more about rockets and ham radio today, right?
It's Bubba-rama with the good time, gang. Y'all watch out.
I think everybody just felt immediate sorrow for you, Bubba, that you got to put up with us three for the next 4 hours.
I know. We'll pull you into some kind of trouble.
Sure.
Yeah, many times instead of it continuing to be the Rick and Bubba Show, it turns into the kickoff hour, and we'll try to prevent that from happening today to the best of our ability.
Right.
There's no guarantees, though, sure.
Right.
But thank all of you for being here today. We do have a lot to talk about. We got to cover today, and hopefully some of it will be a little fun. We have a truck update for you today. Many of you were asking about that yesterday, and we covered it later in the show, not early. So we'll try to get you updated on that. The Aaron Rodgers fiasco in New York,
man.
And I know you guys talked. What time did y'all talk about it? Just a minute ago?
No,
we just touched on it.
Just kicked it off. No,
we described how you couldn't have nothing if you're.
I mean,
Adler got to crying about it.
You can't have nothing. You talking about snake bit? Good night. We'll cover that. Hurricane Lee is still in the news. We'll push this story back till after all the school buses run today, but.
Mm-hmm.
There is a state senator in Virginia. That has Shame left the building? Anybody?
No, it's been long gone.
You know, we'll talk about that. I think shame is looked at in a negative way nowadays. They talk about shaming somebody or whatever. I think sometimes you need to be shamed, and we all need to. I've got shame in my life, and I think everybody does. When you look back, and there's some people who seem to be wanting to be immune from shame, and I don't think it's helping them out. We'll break that down. Also, another story that really sums up what's happening in our country today. Did y'all see the Energy Secretary for Biden try to do a little cross-country trip in her electric car?
How'd that go?
Did you see what happened in Georgia?
Well, that's what we're going to talk about. It's another, same thing happened with the Ford guy, and more stunts along the way. We have animal attacks today. We've got a grizzly attack. Did not.
We've had a lot of those.
Wasn't excited to see the headlines. Mauled a deer hunter looking for a deer.
Oh yeah.
Not good. President Trump is in the news today. He has filed to dismiss the judge in his D.C. case. I'm sure that'll be popular with the judge, but we'll break down. I think there's grounds for it based on public comments she made. We have another political situation going on. A lot of people may not be fully up to speed with this Morningstar deal. This has to do with this ESG grade that people get and why some of these companies are acting so woke so they can keep government contracts. And we actually have some states that are going after Morningstar.
Well, they need to.
And I'm glad they are.
Yeah.
Our AG in our state, Steve Marshall, in Alabama, is one of them who's leading the charge on this. Also, Daniel Cameron in Kentucky. And we'll talk a little bit about that today. We have we actually have a Keep It or Coaster that was sent in. And I don't know if you saw this or not, Speedy.
Oh, this is Greg's department.
It's a curious Keep It or Coaster, and because the guy is a rocket engineer at Boeing, I think we're going to move him up the stack and try to get him on today and listen to this. And it's video too, so he really
So he's not only is he a rocket engineer, he's a singer.
And
well, he knew how to get to your heart.
There's some other things about him that I think you will find interesting, especially you, Greg. So,
all right,
because you're kind of the music expert here.
Have you watched it already?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Yeah. Because most Keep It or Coasters, I don't even open. I just put on Greg's desk and go, "You need to look at this."
Yeah,
but
you're
saying you didn't even go to Greg with this.
No, I think. Well, I think he'll like we'll like Greg's comments on it. That's for sure.
I feel like with his background, the quality of the video is going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be.
He's no Robbie McCurdy.
It's going to be eerily similar to something you've seen lately.
Okay.
And
little bird.
Maybe the results will be eerily similar. I know he's hoping for that. We have
looking forward to that.
Yeah,
how about that?
We have another global warming update today. More tampering with information, which is widespread. And
Is that the one from yesterday we had?
For those, we didn't get to it yesterday,
Yeah.
and it was in the show prep. It just goes again. You can't believe what you're seeing on the network news every day.
No, you can't.
It's so manufactured, it's so tampered, it's so plastic.
Yep.
That you really can't believe it, and that's one reason that we don't. And you have to be, your own judge of that. Also, lithium deposit found here in the U.S. We'll talk about that today. That's
found
big.
in Pleasant Valley.
That or graphene,
yard.
graphite, whatever they call it. It's all over this part of the country too. So I need something to hit in my yard.
Yeah,
you know what I
that's
mean.
I'm looking for.
Yeah.
My luck, I would hit. I would go out shooting like Jed, and I would spring, black gold Texas tea, and it wouldn't even be mine. That would be my luck.
Yeah, I don't own the mineral rights.
Right.
I thought I did, and I don't.
Yeah.
That'd be me.
I don't know who ever scammed this deal where you could sell the land under your
Yeah,
land.
yeah,
I don't know
the
what
old mineral rights.
some attorney somewhere came up with that. But anyway, we'll talk about that and a whole lot more, of course. Your phone calls will be a big part of the show today, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And, gentlemen, I'm just glad to be here with you today.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers wasn't the only one injured last night. Greg is on this story. Steven Tyler suffered vocal cord damage following his concert on Saturday in Chicago and has forced the band to postpone a string of upcoming shows on the farewell tour.
Oh, I thought he was hit by Buffalo Bill last night.
No.
He is about injured. He actually had vocal
that.
cord damage that he bled, he said. Plus, when you're in your 70s and you're in a rock band, things like that are going to happen.
We're
one of them
really,
may break their hip before it's over.
Right.
Between them and the Rolling Stones and 2 or 3 more, we're doing some medical research is what we're doing. We're trying to see how long rockers can stay on the road.
Study them. How they can abuse themselves but yet still perform in their 70s and 80s.
Yeah,
it's
amazing.
Crazy.
So 15 minutes after the hour, we'll be back in just a minute. Thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show, 30 years plus in the making, and we've got a lot to cover, so stay with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, I do know this, that I look out at the numbers now, and I know how many Marines that we allow, and if all things reflect the current state of your society, sadly, including the military.
Yeah.
So you're saying every Marine can't be Sergeant Carter?
I'm just saying that just because the word Marine is next to somebody, I'm sure Marines would tell you that some people represent that extremely well.
Okay, I know your intention.
And some people maybe not.
Yeah, this isn't sounding good, though, what you're saying.
Rick, according to some of the reports,
I know you're trying.
His legs cramped up right at the end, and that's why he was crawling.
And
you can tell his right one is jacked up.
And I'm sure that's exactly what happened. Okay, I don't doubt the man's. I don't doubt the man's word. Let me be clear.
Sadly, in this world,
but you're saying with all the things we see every day that's manufactured, you always.
If somewhere around Thursday, Friday, or Monday of next week, and maybe it broke over the weekend, and we didn't get to talk about it till Monday. If we found out and somebody began to suggest that he really had what it took to make it to the line, and to make it a more dramatic finish that would get more coverage and make it look more heart-tearing, that he pretended not to be able to get to the line and struggled for it to be more dramatic, and somebody said that is what happened, that wouldn't surprise me either. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that's what the man did.
No.
I'm just saying we are living in a time where I know nobody wants to say that. People would do that because people have done worse. They have. If somebody will pretend their kids got cancer or pretend they have cancer,
you just can't tell.
To get attention, and that's happened. Now, what makes it a little different, it's a Marine. So I think the odds of it are lower because you would think this would be somebody of pretty high caliber. But
quit looking at me. I'm not here.
But are we living in a time where people – hey, guys, we got some people jumping in water and like they're saving people that they're not saving.
Because otherwise – well, nothing.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm going to say it's exactly as it appears.
I think it is, too. I think he had cramps and he just was trying to finish.
He said he kept saying,
But
their,
to
their,
your
their
point,
names so he could get
to your
them.
point. To your point, we sit here every day and we see the stories. I mean,
I
they're
know.
one after another, and
that's
it
ruined us.
And it tends to make you skeptical in a lot of ways.
And when I'm and
Between the stories and you, it's ruined me.
And sometimes I admit that I've left skeptical and have gone into jaded.
Yeah,
I have questions.
Yeah, and it's a fine line. You can step over into jaded before you know it.
Sure.
Yeah. You think you're skeptical, and boom, you're jaded.
Absolutely. I got a few questions I could ask, but out of respect, I'm not.
Okay, Greg.
Well done, buddy.
This is that again. You being a grandparent has changed everything.
Well, and you know,
You talking about soft-hearted
Marine,
Greg?
man.
It is a Marine. You're right.
You need to have a CAT scan on that heart again,
Greg.
because that old one ain't good anymore.
Greg, would I like to have a conversation with some guys who served with him? I would.
Some of the people
Rick.
running by didn't look like they were in that great a shape. That's all.
Guys.
Well, Jimmy
y'all were
Johnson,
good. Why did you
NASCAR driver, run right by him. Did you not see it?
That's
Serious business.
funny.
Was he number 48?
And you know what ESPN's doing?
They're trying to find out if he's bigger than Michael Jordan.
Hey, take that, Michael Jordan.
You're right.
Did Michael Jordan ever run the Boston Marathon, and where did he finish?
Right.
Yeah,
That's our question today. How did he compare to
I think he nearly won.
Jimmy Johnson?
Let's kick it around for the rest of the day.
We'll go to our 13 panelists here to cover it.
It just seems like with the training he had and what he's been able to do, that he probably would be less likely to not be able to get to the line than some people who got to the line. That's all I'm saying. Now I realize distance running is a special training.
You don't know.
And he may just said, "I've all got some Marine training, and I wasn't ready for how my legs would cramp." But by golly, I'm getting to the line for my fellow Marines. That's probably exactly what it is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You think he still could have walked?
Yeah.
Didn't want anybody touching him to help. Want to do it on his own.
Right. You ready to interview? We'll be back. 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes after the hour, it's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you all for joining us. Rick is out today, taking a personal day to handle some business, and we will be here, and it is Bubba-rama mode. So we'll get through today, and hopefully Rick will be back tomorrow. Before we move on to the Aaron Rodgers story, of course, that's what's on everybody's mind this morning, because it was the big, I mean, you talking about a build-up yesterday.
Good night.
And for those of you who didn't see it, he played 4 plays, got hurt. The Jets have guaranteed him $75 million. He's out for the year.
Wow.
We think. It hadn't been officially announced, but that's what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it's an Achilles injury.
Yeah,
and,
it does.
We'll know more today. Before we do that, yesterday, Speedy, you and Adler have put together over the years this great montage of 9/11 that we always play. Always get a lot of positive comments on it, and I wanted to thank you both again for that. You did a great job with that. Got an email from Ryan, it looks like Burgess, Brugger. How would you say that? Brugger.
Brugger.
Wow, that's tough. Ryan,
that's old Booger.
Ryan, that had to be tough in elementary school.
Brugger.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Brugger.
He did send a email and said, is there a place we can hear the full show from 9/11? I don't think I've ever heard it in its entirety. And, you know, I at one time we had it up. I don't know. Do we anymore?
I know when we had what we call the Extreme Club, I think we had that available, but I have no idea at all.
We've got it somewhere.
We've got it, but we don't have.
I don't know that it's
everything
available
that was there.
for-
We just don't have it available to the public.
And-
I
and-
don't think unless we've put it.
And I could be wrong. I just thought that
Right.
we did, but I don't know.
Well, we'll look. That's probably something we need to talk about. Maybe we'll make that available again. So, but thank you very much. The compliments for
Thank you,
Speedy
Brugger.
and Adler were well deserved. They did a great job.
Well,
I mean, yesterday, you try to put 9/11 behind you. I mean, I think everybody always wants to move on from things, but I tell you, watching that, it just it brought back a lot of memories for everybody.
Yeah, and we made reference to a couple of different things. I've seen just about every documentary or behind the scenes there is, but I saw one on the firefighters and first responders and their radio communication from on the ground to in the towers and their perspective on the chief and everything. And I had not seen that one, and it was. It just really, I had a range of emotions. First of all, you're so dang mad and angry about what happened, but then you're just so proud that there's people and just that you want to honor them, that they're just selfless and they have a servant's heart and they're total disregard for their life, just trying to save others. And they're going up when everybody else is trying to come down.
Right.
And it was really remarkable to see.
And there's so many stories too of people that were supposed to be on a plane,
Yeah.
didn't get on a plane, or supposed to be here.
go to work.
And, as a matter of fact, the Society of Broadcast Engineers, which is a lot of guys I used to know when I was doing engineering, they were having a big conference in New York, and they were supposed to be on top of the World Trade Center where all the radio and TV transmitters are up there. Of course, everything in New York is up there. And so they were going to be up there touring that facility and everything. Supposed to be there that morning.
Yeah.
And most of them were trying to fly to get there. And in various stages got, grounded. But that's incredible. And we were all up there, Windows on the World.
Yeah.
In it was late February of that year.
Yeah.
So
sure was.
And I remember being up there, and there were already a
I
lot
do
of
too.
precautions because the blind sheep tried to bomb.
Yeah,
the
we had
place.
to take our jackets off.
Yeah, you had to store your jackets and all this
cold,
stuff
too,
because they had a van explode in the parking garage, and it did damage, but it didn't bring the building down or anything.
Now, the video that was surfacing yesterday and on social media was Trump at that time coming into New York saying that he had 100 guys that were working and 120 more were on the way. I had not seen that full video of him being interviewed on the streets, and hearing him then and knowing now, where he's at and his history was something else. But every year, I try to make sure that my kids understand, because my boys aren't old enough to know. They don't know life before 9/11, and just making sure that does not just go away to where it's an afterthought is important. I think
My kids were old enough to remember it. So and it's one of them things in their life that have been markers.
Well, think about 22 years. So everybody who is younger than a junior in college wasn't even born.
That's right.
Right.
And even if you're in college, you probably didn't remember it. So it's strange how time gets away, and so many people don't remember that. But it was a trying time for everybody, and I hope we've learned some lessons. I fear that we haven't, but
I wasn't prepared for my 3-year-old to come home from school yesterday asking about it. A little heads up from the school would have been nice. I wasn't prepared. I wasn't ready for that, so I should have probably gotten a little bit more ready for that.
Did you go?
She did ask if they were able to fix the buildings, and I was like, no, but they built a new one. They built a new bigger, taller one, and all that. So that was, those you're not ready for those conversations when they happen.
So
next year you'll be ready.
I'll be ready next year. Yeah.
When we were up there, we actually went in on the subway. So we were in that basement, which is open area now, and the subway tracks went right through there.
That's right.
So it's kind of weird to see that. And last night, it kind of moves over into the story about Aaron Rodgers. They had, the lights on, because they have the lights that are in a square shape that looks like the buildings, that go up.
That's right.
And there was a kind of an overcast because they'd had storms come through the area in New York, and it hit the clouds and then, just made this big white-looking area, and it's like blue light going up. It was really, really spectacular.
That's the shot there we're showing for YouTubers.
Wow.
And, Bubba, yesterday around maybe 2 hours before kickoff, maybe 2.5. There was a system that came through, and they actually sent out a shelter in place for MetLife players, staff, fans to not fill the stadium up. But when that system came through, a rainbow appeared over New York, and it was absolutely beautiful. Here's a shot of that.
Oh,
now.
look at that!
Wow,
everything looked good right up to Aaron Rodgers collapsed.
You know, the pregame,
the
pregame build up,
boom.
Of that. You know, they had the interview with John McEnroe. You know, he's a well-known Jets fan, and he can have a bad attitude.
Did you see him trying to get in the Jets facility, and he couldn't get in because it was locked? It was a bit, but it's when he interviewed Aaron a one-on-one sit down in pregame. But
you mean back before Aaron was injured?
But it starts with him going, "Hey, can I?" He couldn't get in.
You know, the build-up, the pregame festivities, the interview. The Jets come out. Aaron Rodgers is last to come out with the American flag. They have, you know, one of the police officers sing the national anthem. I mean, I was sitting there going, you know, this is pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the last time I've said that at a Jets game, you know, and doggone if Aaron Rodgers doesn't get in and get sacked on the fourth play, and it looks like he falls back down to the ground. Has to be helped off. Everybody is just holding their breath like, what just happened? I mean, a lot of people are not even in their seat yet.
I know.
You know? And
guys,
then you see him go to the tent.
Look at all that.
And then he is carted off.
That's unreal.
And, I mean, you just almost can't believe what you're seeing.
No,
here he comes.
He's got the American flag on 9/11.
Yes.
I forgot how big of a deal obviously they would make of it.
Oh my God!
And it's proud.
He has no idea that he's a fit. That Achilles tendon right there is just performing.
Wow.
Yeah. And the team's waiting on him at midfield.
The flag, the stars and bars.
The team's fired up.
People are going
stars
crazy.
and stripes.
Stars and stripes. Sorry.
He called it stars and bars.
Sorry.
That's a different flag.
There's Sauce Gardner with him.
Yep.
What a name.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Shut down.
When he saw
good.
when he saw Gardner 17, did they do the smoking pot thing? Did they touch hands?
They've got
I know they do because from Hard Knocks.
Twist one.
But I just didn't know they'd do it then.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Well, that's their handshake.
I
That's
know
their
that.
handshake.
I know that.
If you and I have a handshake, we always do that handshake.
Right.
It doesn't matter. We could be in church, we'd have to do that
I'm
handshake.
anti-handshakes.
I wish we had a handshake, Speedy. Maybe we need to come up
I'm
with
just.
one.
I'm anti that.
Yeah, I get that.
Greg,
I
that
get
doesn't surprise anybody
I
at all.
can't stand the coordinate. The little especially when I add a bunch to it.
Speedy and I are going to come up with one in the break.
The more moves, the worse. The people who attempt, and it never seems to work, when the what is it called? What's the whole organization's name now? The gay, lesbian,
Q.
IA or AI. AI now? They've added
artificial intelligence.
So it's IA, AI, LMNOP.
Thank you.
There's been letters added since the last time we referred to them.
Can I tell any of you out there in this organization that may be one of the activists, I'd drop the trying to convince everybody that Chick-fil-A is serving hate sandwiches. Okay, I mean it's really, I mean, you got to let this go. No one takes it serious. Gay people can't stop eating Chick-fil-A. The boycotts are not successful. Even one of the leaders of the LGBTQAI
or something like that.
I refuse.
Member
to add
FDIC
was invited by the family to go to the Chick-fil-A bowl and sit in their suite and spend time together. And when he came back, he said these people are just sticking to what they believe. They don't hate anybody, and I had a very pleasant time with them. But that
evidently that didn't stick.
That hasn't resonated with everyone, and so we have protesters interrupting the Cincinnati Cyclones hockey game to stage a demonstration while riding the Zamboni that is sponsored by Chick-fil-A.
I got to give them credit here. That is a good one.
It is, except for the fact that your protest of this company is ridiculous.
Yeah, but but if you want to protest that company, you get on their Zamboni and do it with signs. Their signs. That's good.
No,
I've always wanted to ride the Zamboni.
I have to.
That is
I like
funny.
saying Zamboni.
Yeah,
that is funny.
Zamboni.
undoubtedly.
Yeah, it's a funny word to say. It tickles your tongue a little bit.
Bubba, you said it earlier.
Much like the chicken sandwich.
Oh, does it ever?
We must again. We must, and I hope everybody learns this. Can we find out who's credited with the phrase "no good deed goes unpunished"?
Mm-hmm. Rick, whoever it was, I'm gonna call one of the greatest people to ever walk the earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it happens again. Guess what the Cyclones were trying to do? They were trying to reach out to the gay and lesbian community and have a gay pride night
at a hockey game,
which you talk about, and so that they attempted to do that. And,
nothing says gay like hockey. Right?
Yeah, right. So
let's see. We're gonna have a pride day. I got an idea. How about a hockey game?
Somebody says we're thinking about having a pride night. What are you doing? We're gonna bring that symphony in. Well, okay. We got a ballet coming. No, that sounds about right. Not a hockey game.
Not a hockey game.
Right. But anyway, so what are they told? Well, the Zamboni is sponsored by Chick-fil-A, so you must not love us. Because you're allowing the sponsorship of this company that serves these hate sandwiches.
Well, they said you can't have it both ways, Rick. You can't have Pride Night and you can't serve the evil hate sandwiches. Now, Rick, I'm against hate just as much as the next guy, but I'm gonna tell you, them sandwiches pretty good.
They are good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I
like they're hating on the sandwich.
Well,
that's right. And why do that?
I mean, we're fighting hate with hate. I don't get that.
Well, Bubba, but that's the left. Our hate is not considered hate. They look at their hate like us hating evil or hating, things that are, there are certain things we are supposed to hate.
We're supposed to hate sin.
There's a righteous anger that you can have and a righteous hate.
Yep.
But I don't think Chick-fil-A meets that criteria. Chick-fil-A is run by, you don't see anybody. The only way you would have a chance to claim that Chick-fil-A served hate sandwiches is if Chick-fil-A said the following: we are a Christian company, and we believe Scripture speaks to homosexuality as a sin. Therefore, if we find out that gay people are in this restaurant, we're going to ask you to leave.
Yeah.
You cannot have a sandwich. Gay people cannot have a sandwich. Now, if that was going on, you would say, okay, that seems kind of hateful. Well, that doesn't happen. There's no one's ever denied. Guys, here's what gets me. You realize, just like in our situation, we're in this situation. We use products from companies that could not be more opposed to what we believe. But,
I know what you're bringing up, Rick. That time I stopped and got Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Go ahead and just admit it.
Right, yeah. And, who would have ever thought that a company named after two men would be gay? But anyway, but
based on them.
But if you go back to this, all companies and people who run companies have their own personal convictions and beliefs, and unless they're denying you something or their product, represents something that you just can't live with, what has Chick-fil-A ever really done to the gay and lesbian community?
Chick-fil-A is not saying we will deny you service. They're not saying you have to sit in the back. They're not trying to say you have to use a separate facility or whatever.
They welcome everyone.
Their owner.
Yeah.
35 minutes after the hour. Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, who's happened to sponsor the show this hour?
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We talk a lot about Helix Sleep. They own their own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. And right now you can save 20%. It's a premium mattress brand at an affordable price that provides tailored mattresses based on your unique sleeping preferences. They have about 14 different unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, big and tall sleepers. We got you covered, too, even a mattress for kids. And, Greg, they go off a sleep quiz that I know you and Lisa have done.
Yeah, it takes just a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
You just tell them how you sleep on your stomach, your back, what type of mattress you like. They pick the one that suits your needs, get it to you, and it's pretty cool to watch it come out of that box.
Yeah.
You got 100 nights to decide whether you like it, but you'll love it. We love ours. We really do. Like I say, in the morning, it's hard to get up anyway.
Yeah.
At the time I get up,
That's
but
right.
I'm so comfortable on that mattress, it makes it even harder.
That's right. So, again, your
Maybe you
personalized
don't need one, girl.
mattress shipped straight to your door free of charge now. And as Greg said, they offer that 100-night risk-free trial. You have nothing to lose, and as I mentioned, it's a no-brainer. You save 20% right now at helixsleep.com/Bubba, and it'll ship right to your door, and you'll save that 20%. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep. You can also find it at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Thank you, sir. We're talking about Aaron Rodgers' big debut last night, or debut, if you want to say it correctly.
No, it didn't last very long.
It lasted a total of 4 plays.
Did he have
I
any
haven't run the
positive
numbers
play?
on that. $75 million for 4 plays.
Oh, wow.
You know, the Jets feel like they're snake bit. They have a mentality of that.
Yeah.
I will tell them this, being a Vikings fan.
It always comes back to the Vikings.
At least you've won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but they haven't smelled one since then. At least the Vikings have been to a few.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, but.
You're always going to get a yeah, but on this for the
Yeah.
Vikings.
Everything comes back
I mean,
to
they've had more
I
opportunity.
kind of felt. I mean, I like the Buffalo Bills. I think they've got a lot of players that people like, but you know,
What about them? They lost 4 in a row.
Yeah, well, they're in the same boat. I think we all were kind of pulling for the Jets to
We
show
all
us
were.
something a little bit. I don't know why. I've
We
never
were gonna
really
keep
pulled
up
for
with
the
it.
Jets.
Bubba,
Yeah.
my NFL season is currently over.
Yeah,
This is the only reason I was watching.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
If you like playing the what is it where everybody does the fantasy games and everything,
Yeah.
if you had Aaron Rodgers, man, you just took a hit.
Well, that's why
about as big as the Jets.
That's why you draft 2 quarterbacks for sure.
And the fact that they had Hard Knocks was there this year.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
everybody got in on it early.
Well,
we got a close up.
Thought I was part of the team.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of taking a hit, they are doing the weed smoking handshake.
Yeah, they are. Well, that's their handshake.
I understand that, but he just gave the American flag up.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
real
the
close
first,
to the American flag.
Yeah, real
Look,
close. It's
hey,
just funny.
9/11.
We smoke weefer here in the United States. Or
Well,
reefer. I don't know why I called it weefer.
Yeah.
Well, that's the different version.
Yeah.
That's the legal.
That's the kind you get from water.
But what a build up though. Good night, alive.
But you know, Aaron's kind of out there. I mean, he's a Berkeley guy. He's a pot smoker from out there. You know, he's never
Ayahuasca.
been
Remember he went on that
he
journey.
found himself.
Found himself
But,
in darkness. Remember he hid in a closet or something.
Let me just say this though, for those of you that do not know, the Jets actually won in overtime.
They
I know,
did.
which
So
I
they-
was shocked to hear.
They
today.
held it together, and a punt return in OT ended up winning the game for them. They all go nuts, of course. MetLife is going berserk.
But they'll
they
never
can't
win
believe
again,
it
but that
but for a while, and I'll say maybe the entire first half, the place went silent almost. Nobody could believe what was happening. The build up, the Bills get the ball first. The Jets get them off the field, and here comes Aaron Rodgers. The place goes, just berserk. And the fourth play, he gets sacked, and he immediately knew, hey, something's up.
And you know Zach Wilson is back up, who they threw to the Dogs last year as a rookie.
Here's-
Was looking forward to being able to sit behind him and learn, and now he's in there starting.
It didn't look like that
No, it
bad a
doesn't.
play.
No.
He just gets twisted up on the way down a little bit.
It's one of those things where everything had
Yeah.
to be perfect.
Yeah,
You know,
his,
it's the angle and everything. It's just one of those. There's no way to avoid
His
it.
left leg got extended right there, and you could just tell. This is the ultimate footage here and the game of why you've always got to be ready if you're a backup. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself in the dugout or on the sidelines or whatever, you're one play away from being in. And if you're not mentally in, if you're not mentally checked in the game, then you can't go in and perform. And kudos to the Jets for holding it together. But this is a bad scene right here. Even the Manning cast, they
I
both
flipped
were
over
like,
to it. We were going to listen to it after we heard, Troy and them do the normal broadcast because I'd never really listened to the Mannings, and they were in such disbelief.
they couldn't believe
I mean,
it.
they were shocked, and and John McEnroe had joined them, and you talking about going negative quick. He's like, I just can't believe it.
I
He
know.
said, we thought we were finally over this being snake
that's
bit,
simple.
and here we are again.
It's just a routine tackle, y'all. I mean, it's just one of those things. Everything was in the right spot.
But watching Hard Knocks, Zach Wilson, he's the quarterback last year. Then Aaron gets brought in on top of him. He's always had the best attitude, or at least it comes across
it's
that
a great
way.
opportunity for him to learn behind a Hall of Famer.
Lo and behold, 4 snaps in, he's called off. Probably didn't even know where. I guess he was wearing his helmet. I don't know. But and so now I find myself running in, and now it's on me again. And he was ready. It wasn't pretty, but they won.
I think his mom's best friend gave him a pep talk right before he went out, and he was really fired up.
Oh,
That's
here we
good,
go.
Bubba.
A throwback.
Do y'all back to Aaron Rodgers? I did not know this, Greg. I figure you may know this. Do you know where he went to high school?
Yes, I do.
This is strange. I didn't know this. He
Well,
went. It's different. I know.
I know.
He went to Pleasant Valley High School.
Yeah, he did.
Now
And I think their
it's in
colors
Chico,
are-
California.
It
but,
is. Yeah.
But he went to Pleasant Valley. He's a Pleasant Valley grad.
That's right.
There's a lot of Pleasant Valleys out there.
That's right. That's funny though. I heard that one
did
day
not know
myself,
that.
and I thought, well, that's odd.
Him losing the bet with what's the tight end guy's name?
CJ
with California played
CJ
Auburn.
Uzomah.
Whatever.
Yeah, and he had to wear Auburn gear. Did
Yeah.
you hear where the guy was like, say War Eagle, and he's like, no, I can't say that.
But you know, when he was sitting there with that gear on, he had no idea what his Achilles tendon was
Yeah,
going to
I
rip
know,
a day
he
later.
didn't know.
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
Nobody told him.
Didn't know.
He thought he was in for the long haul.
Y'all, he
did.
went from running out on the field with the American flag to sitting on the field very quickly.
Oh, yes.
That's a quick turnaround.
Hadn't even sweated yet.
No.
How did Zach play last night? Because like I said, I didn't see it after that.
I watched Virgin
faded
River.
pretty
Well, I
quick.
know that he was.
Sorry, what, Greg? I'm sorry,
The
what?
series on Netflix.
Everybody
I went and
bailed.
watched Virgin
bailed.
River.
I watched some Spy Ops deal on Netflix.
See?
I mean,
I was going back and forth. The Braves had a doubleheader. They were playing their second game, and so I was going back and forth between that.
There's Rodgers in the
Yeah.
War
Okay.
Eagle
He
that
has
gear.
no
may have
idea.
been his jinx right there.
Yeah, giving a thumbs
No
down.
idea.
I wasn't going to say that, but I
Good.
think
That'll
we've
learn
all
him.
thought it.
Hey, that'll learn him.
That'll learn him.
The flag out on the field is almost a mojo as well, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
You really can't if you're writing a movie script. You really would not even write this because you would go, nobody would believe it. It's
I
just
know.
too unbelievable.
Yes.
Wilson
Again,
went 14 of 21, 140 yards, 1 touchdown, and an interception.
But
Yeah.
their defense is really something else.
Yeah,
and
that'll
I'll
keep
say
them in
this:
games.
Maybe their offensive line not as good as maybe Aaron thought.
And
But look,
He'd
guys,
like to see
and
him be
Allen threw 3 picks, by the way.
yeah.
really,
Oh, wow, that's very
Uh,
uncharacteristic.
Hey, Zach ran in, held it together, and let the defense win it, and then they run
But
one back.
he,
And
managed the
OC.
game. That's all
he
you
wasn't
gotta do.
prepared. You know he wasn't. He thought he was going to get to sit back and draw that big money he's making because he was a first-round
Yeah.
pick.
And just glad he wasn't going to get booed a lot.
Yeah,
you know, 'cause he
yeah,
had
New
a lot
York
of booing
people.
last year.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh!
I'm so glad they won. I didn't know they won.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
it was over. 9/11, you got to win on
Yeah.
9/11. Oh, my goodness.
What about the guy that had the heart deal? Did he play last night?
No,
No,
he did not.
no, he didn't
He did
dress.
not.
the guy that had the heart
Greg,
deal,
I
Greg?
got.
I
Who
couldn't
are you
remember his
talking
name.
about?
What he collapsed on the field
for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. Bills.
Yeah. They announced about an hour and a half that he wasn't playing.
Is he
Damar
About an hour and a
Hamlin.
half
So
before kickoff.
he's been back and training
yeah.
and going
He
through
made
all
the
that.
team.
He's
right?
practicing,
Why did
but
he not
they
play?
They didn't dress him out last night. I don't know. I guess they're
Greg,
just
of course
give
he's
him
going to
one
make the team.
Well, that's a good point.
45 minutes after the hour, it's the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be back in just a minute. Stay with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Are devout Christians. They believe in those basic tenets of the Bible, and it goes against what you believe now on your deal. It has nothing to do with the sandwiches. I would say eat where you want to eat, get over it.
Yeah, and be happy what be happy what you've already accomplished. You've got them to the point they don't even open on Sunday. So but if you
Yeah,
but,
you're a seventh of the way there.
right, but here is the bottom line. What Bubba's talking about. Now, what they're wanting Chick-fil-A to do, and they've been successful, even getting some denominations of Christianity to do, totally wrong.
They're not discriminating, but they won't endorse them, and that's what they're mad about.
See, like a gay and lesbian person can attend really any church and be there to hear, like any of us that come in that haven't figured out what we are convicted of or not convicted of, or if we need to be changed, whatever. But then when you say, well, I now want to join the church, but I don't want to change this part of the way I live. Well, they've been successful enough to be mean enough that some churches says, well, we're just going to believe God has evolved on this, and we're going to take these part of scriptures and throw them away,
And not only can you come here, you can be openly gay, you can be on staff, you can preach, you can do whatever. Well, they want Chick-fil-A to do the same thing. They want Chick-fil-A to say, well, yeah, we're Christian, but not in that area. In the area that makes you mad, we're going to change our point of view as human beings, not even as a company. The company doesn't go out there.
I started to say the company can't change its point of view because it doesn't have one. It cooks chicken.
Yeah, you're
it makes funny commercials with cows.
You know,
really good commercials.
You're coming home and telling the community that tonight you were a martyr for the gay and lesbian community because you held up signs on the Zamboni because it was sponsored by a chicken sandwich place.
Yeah, that all they're worried about selling chicken sandwiches. They're not worried about stamping out homosexuality.
I mean, you're protesting a chicken sandwich. And I'm telling you, it's not working because they do such a good job, and they are so excellent at what they do. I'm telling you, there's gay people eating at Chick-fil-A's everywhere today. You know why? Because they can't turn that sandwich down. No. They look at that service and it's too good,
especially that spicy chicken.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Oh yeah, it is.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"50 minutes after the hour, you are tuned to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being part of it. Rick is out today, taking a personal day to take care of some things, and so that means you're left with Bubba Rama.
Watch out.
Bubba Rama. There you go.
Watch
Keep
it,
the fireworks
watch it.
Boom.
We have some clips here from yesterday. President Biden.
Where'd he
boy.
go?
Where'd he go? I know where he didn't go.
Basement Joe.
This really has turned from comical and political to almost unbelievably sad in a very quick time. We have some clips yesterday. Biden stated in his 9/11 speech that him and the governor had something in common, and he also said yesterday that he was at New York the day after, but that apparently is not correct. But we'll hear those clips from him. Let's start with 1A, Addie.
Governor Dunleavy, it's good to see you. Governor and I have something in common. We're both from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I wish I had him playing in my high school ball club when I was playing, but I could have been an All-American having you in front of me.
Okay,
I don't
probably
know.
not.
I like when he acts like
Y'all
he was
may-
a big baller.
Y'all may not could hear him over the crowd cheering. I don't know. If you could
Right.
hear
Talking about
that
the
or not.
applause?
Yeah, probably not the time to start with having lighthearted
So
joke.
inappropriate.
Have you seen some of these people that have been to these press conferences and they turn the camera around and I mean, there's nobody there.
I know.
There's like 3 or 4 camera people and some press corps
press.
and literally nobody. Next cut is where he tells us he was in New York right after 9/11.
Yeah.
Ground Zero in New York. And I remember standing there the next day and looking at the building. I felt like I was looking through the gates of hell. It looked so devastating because from where you could stand.
Unbelievable.
Of course, that's a false claim
So that
because
didn't happen?
in his own autobiography and video from the Senate floor, it put him in Washington, D.C. the day after 9/11.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound as good. He wants to be looking through the gates of hell.
I mean, I guess it's possible you could have been in both cities and traveled, but since airplanes were still all grounded, I don't know if his
next day.
Yeah, I don't know. And there's pictures of him making a speech on it looks like the steps of the Capitol or something midday.
Well, guys, this isn't
I just
surprising.
don't think he could be there. Of course, again, I don't know that he even knows that.
I think he
Clearly
believes
said
what
the
he said.
next day.
He did.
That's
He did
just
say the
not
next day.
accurate at
He
all.
did. He did.
Guys,
there's in his own book. He says where he was.
Peter Ducey has some
good choice.
questions for the press secretary.
Oh, great.
Give me about 4 more
Yeah,
seconds
yeah,
on
bud.
these setups.
One,
Sorry about
And he's not talking to the president. He's actually talking to Fox News about what he asked the White House of why Biden didn't make to the 9/11 ceremony.
Well, our focus the last couple days has been on President Biden here in South Asia. And when I asked a White House official why it is that President Biden was here and missing the 9/11 commemorations at the attack sites, the analogy that I was given is that 22 years after Pearl Harbor, U.S. presidents were not still going to visit Hawaii.
So I don't know if you saw who he sent in his place, and that's the Vice President Kamala.
No, I bet that went well.
Kamala. Hey,
who she ran through a list of things.
I guess
We
it
have a great
depends
flashback on her.
on your political leanings, how you take her comments. Addie, let's get 1E. This is the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and she is equating the January 6th protest to 9/11 and Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
Not only a place on our calendars, but a place in our collective memory. December 7th, 1941. September 11th, 2001. And January 6th, 2021.
Yep, that's a flashback to the January 6th anniversary.
Gracious. Are you kidding me?
I think.
Oh, boy.
Madam Vice
What a
President,
joke.
that may be a
Wow.
stretch.
She gonna lump that
I
in.
don't.
With those
I
two?
don't think anybody from the Empire of the Rising Sun flying a tornado. I mean, a bomber or a torpedo plane, or anybody flying in on 9/11 in a jet doing a kamikaze crash was taking selfies.
And
I just don't see them on the same level.
And
And maybe
let's-
that's me. Maybe I'm wrong. But
And
I
let's
just
let's
don't
get a
see it.
body count off
Yeah,
of those two
right.
events too.
Well,
Let's do that.
Yeah, you only have one.
Yeah,
Right.
on January
6th.
6th. The other two you are loaded down with.
Yep.
And that
I
one
just-
person is a quote evil insurrectionist. So what are we
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
This was Kamala Harris at the actual ceremony yesterday, waving and smiling to people. Eric Adams has a look on his face like, "Lady, what are you doing?" That's her yesterday
He thinks
in New
that
York.
there's more immigrants coming, but
Right.
I
he's worried
don't.
about that.
Maybe it was just a bad choice on her part to include that. I guess if you're
Yeah,
if you're
it
trying
was.
to
That's
make hay with it,
ridiculous.
I just don't think they compare. I don't even think they're close.
Bubba, they're not. You know why you don't think that?
no.
It's not even close. For somebody to do that is the most ridiculous
It is.
person on the planet.
And that's a
It's
flashback,
very
right?
offensive.
I don't
It is.
really-
That was
yeah.
the January 6th anniversary,
Yes.
and that was a flashback to her making that statement
Unreal.
then. I just
Oh,
want to make
was
sure
it?
It was
yeah,
dumb
wasn't-
then too.
right? And I remember
Still dumb.
how bizarre it was when she did it, but to hear it again on 9/11 played back is just
she clapped it right in there with it.
Joe Biden later added that he remembers going the very next day after Pearl Harbor
Does he?
Staring through the gates of hell.
Yes, and the fire at Pearl Harbor reminded him of the small kitchen fire that he had, so he could relate to all the victims. So.
Yeah, and you know something I don't understand. You're
He
talking
also
about
could relate to George Washington crossing the Delaware. I think he was there the day after.
The next day.
So speaking of January 6th and the insurrection, I'm putting that in quotes. Did you see yesterday McCarthy's office being bombarded and with these activists just running into his office and screaming and chanting? Well, see, I think that's where a lot of America gets so frustrated is the inconsistency
what do you call that?
of what we're all fired up about.
Yeah, let's
here's
see
video of it.
hear that
Here.
clip too.
So this. Listen to this. So what are we going to do about them? They're busting up in an office. I mean, we got activists,
What are
you
they
know,
saying? I don't know.
pass something.
They look ridiculous.
Pass
something
now, McCarthy. Oh, it's an acronym, I think, or something.
Yeah, I don't know, but you know, one of the staffers had to
everybody.
run in there, close the door, and get out
that
of there.
seems
So
like
what are we doing about that?
So that's actually at the Capitol?
Yeah, that's his office. Yeah,
That's what we're saying.
Kevin
So
McCarthy's office.
With all the hubbub before, this ought to be on the same
To
level.
me, it ought to be even worse.
My goodness, an insurrection happened yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of us get so angry. That's
why I'm angry.
Yeah, there's no level playing field when it comes to who's getting prosecuted, who's being indicted, and
unbelievable
who gets away
guys.
with what. That's why we're all screaming right now at the radio.
And y'all
TV.
wonder why I don't care if the Star Spangled Banner is played
Well, I don't
at
know.
the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Right there's why.
Well, we should care.
What
about that.
ridiculous. This is what our country's turned into. And for
It's
some
always
reason, we can't do
women-
anything
Well,
about it.
it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Shame appears to have lost the ability.
has.
We've made it negative now for somebody to have shame about
know.
something. And shame's really what keeps all the clowns from acting up.
Yeah.
Have you noticed when they have the one that's doing the vocalizing is always a woman with a man's haircut every time? They all
I
look
have
the
noticed
same.
that.
They sound the same every single time.
Thank you, Greg.
Like the
Pretty
one that was
good.
screaming
She's the
when
leader.
they.
She's the leader, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
I have
very-
noticed that, Greg.
She's strong. She's got a strong personality.
Taking charge.
There's a consistency
I
there.
always figured
Yeah.
they must not have much social life.
No.
And they don't look like they bathe usually.
They don't. They got a little bump about them.
59 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. The next hour is up next. Stay with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll be talking to you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
See, I'm one of them idiots. It blows me away.
Them playing turkey toss multiple times, including after they got a number one hit, and they had already committed to that, and they came back and did it anyway. But
Hey, God bless them. They kept their word.
but I can remember on that song because we had heard Chicken Fried forever
Years
for anyone
before
had ever
it
heard
showed
it.
up on the radio. Yeah.
And I remember they came on the show one of the many times they were on. They said, "Hey, we got a new song today," and I didn't know what the chorus said. I was like, "What are y'all saying?" You gotta eat it. And I was like, "What are you saying?" And we were just singing, and they got to laughing because I kept just doing that, and they were laughing. They were like, "She got whatever it is." I'm like, "Well, okay."
That kind of panned out for him too.
It did. That panned out. So I hope they do well. I think they could
may
be,
have a chance.
I think
Yeah.
they could be a big hit. Mm-hmm. So we have things to cover on the program today. Wheel of Meat has not spun this week, so it could spin today. You want to pay attention for that. We'll get your phone calls in here. We'll update stories of the day. We probably have a few things that it seems like we get an update on every day. We will also, we're laughing our head off, and we'll get into this. I say we just jump right into this next because I know Speedy promoted
It's good. It's
at the
good.
end is when I started look, because this is just those things that I don't know what it is about us, but I just love it when you have these moments where an announcer says the wrong thing or this, and this thing with Big and Rich today, it owns me. And Speedy has actually found the audio.
Yeah.
And have you seen the story, Greg?
No.
Okay, so let's just you want
I know
just,
there's a misspeak involved.
well, and again, I don't know why I always do this. When something like this happens, if you're as big as they are, first of all, the whole wide world's going to comment on it. Okay, but then I think about with us with the Tim Tebow liner, that was fine. I mean, but I think about their friends, and then they have to hear from them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then because that's a different level. Now, I may be naive to think that people live in the harsh environment that we live in. I mean,
some of them do.
Yeah.
Some of them are not aware of it, I don't think.
Well, when I hear people talking about on this show, and these are things that have actually been said, I stand in my closet gripped in fear about what I'm going to wear because I know the one-liners everybody's going to do.
Sure.
Hey, I forgot to do something. Everybody's going to find out. Hey, this happened to me when I was away, but by the time they find out about it, it'll happen. Today, I came in knowing I'd be pummeled about my haircut. And I just came in. I just started screaming back at me, "Hey, haircut!" Yeah, just start hollering about it, and you just go ahead and jump right in. So it may not be that way everywhere, but I got to tell you, if this would have happened to us, Bubba, if this had been me and Bubba at the Predators game coming out to be recognized in any way. Now, this time it's the national anthem, what makes it even better. I don't think Bubba and I will ever be asked to sing the national anthem. But picture this. No, Greg, what we're about to hear.
Can you see?
Now, I know Bubba sang it, what, 5th grade?
First grade.
First grade.
It was a dandy.
Little Billy.
I'm so glad video was not available.
We would like young William to sing.
but I want you to think about this, Greg. No, I really do. Because Bubba and picture, man, we're going to be at the Predators in the playoffs.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, we're going to be at the Predators playoffs. They invited us. They're going to introduce us before the game, and we're all excited like that. And then the PA announcement to everybody there, and now to the world. Now, right now, more people about to hear it again today. The PA announcer says what he says about Big and Rich. So we'll come back and we'll. You want to just play it?
If we've got it, I'd rather hear the announcer say it.
And then we'll break it down.
Okay.
And it's a little bit on the announcer trying to say this phrase. What he tried to say was probably a gamble anyway.
Yeah.
He wanted us to know they're not a traditional country band, but got it. It kind of went south. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being part of it. It's Bubba Rama today. Rick is out taking a personal day to handle some things. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We're going to take some phone calls here. And Speedy, if you would so kindly push the buttons.
Oh, yes, sir. I sure will.
You trying to motivate me over there?
Yeah, just trying.
I like it.
Oh, Morgan Wallen for you. Yeah, let's go to
Thank you
Cliff.
for that.
He's in Alabama, Bubs. How about old Cliff?
Cliff.
What up, Cliff?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, man.
Yeah, when Peter Ducey was asking the White House about why President Biden didn't go to Hawaii to attend a memorial for the bombing of Pearl Harbor, which was in 1941, and they responded back, well, 22 years later, 22 years after bombing Pearl Harbor, the president didn't go to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 22 years after 1941, I'll do the math for you, is 1963. What happened close to December 7th, 1963? Well, specifically, November 22nd, 1963.
Kennedy was shot. Yeah.
So it was more of a priority rather than a decision. Okay, the White House, the administration is no longer going to attend a memorial in Hawaii. So I think that's a weak argument among the many weak arguments that the White House does.
Yeah,
well, I think there's several things that are similar and then several that are different. Okay, they both were attacks on the United States. They both killed American civilian or American citizens, and I'm sure civilians were also killed. But it was an attack on a military base in Hawaii. Hawaii is a long way off. 9/11 was in New York City, which is our largest city in the world. It's very close to D.C. There was also attacks in D.C. I mean, it's just a little different right now, I think.
Well, it's a whole lot different. It's just like yesterday, they announced that the U.S. has made a deal with Iran to swap 5 prisoners. All right, well, you think, all right, we're swapping 5 prisoners. And this is on 9/11, on the anniversary. But instead, they also
$6 billion.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I mean, again, the timing of that just seems a little odd. You know, I mean, they're so woke and they're so knowledgeable about everything. It seems like somebody would go, should we do that on 9/11? Maybe we should. Let's give it a week to breathe. What do you think? You know.
All right. So we got Gary. He's in Alabama. Gary, what's up?
Hello.
Yo, go ahead, buddy. You're on.
Am I on?
Gary, you're about not to be.
One more chance.
Come on, Gary. I got you, buddy. Come on.
Y'all hung up on me.
What?
You're only the second caller.
Yeah, we're about to, but go ahead.
Speedy, that's
just
in the
blow him
world.
up. I wish we can use the blow him up. We really did. That was a good effort.
Yeah,
I mean, like 3 times we tried.
Helmsy, I was reaching for it, to your point. Let's go to Dwayne. Dwayne's calling in. Dwayne, what's up?
Yes, sir. This question for Bubba.
All right.
Have you ever read the Book of Enoch? And the second part of the question is why was it left out of the Bible?
I am familiar with it. I have read parts of it, and it was not actually written by Enoch, by the way. And when we put the Bible together, there were some specific things that the group doing that set up as criteria, and it did not meet the criteria. One being that it was divinely given to the author for such purpose.
Let's go to Jason.
And that's really all I know.
Yeah, it is. He's in Huntsville, home of the river. What's up, buddy? How you doing, Jason?
Hey, good, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Hey, I just seen a post that my friend posted on Facebook about Biden telling a young kid at a school that they look sexy and not to tell their mom.
Not familiar with that.
The kid was recording.
Yeah,
the kid was recording it.
No, he may have been sniffing hair too. Who knows?
Yeah. It's just you never know. You really never know with this guy. I have no idea.
He's bizarre. I mean, he's lost it. We all know that. All honest adults know that's had to deal with this type thing with a parent or somebody in their family. But, I would warn people who would be like-minded, I think, to us on a lot of issues, conservatives. Mm-hmm. I see these people, they're wanting to talk about Obama and did he date guys and this guy that come forward to do this interview and, all that. I think that's just all distractions. Don't get caught up in the minutia of all this stuff. Let's focus on the things that we know, the things they have said, the things they're doing every day, the inflation numbers. That is what's going to make a difference in the election.
866 We Be Big. We're doing phones. Terry is calling in. Terry, what's going on?
Hey, has anybody thought about Alabama's next opponent?
Yeah. South Florida.
Who is Central Florida, ain't it?
No, it's
South Florida. 2:30 p.m. Central Time on ABC. I feel sorry for him.
Okay. I was under the impression that it was Central Florida. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's
You're
not.
fine.
It's not Gus Malzahn.
You think Malzahn's about to get it handed to him?
No, I don't even know what kind of team the Bulls have this year, but I'm with Speedy. I think Alabama will hang 70 on them.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
If they can, they will.
Anthony's in Mississippi, 866 We Be Big. Anthony, what's going on?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to say we want the Bussey family. We want them in the studio, and we want them now.
And we want them now. Yeah, no problem.
Well, it was a little early for the lovely Betty Lou this morning, but
Yeah.
I do appreciate her coming in for an hour before to help. And Betty's always a lot of fun. I'm glad I can share her comedy and her fun with you guys from time to time. And I'm just very blessed that I get that, all the time at home to get to hear and enjoy that. We really do have a good time.
Yeah, and you handle it well. The whole family was in here, and I thought you did really good with that. Now,
We'd
we
love
do
to
have
see
a
your crew come in.
Oh
one
boy,
day.
watch out! It'd be locker
We
room
still
in
ain't
here.
got Amanda on here for anything.
I know.
Her and Lisa have dodged the
she
podcast.
won't.
Well, Lisa did come
Yeah,
in.
yeah. But Aaron and Amanda have not done it yet, and I think they're the smart ones. But
Amanda's funny. And I haven't been around her a
is.
whole lot, but she's always funny. She's very smart, and I like the fact that she kind of keeps you in line, like
She does.
my wife does with me.
Yeah.
So.
She does.
And speaking of wives, we have a truck update coming up next segment. And one of the big questions I've had is, what was Betty's first line? You can save that and have she had fun with you. But Marcus is asking about your truck, and I know we're going to have that coming up next segment. Marcus, he's not going to give it all away, but go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, I haven't listened for the last couple of days, but Bubba, I really wanted to call in a few days ago about your truck. The way to fix it, I've seen this a million times. You should have towed it to a Ford dealership and traded it in. They would have gave you $50 and got you a brand new shiny Ford. But also, the world's greatest sandwich, Speedy, is a ham and cheese sandwich with Doritos and mac and cheese.
Okay. There it is.
That's
there it is. That's not a bad one.
That's a diversified call.
It is.
It is.
I'll tell you, when it started, I didn't think I was going to like it, but I actually did. That was a good call.
That's a topic that was a spillover from the kickoff hour.
Yeah.
Where Helmsy asked if we ever have had sandwich
Put chips on your sandwich.
on the sandwiches, and I had
As
mentioned
a kid, I did a lot.
I would open up my sandwich and put my Doritos inside the sandwich and
I have
crunch
to.
down on.
It's good. I like that. It's kind of got a taco salad feel to it. A little sandwich, taco salad in your hand type thing. It's really a cross of many things coming together.
Yeah, I think it's is it Tawana calling in?
Tawana.
866 We Be Big.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Tawana from Davil.
Awesome.
Hey,
Well,
Tawana, how are you?
I'm good. How about you, Bubba?
Good. Didn't I run into you this weekend?
You sure did, and I saw the beautiful Betty Bussey, too, with that contagious laugh she has.
Oh, she was, if I recall, she was holding court, too.
Yes, sir, she was, with her beautiful little self. I thought she was a college student at one point.
Oh, I know. That's why I get so many weird looks. Tawana, good to hear from you. Good to see you this
awesome.
weekend. I ran into her at Chuck's Pizza down on the lake.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Oh, Speedy, you've never been there? It is your kind of, you would love it. And it was cool this weekend.
Oh, and it's a
too.
different
TV's
kind of hungry,
blaring,
too,
you know?
coming off the water.
Oh, I know.
It's an elevated hunger.
15 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we're coming to your city. You're listening.
Sent to me a few times. So if it's already been talked about a lot, we haven't had a chance to. So we're going to have some fun with it. Because this is up there where, we love, all right, Jordan, fired in there.
Oh, yeah, anything odd like that or misspeak, because we have plenty
Oh,
here.
sure.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
So here comes the big, powerful announcer for the Nashville Predators. The atmosphere there is electric.
Mm-hmm.
Big and Rich going to do the national anthem. So let's let the PA announcer set it up. And unfortunately, he wants to say that Big and Rich in their catalog that they are genre bending, but it goes
Doesn't come out that way.
It goes a different way. So here we go.
He just said gender bending. These gender-bending multi-platinum superstars.
On their journey together. Oh, that was y'all. I'm sorry.
And now, these gender-bending multi-platinum superstars.
Oh, man.
And
golly.
And the feedback on social media.
You can't
Greg,
have nothing.
Set aside about 20 minutes today to read all
Yes,
the remarks.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
But now, I think you got to give the announcer props. He just kept moving.
Sure
he didn't stop.
Did he catch it? Did he?
And now,
did
these gender-bending multi-platinum superstars.
You can't say it no clearer than that.
Do it again. And the fact that he's got the big booming voice.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm sorry.
These gender-bending multi-platinum superstars looked the music scene by storm and never looked back. To
Him coming out, John
Oh, yeah.
Richards coming out, then golly, Kenny's
That
coming
is
out
fun.
with his hair blazing out from under his
Yeah.
top hat.
yeah. Sure.
High
stepping.
God, looking sharp, by the way. They had a moment that the stupid announcer ruined.
Yeah.
And,
Got the Predators jerseys on.
And don't
They're
forget, too, that as far as John, I can't speak for Kenny, but John is like very conservative.
Oh,
and
yeah.
funny.
It's funny, too, because Kenny had his top hat on.
Oh, yeah.
And they started singing, and he forgot to take it off. And
No,
I don't
he
know
did
if
not.
John elbowed him or what. But
No,
you
he
could.
did- no, gosh, there's more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was still real.
Day before yesterday, the fight in hockey where I guess it's this young kid. He was fighting one of the older veterans, and he got knocked out on the ice. I'm talking about, you know how they get to fight,
Yeah.
and they just slinging punches. Well, anyway, one of them connected, and he just hit the ice, and he was just out.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
He's straight up knocked
Was
out.
he a genre bending artist?
Well, how about if you're the PA announcer? Don't try to go with genre bending.
Genres.
How about that's a word to stay away
That's-
from?
you wanna
I
stay
would
away
stay
from
clear of that
I
word.
wouldn't even look.
I don't even want to say it on the radio.
Somebody said down there,
genre.
They're not.
bending.
got it, Rick.
They're not your traditional country band. Yeah, I got it. I'm just going to introduce them as multi-platinum
Yeah.
stars, big and rich.
Yeah.
No, I want you to say genre bending. No, I don't
call
want to say
them
that.
crossover.
I don't want to say that. No, can I just introduce big and rich?
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
21 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick is out today. It's Bubba Rama. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow, but we appreciate you hanging with us.
You know what I love? By the
Don't
way,
let us
you're
get
hot,
your way
and
there.
always consider it hot. You're hot, Greg. One thing I love is that anytime anybody is missing for a show, we all, have to have different duties, and we all come together. You're bringing us out a break, but you're not used to doing it. And so a lot of times you think I got an extra 20 seconds to maybe take a bite of food or something, but now you don't. And I look like I'm waving in a plane over here, and you have forgotten. And that's funny. And you had a mouthful of fruit or something.
Well, it was
and that
eggs,
was
scrambled
eggs.
eggs,
That was precious. But it is time for a little truck update here.
Oh, we have truck theme music now?
Oh, well, we got some rough patch, don't we?
I'm just frustrated.
With me?
I thought you were going to stick with Morgan Wallen, and there was a perfect song for this.
But this is our rough patch song.
I know.
All right, Bubba.
Silverado for sale would have been perfect.
That's good.
If you missed Friday's show, Bubba came in a little distraught that he was driving his dually and mistakenly put regular 87 gas in his diesel engine. And
went with
then
92.
and then it started the drama of the truck.
Let
So
me
give us an
summarize.
update.
Let me summarize this. I did something that was a boneheaded move Friday.
Yep.
There was probably reasons that I was such a bonehead, but it's still on me. And
there it goes, right there.
And there she goes.
There she
There
goes.
she goes. And that's my work truck. That's not the one I drive every day. I'm a Hendrick driver, and I've got a Wagoneer right now that I love driving. It's so comfortable. And but when I go to the farm, I got stuff. I drive that because I don't want to mess the Wagoneer.
You had it
up.
loaded down, and
Oh,
you
I
wouldn't
did.
you wouldn't allow anyone to help you transport it over to a truck that Hendrick brought you to drive because I think you were teaching Bubba a lesson.
Well, yeah, and
And
you know,
you don't know about touching his stuff.
Yeah.
well, yeah, I'm an only child.
He
I
was
don't
the
want
only
people touching my
child
stuff.
really fighting.
And you know, going to the farm, I got a lot of tools. I got a lot of this and that, and I really, didn't want everybody grabbing, what they didn't know they were grabbing. So, which is code name for guns, y'all. Guns. There was guns in there. Okay.
I can identify. a gun.
So
I can recognize a gun.
so everybody will understand fully. You don't want people in there grabbing guns that they're not familiar with. So
yeah, 50 cal.
So Joel called. Joel Smith, who's the manager there at Hendricks and has been since day one. We've been Hendricks drivers for 12 years. Met Joel when he first came to town. He's been a great friend. He's been a loyal sponsor to the show, and we appreciate him on so many levels. And he called and bailed me out and said, "Hey, Bub, I got you. I'm going to bring you a truck," because he knew I had to go to the farm. We're going to tow you in, and we'll take care of it. So, and we wanted some updates. So Friday, they were, already in the process of, they service vehicles there.
Right.
They can't just stop what they're doing to look at this. So they worked me in the line.
How is it? How is it, Greg? Is it good? Okay.
And they were going to drain the tank to begin with.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Step one.
And I understand that process started, but apparently the mechanic that was working on it got sick, and he was not able to complete that yesterday. So hopefully today they'll be able to do that. But I did talk with one of the other service riders. The girl who I'd talked with initially was also out sick. And well, there's a lot of people sick right now. School's starting back; it'll get everybody.
Oh yeah, we pass it around.
But I spoke with Jack, and Jack's very knowledgeable, and he told me that they were in the process. They'd already looked at some of the lines, and the good news is he said the pump had not exploded.
Okay,
which is good. We had the call. Everyone was concerned about the shards. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah,
metal shards everywhere.
Yeah,
but he said there was a recall on that pump. And so they're going to replace it. It's a factory recall, so they'll do that. It won't cost us anything. And he said it's a much better pump than was on there. And there's actually two pumps. I'm shocked that when you put gas is very explosive.
Yes, it is.
Diesel fuel is not, unless you put it under extreme pressure, which happens in an engine. That's why diesels don't have spark plugs.
And it's more of a lubricant.
Yeah, it's an oil. It's not processed as much as gasoline is. So I'm really kind of shocked that it ran as far as it did on gasoline. Yeah. I mean, I didn't think it would run that far.
Well, you didn't have an empty tank, did you?
Well, pretty close, pretty darn close. I put $93 worth in. I mean, that's I might have had an eighth of a tank, but I'm shocked that it ran as far as it did.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a diesel engine will run on about anything. I mean, you can modify it and it'll run off French fry grease if you do it right. Wow. But they're really remarkable things. I really. I don't get on my soapbox about it, but I think, that probably should have been the engine we really focused on, in our industry is more than the gas burner, but it's they just run forever. And because the fuel is an oil, it helps to lubricate the engine as it's burning it, and they last longer. You get to 300,000 on a regular car, it's probably already wore out.
Oh yeah.
You get to that on the diesel, it's just broke in good. Yeah. So they'll regularly get you 500,000 miles. So
unless you put gas in.
Yeah, unless you put unleaded in it and you basically burn everything up and explode it into shards.
Yeah.
Don't
want that.
But that's the update. We'll know more today, hopefully in the next few days. But I figured it was going to be a week or two. Process.
But now you did say the families had some great one-liners right now. What was Betty's reaction?
Well, this I mentioned it yesterday, and I appreciate Tawana calling in talking about how funny Betty is, and she is. But there's a couple of topics Betty's not as funny on, and that is getting on me about things. And we had an incident when we built a house in Jacksonville. First house, it wasn't the first one we lived in, it was the second one we built. And we worked so hard on that house. We did all the contracting ourselves. I mean, we wired it, we painted it. Betty's dad.
Me and you put your temporary pole up.
You did. That's right. Greg helped me. Betty's dad helped me with the plumbing. I mean, it was one of those things we didn't have a lot of money to build a house, so it was all hands on deck. And you can, legally you could build your own. I just couldn't do it for somebody else. So we, it was difficult. Betty and I pulled wires. I mean, I had her up in the attic, and I'm down in the basement, and we're, before we had all the walls and floors up, and we're pulling wire. We worked so hard on that house. We would give out every day. We literally for dinner would turn over a bucket, sit on the bucket, and somebody would go to the Rocket Drive-In and get a hamburger. I mean, that's what our day after we'd done the show. So we worked very hard on it.
Sleepy.
And toward the end of it, we just almost gave out. I mean, we were just.
You can see the finish line.
We had to hire in some help to help finish the painting. We were just absolutely give out. Matter of fact, we called Donnie, your friend you went to high school with, Goat Man, and. We finally got it done, and we moved it, and we're so proud of it. It was like, it turned out so nice, and we were enjoying it. And Betty ran into the brick wall going into the garage. It was a two-car
vehicle.
It was a two-car garage, and there was a brick wall in it, and she hit the wall and knocked some bricks out right after we moved in.
She lost it in the camera. I mean, in the mirror. We didn't have the camera.
Well, she was pulling in.
Oh, pulling in.
And it was probably the low point for me and our marriage because I pitched a little fit. Okay, I pitched a little Greg fit out in the yard.
Yeah.
We actually had company coming over to go out to eat, and I didn't even go out to eat.
Okay.
I stayed in the yard. I was so mad.
We'll have to pick up on this when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he rocks the youngster.
And look, his team loves it.
Wow. Knocked him out.
That's one way to get rid of the better player.
Significantly in the process. He hit him with 3 right jabs right to the
Look,
face.
that guy has no idea where he is.
He's a teenager, probably his only fight of his NHL career. And Alex Ovechkin had enough of him down in their zone. And this will be coincidental.
So I'm one of these phenoms, and I got on the ice, and I'm
teenager.
Still. I'm a teenager, and I'm going to fight a grown man. No.
And he rocks the youngster Svechnikov.
Wow.
How about don't get in a fight with a grown man?
So I really don't know hockey rules. So it looks like the referee's escorting him to the penalty box.
Correct. Yeah.
So it is a penalty for fighting.
It is.
But they just
they're
going to
let you fight.
Yeah.
But they just let you fight. Greg and I were watching.
Well, it's too hard to get in there when you're on skates.
I know.
Greg and I were at a lunch. Was Monday? That is the example of what Dad taught us. Sometimes you hadn't lived long enough to whip an older man.
Yeah.
Because that man's got old man strength coming with those punches. And the youngster doesn't know about that kind of strength. Old man hit you, it's like somebody's hit you with a piece of cement.
Yeah. That's a classic rookie mistake.
Because he's punching with life in that fist.
This is right up your alley because I know we don't watch hockey, but there is a Netflix documentary called Ice Guardians, and it's all about the guys that fight.
The goons.
They actually recruit guys that know what they're doing as it relates to fighting and getting in there and mixing it up. Ice Guardians. It's excellent.
That's Netflix.
Yes.
Okay.
I am in.
in.
I mean,
it's good.
Yeah. Another drinking story.
Country music singer.
You didn't expect your teacher to be drunk. To be addressed. If this is not the wake-up call. By the way, we're about to see the power of tenure here.
Yeah,
I mean this is
going to test it.
This is going to be a tenure buster because this one is bad news. I know we have what Speedy's described as a slot package on it.
Yeah. I mean, it just gives you
a
a
new category.
Now it is a substitute teacher. Just so you know,
you got to watch him. You got to watch him substitute.
I know. So we'll see how this goes. This is courtesy of WKYT, and he kind of lets us know what's going on. Take a listen.
Brooke West's arrest citation says she admitted to drinking 4 shots of vodka around 11 a.m. By 3:20, she would be under arrest. A woman whose daughter goes to Royal Spring Middle School says girls in the class could tell something was wrong as soon as they walked in.
From what I understand, when the girls got to class, the teacher was behind the desk, and she looked up at one of the girls and told her to shut up.
And the troubles would continue.
And said some expletives. and then laid her head on the desk, and the next thing they know, she's asleep.
It was that behavior that led a student to talk to the school resource officer, Scott County Sheriff's deputy. He said Wes smelled of alcohol and was unsteady on her feet. Her arrest citation said a breathalyzer registered a blood alcohol level of .317, more than 3 times the legal limit.
My God.
In a letter to WKYT, Scott County Schools said that substitute was filling in a half day in the afternoon. They also said she is no longer employed with the school system in any capacity.
I bet. So they called her in for a half a day. She got her a few shots at about 11 o'clock. Hey,
we've all heard.
She had to get ready for the job.
Look, we've all heard the saying, "Hey, that makes you or drive you to drinking."
Yeah.
Right.
This was in Georgetown, Kentucky.
Yeah. If I get stoned, I'm just a carrying on and on.
A family.
All right, so she looks up, tells them to shut up. Yeah. They walk in. She shut up. And then and then she cussed the middle schoolers and then passed out on
Passed
the bed.
out after shut up, cuss out.
Shut up, you little.
Well, she doesn't look that big. I mean, you can't handle a lot of alcohol.
Yeah, what'd you say? Like 4 shots?
Guys, three times the legal limit. And I'm rolling in. I'm rolling in there to pick up the half day.
I'll tell you too.
Turn that one down.
This area, there's a lot of moonshining goes
That's
on.
true.
There,
Oh,
so,
boy.
you know that's
Watch it.
Well, she tried to go vodka too. I can't believe they smelled it on her.
I know.
She must have. She'd been drinking something else.
You may have chased
And I think the 4 shots, there's got to be a little more involved here.
Oh,
35 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being part of it here. You know, we only ask for 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much. Rick is out taking a personal day to handle some business, and it is Bubba Rama all day today. Thank you for being a part of it. Speedy was enjoying the story of me when it was one of the low points in our marriage, and I took it a little bit far. And,
Got a little mad.
But I was stressed to the end trying to get the house done.
This is your first house you built.
Yeah.
And when you got money.
And what I thought was going to be the only one, quite frankly. And
Well, you missed that by a long shot. Didn't you?
Yeah. And I admitted, and I'd apologize later. I didn't handle it well.
Well, sometimes we go too far.
I went over the edge, and and it was I had to join the dinner party later because I was so mad walking around in the yard.
I can't believe you let the dinner
off.
party go without you.
So you say
I needed time.
She hit the house.
Yep.
And it knocked some bricks off.
Cracked it, and some stuff. I don't remember the details.
And you showed yourself.
I did.
And you were telling that story because the original question was, how did Betty react to you putting the wrong fuel in your
Now,
your
keep
tank?
in mind, this was I can't give you the exact year, but it had to be pre-2000, probably about 97 that happened.
Okay.
Well, the minute this happened, Betty brought that back up.
Of course.
And,
Wait a minute.
and I said...
You read so long.
I know. I said...
I never forget, Greg.
I said, Betty, I think really far as you bringing something back up, we ought to cut that off at maybe 2010. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's plenty.
Yeah,
You know, that's plenty.
There's a lot happened since then. Right?
Yeah. So I heard about it, and she said, "Oh, if I'd have done that, oh my gosh, it'd been the end of the world." I said, "Well, this is pretty much the end of the world." I said, "I have admitted it to 1 million people. How many people do you think I'm getting cat calls from as I walk around? And it ain't because of my fine booty."
Yeah, well, that may be, but
you know,
you're
hey, Dandy.
You're punishing Bubba.
Yeah.
I
am, and I want to be punished.
Right.
I'm because that's the way you keep yourself from doing idiotic things again. Because trust me, I have not filled up again since then. But I will be paying special attention to that. And I've told my family, I said, look, because my daughter's done this, they'll run the tires till the metal's sticking out.
Yeah, I love that story.
And I'm like,
Caitlin doing that.
I'm like, guys, here's the thing. Look, when you fill up with gas, get out and walk around your car. Just make sure your tail lights are not busted out. The tires have tread on it. You know, just some minor things to be sure everything's good while you're letting the thing fill up. And of course, you know, Betty reminded me it's better if you use the right fuel to begin with.
Maybe you put that as check one.
Yeah,
that's your first one before you look at the tires and the taillights.
You know, we don't have a checklist for going to fill up with gas.
We don't.
And if you ever fly on a plane, I don't know if you watch the pilots. They've done it 1,000 times. They have a checklist. They go by every single time.
He'll go check.
And gosh,
flight.
Wouldn't we be better off if we all did that every single time? Because we ain't got time to do it.
No.
And I'm too busy watching the TV at the gas station.
I know. That's when they messed up. They put gas station TV there.
I know.
It distracts you.
You get to watching that and trying to see what. Oh yeah,
show sports play or something.
So anyway, I pulled a boneheaded move. I've admitted it. I'm going to pay dearly for it, and we're trying to move on from there.
You know, Bubba, I
think I'm just going to start walking to work.
You can do it.
I'd love
no,
for
it's not that far.
Going home would be tough.
Yeah,
boy, would it?
I shared this with some of y'all yesterday in here. Didn't say it on air, but I learned a very difficult lesson early on in my marriage as well when it comes to things like this. We had just got a house. I mean, we had been married 3 years, and that was our first house. And Amanda backed out of the garage and ripped a mirror off the garage, off the car, and messed up the side of the garage. And I pitched a fit. I ate her up about it. I was so immature, such a jerk. I mean, just 2 days later, I did the same thing. And I vowed to that point, never say a word about anything.
And you knew when it happened.
Oh, I wanted to make up a story. Mm-hmm. I wanted to tell her I'd had a wreck. It wasn't 48 hours, guys, and I ripped the mirror off of my car. Golly.
Now, Lisa crashed into one of my Hendrick trucks, by the way. It's really good when people crash stuff that's really not yours.
Yeah, that's even better.
But she blamed me because I parked where I normally didn't park. So I guess you just don't look in the mirror. Seriously, well, why were you parked there? You never parked there. I said, well, did you don't look in the mirror when you back out? Evidently not.
Yeah, Terry's backed into one of our vehicles before. I'm talking about T-boned it right between the doors. And it's just
couldn't see a car back there.
Well, it's just when it comes to accidents and mistakes, it's tough to raise Cain because you're, to Helmsy's point.
Yeah. Well, look, these cars.
You're one incident from it being
away.
You.
Yeah, that's true.
These cars have come so far, though, now. You got backup cameras. You got cameras with overhead view.
We got beeping
you got
and
1,000 sensors. They beat, they different tone depending on what side of the car. And it'll even break the car for you now if you're such an idiot.
Or make you stay in the lane.
Yeah.
Our garage at our house has like a pole kind of close to where the car is, and it's a smaller garage, but so it's tight. So I wrapped that pole in kind of like a pool noodle foam.
Oh yeah,
but that was just for in case. Mm-hmm. And I kept going downstairs in the garage and seeing the bumper pushing against the pad. I'm like, baby, that's for like an emergency. That's not your backstop when you're coming into the house. Please stop running into our house with your car.
Yeah. It's not the hanging tennis ball to know when
I have those.
Which is a good invention.
I used to make fun of them. I know it looks like you're 80 years old to have one.
Oh, I got it.
If you have a tight driveway or garage or whatever, and you literally are pulling 6 inches here or there makes a big difference. It helps to have that same spot every time.
Yes,
I'm not even looking over there, and I feel the heat coming on.
How quick do you think he looked right at me?
Yeah,
I know.
Come on, we got to get through this hour.
Well, the hanging tennis ball. Yeah. But you got to do what you got to do. To make sure you don't hit. They quit looking at me, Greg. Quit stopping.
10 more, guys.
Yeah, I know. So there's your truck update. Betty's raising on Bubba, so we have that.
Yeah.
We have the mechanics. They're looking at it at Hendrick, and they're going to update him. They know that.
And I had a recall that needed to be done anyway on the pump that's actually on the engine. So.
See, that's why you did this. That's good.
Well, he said they're gonna get it back up and make sure there's no shards and things in the line.
I don't like the word shard.
I don't either.
Before they put the new pump on it, because you don't want to put it on there and then run metal into it. So.
Who wants that? Now, what about the kids? The kids, I would love to know what Hunter said.
Hunter was just kind of laughing, taking it all in.
Okay.
Because, he is in a position like I am that if Betty is getting on him, I stay out of it because I don't want it to turn. I don't want the fire to turn on me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he was just soaking it up, thinking it's all funny, but doing it in a very reserved way so that he didn't draw fire.
Yeah, from a distance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another question I get asked sometimes on the rough patch stories and the lake house and the tornado.
He did say
and all
one
this.
time, Mom, wasn't that before I was born? When I was talking about her hitting the garage.
Oh, wow. That's true.
The contractor that got
25.
bit by the snake from the tree falling, and he was there.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's okay. I get asked that some. Hey, well, how's the contractor?
He
I hadn't
lost his
heard.
leg.
Yeah.
Is all good there?
You know, contractors out there working.
Okay.
So we're trying to plow through it. This is a big week. We're supposed to have windows coming in.
Come on.
And, you know, the windows are holding up the outside part. And, you know,
Takes
we've
a lot-
been,
takes
we've
a
been
minute to
working
get
on
windows.
electrical. That's been going on now for a week or so. And got plumbing. And then we'll insulate the walls. And hopefully all that's going on. We still got a roof for the garage. So,
Good night.
you know, the next, I will say this, the next 2 weeks are extremely important to staying
Crucial.
on schedule. And we were discussing that a little bit yesterday.
Do you have a time frame?
Yeah, I was
like
gonna say
a deadline. That, I know that we'll never meet it either way, one way or another.
Right.
It'll be
well.
you know.
We were initially just saying Memorial Day weekend next year, but we've kind of had to move that up to March due to some other circumstances going on, and so you know we need to be in there by March.
Okay.
And it'll be a year. So
wow.
That's hopefully we can have it to the point we can move in and spend our spring break week that we're off. You know, trying to get all that tucked.
I always
in
feel
and
like
ready to go.
one milestone is just closing it up to where
Yeah.
outside elements aren't affecting you anymore.
Yeah, well,
That's a big step.
It's a big day.
That's a big step.
It's technically dried in now, but we don't have the new outside siding on yet and all that. You got to put the windows in first to make it all work. So we're working on it.
Where's
Slowly
your rough
but
patch
surely.
update?
Yeah, the rough patch. Hey, we're right in the middle of it. You know,
Going through a
and whatever you do, don't think it can't get any worse because
No.
there's always something else out there.
Ask Aaron, ask Aaron Rodgers.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No doubt about it.
Shut up, you brat.
Everybody shut up! You little! I'm sleeping.
Hey, Miss So-and-so,
Shut up, you little!
Set the blank down.
Sit your down! Shut up! You little...
So,
I wonder what class she was teaching.
you know, we would have said, this is awesome.
Yeah.
This is
Don't tell on her.
Get your phone out.
She's asleep.
I tell you
Yeah,
what,
they would be somebody wanting to go to the office. We'd be like, no, don't say anything.
Let her sleep.
Poindexter in the back with straight A's would have said, we need to go tell someone. We'd been like, shut up. Sit down.
Before she hears
She never even told us a lesson. She's out. Someone gets shaving cream, and I mean now.
What if you're the principal and they come in there and go, hey, we got a situation. And you got to go deal with that.
Now picture that you're in there going, hey, we got a situation with the substitutes. What's happening? Are the kids trying to overrun her? Well, no. She's passed out drunk with her head on the desk after she's cussed the middle schoolers.
Shut up!
Yeah,
Teaching while intoxicated.
that is a funny point that they said they smelt alcohol, but if it was what they said, it shouldn't smell, right?
Well,
Vodka?
That's the urban legend.
the urban
If you
legend.
drink the vodka,
I mean,
they
I don't
smell it
know,
on you.
Greg. What about it?
That's out of my league, buddy. I don't know about
Anonymous caller. Anonymous, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a middle school teacher too, and I'm not telling what this lady did. But the way some of these kids act, I can understand a teacher wanting to take a drink in the middle of
Yeah,
it.
middle schoolers. Modern day middle schoolers make you drink.
Oh yeah.
Well,
They really do.
yeah, but I think she probably has a bigger problem. I mean, we're at point 3, guys.
Oh yeah.
She wasn't just knocking the edge off.
Shut up, you
I'm gonna knock the edge off report with them brats.
Let's go to Angie in Alabama. Angie, thank you for calling Rick and Bubba. All right, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey.
Well, when I was in junior high, we had a teacher that taught math, and I guess he taught 7th, 8th, 9th graders. And he had a flask in his desk, and it was not uncommon for him to be a little loopy when we had him.
Yep.
And there's one day, he had the old rolling chair that was like on a pedestal, and he had leaned back against the chalkboard and propped his feet up, and of course it flipped over with him. He got up on his all fours, hands and knees, looking in the floor, and he was like, Did y'all see that little bug right there? It just flipped me over.
But see, in all fairness,
we had a coach. He'd lick, and then he'd try to cover it up with peppermint.
Right,
The peppermint was so strong, you know.
Guys, I'd hate for y'all to get through a day of school before you get you a bump.
But let me say this though. But see, this is how when America was great. Even the teachers that drank could handle their liquor.
Yeah, they can. Nobody knew it.
They still got through the day.
Yeah.
They still functioned somewhat normally.
Somewhat.
You got a little peppermint smell and a chair falling every now and then, but they got the lessons down.
But everybody went, as long as they get it done, we're not worried about it.
Yeah. Jessica, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hey, my husband is a high school teacher, and he had a sub for his class one time that kept leaving the classroom to go outside and smoke.
Yeah. Well, there's no smoking inside.
In the old days, you could just smoke in the class.
That's right. If you're a modern day smoker, you're going outside. Or if you're next door to us, you smoke right outside here and throw your butts everywhere.
Yeah.
Do what?
And then she stole a bunch of stuff out of the classroom as well, like an old 1970s projector, just random stuff. She had some serious problems.
Nice. We got a klepto. I'll tell you, look, when you get to go in that sub world,
you never know.
Well, because you're calling people to come in, they might have had something else going there. Yeah. Well, there's certain things about America that are embarrassing. I mean, we've got substitute teachers that can't handle their liquor anymore. And now we have a generation of children that I mean, even their mischief isn't worth a crap. I mean, they can't even be mischievous in a clever way.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever happened to the janitors on the roof, take his ladder and hide it? Yeah. I mean, those are classics. And now we're down to eating Tide Pods or eating wrappers and peels and what do we? And I say peels,
Banana peels.
P-E-E-L-S.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, we finally had to tell this generation, don't eat detergent pods.
Yes.
They didn't know that. We had to tell them.
There's another trend.
We had to do a public service campaign to tell stupid young people today to stop eating detergent pods. They couldn't go, I don't know about this. And so now it's like they must eat something. And now
Sorry, Bubba. I just thought I'd throw that at you.
Just for you, I'm not going to say nothing. 50 minutes after the hour, you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, who's sponsoring this hour?
We got simplysafebubba.com. Do you love having your name put on?
I do, and it helps to separate it from the crowd a little bit, and we can get good feedback for the advertiser. But I have so many people that love this system because it is so easy to use.
Right, I have it at the house, and it is really nice. 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business at simplysafebubba.com. Look, with the kids back in school, you at the ballpark, maybe you're trying to get ready for hunting season. That means that your home is nobody's there. So you want it protected, and simplysafebubba.com is working to keep you safe. They have their 24/7 live guard protection. It's to help stop crime in real time. And this means that if an intruder breaks into your home or even your small business, their professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them with their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself. It's so simple too. It takes about 30 minutes. It's really something that might be intimidating, but then you hook it up and you start setting it up and you realize how easy it really is. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your new system with you sign up for your Fast Protect monitoring. That's a huge offer and only available for a limited time. So visit simplysafebubba.com for that 20% off your new system when you sign up for their Fast Protect monitoring, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor button. And Bubba, I think if I'm right, we have this global warming.
That is correct. We do.
Oh, good night. Tell me about some inconsistencies.
Courtesy of the Tramp.
That's right.
And I'm not talking about the scientists.
Did they have
the band singing?
Did they have any other hits? I don't remember.
Nothing like this one. I don't think. They
This
performed
one
in Jacksonville, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
At Poor Richard. When I was a kid. Yep.
This story
I was
here.
too young to go in, but I stood up on the hill and listened to him. Yeah.
This story here that you have, Bubba, this is why you can't believe nothing you hear just about it.
Burn, baby, burn.
baby, burn.
There he is.
Burn, baby, burn.
All right, Bubs, what you got?
All right, so we're talking about you can't trust what you hear and see anymore.
You really can't.
And we finally have someone who's kind of pulled the cover back on this. Climate scientists must now fit into a pre-approved narrative to receive publication by notable scientific journals, according to Dr. Patrick T. Brown. Now, it's important to get published if you're a research scientist. That's how you keep funding. That's how you get credibility. Following the publication of his paper studying the impact of climate change on wildfires in nature, the climate scientist said he left out the full results of his study to ensure its place in the prestigious journal. Okay, you're hearing that? This is the guy that wrote it. He's saying he left out part of the story.
So it would get published.
The paper I just published, called Climate Warming Increases Extreme Daily Wildfire Growth in California, focuses exclusively on how climate change has affected extreme wildfire behavior. I knew not to try to quantify key aspects other than climate change in my research because it would dilute the story that the prestigious journal like Nature and its rival Science want to tell, Brown wrote in the Free Press, a new media company founded by former New York Times op-ed staff editor Barbie Weiss. He continued, this matters because it's critically important to scientists to be published in high-profile journals. In many ways, they are the gatekeepers for career success in academia. So here you got the guy that he's admitting that he did. Now he's standing by his research, but he's saying, I didn't tell you the other side of the story.
There are parts I left out.
So he has to write science. See, and this is what drives me crazy. I love science growing up. It was the only topic I really did any good in school. I know that's shocking for everybody. That it was pure. It was based on facts.
Yeah.
It was based on results for the
no
scientific
preconceived
method.
notions going in.
None.
If you can't prove it, it wasn't so. That's how you go about it. And here we have right here. This is a guy, and he's very well respected. He's talking about the two primary magazine publications that they try to get published in that are career forming for him and other scientists. Okay. And he said, unless I put it in a narrative that I knew they wanted to hear, it wouldn't get published. That ain't science.
No, it's not.
That ain't science.
Nope.
No,
That's
when they
a play.
give you limitations
He's a
on
playwright
what
at
you
that
can
point.
and can't report, then all we're doing is steering you towards our ideology, so it'll fit and it'll back up.
And these
everything
clowns
we
are the
say.
same people that are writing the stories you hear on the network news every night. And it's being echoed. One of them will say it, and then six of them repeat almost verbatim the same thing.
It is kind of creepy when somebody rolls footage of all the media outlets saying the same phrase in their newscast.
And, freedom of the press is critical for a democracy. You got to have that. We've been quoted that since January the 6th 12,000 times, but we're not doing it. We're doing right opposite when it comes to climate change. Is it real? Does it need to be studied? I ain't got a problem with that. Is it conclusive like President Biden tells us it is? No, it is not.
And if you're leaving facts out, you're not going to get to the bottom of it.
And that's why people don't buy it. We find emails where they've tampered with data. We have this guy here. He was just published, guys, just published. And he's come out and said, I have to tell them what they want to hear or they don't put it in there.
Yeah.
So who are these people running these prestigious magazines? They're not very prestigious. They're playwrights.
Yeah.
I mean, it might as well be a soap opera. And then we're supposed to change our whole economy, the way we live, how we insulate our homes, what kind of power. We're going to stop drilling. We're going to put hundreds of thousands of people out of jobs.
Destroy
That's all in this industry, all because of something made up by a bunch of pointed head, pencil pushing academia people who want it one way when the facts don't support it. And it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's scary. To me, that's the scariest thing in our country right now. It's the way that our media is failing us. And I don't mean you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist every time a rock is turned over, but just tell us the whole story. Just tell us the facts, please.
We did a story, it was probably a year or so ago. It may have been longer than that. If you remember, it was one of the Ivy League colleges. They were doing a study on whether transgender people were either influenced by others. They were doing the study, and when it started showing that a large number were, they shut it down. Yeah, so we're not getting the results that we want, so we're just
gonna
do
stop
away
it.
with it.
Yeah.
They shut it down before they ever finished it because the facts we're showing is going against their narrative.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look, this little trip Biden's been on, he was quoted as saying that climate change is the biggest threat to to the world, even more so than nuclear war.
Yeah. Well, he also.
Well, I don't think we're at that level.
No, that's what makes it so bizarre.
Yeah, if you've seen what some of the nuclear weapons are capable of, I would have
Pretty
to
big
say
deal.
that
Yeah,
would be. I'm more worried about that than a degree change, even if it is warming up.
Kim Jong-un with a nuclear weapon, I'm way more concerned
Who just
about
landed
that
in Russia?
Yeah,
than I am if you're driving a gas burner or not.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
It really is. But
Look,
but stories like this really do they affect. I know our audience because they're like, well, we don't believe anything we read or hear now.
And then if maybe they have something that's correct, you still don't believe it.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, do we need to quote the little boy who cried wolf?
No, it's a simple story.
How do you trust anything they say? That's why. Listen, hey, medical community, scientific community. This is why we don't trust you when you say you have to be vaccinated.
Yeah.
This is why we don't trust you when you say, oh, we got a new vaccine out now.
Mhm.
We've updated.
Yeah.
You're going to really like this one.
Yeah.
That's why we don't trust you, because you wasn't honest about the last one. You didn't tell us, hey, a bunch of people had heart trouble from this. We had blood clots because of this, and it was a lot higher number than we thought. Just be honest with us.
Yeah.
We can deal with it.
That's right.
Come on. We got to have science, Pierre. Good night. If we ain't got that, we ain't got nothing. You
That's
know?
it.
How we going to carry on?
Yep.
Top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, it's about, they're calling it
What is it?
shells.
Yeah, the shell challenge.
Shell challenge. So if there's a shell or a peeling off of some food item, but they say this includes wrappers.
Or a wrapper.
Oh, yeah.
Wrappers.
Candy,
Box.
gum,
They'll eat a
wrappers.
box.
Yeah.
Sure.
Cardboard box.
Here's a box.
Well, I tell you, look, Rick, I don't know. This millennial crowd, I tell you, they're on top of it.
Good night. This may be getting down to the next bunch. The Z's, is that who's next?
I was going to say the millennials are looking at this saying, what is wrong with y'all?
So what's the next
Think
group?
about that.
What's
Who
the
is
next
the
group?
next group? Is it called the Z?
Z, what's the one after millennial?
what is it?
Is it Z? I don't know what it is. I mean, Z's also.
One simple Google.
Yeah, one simple.
You got
Take
that.
a-
I got
All
the,
that confuses me.
the Snapchat stories of kids doing this is just.
Let me tell you something I learned.
Everybody's want to be looked at.
Let me tell you something I learned. I want y'all to understand this, and I want you to pay attention because this is important. And this was something we were talking about all these nations now, of course, that no longer, the church is completely gone from certain nations. You know, we saw a cathedral burn in one of those nations yesterday. But they say it happens in a generation. You think it's going to be this long period of time for something like that to happen? They said if you screw up one generation of people, that generation will radically change everything in one generation, and it is Generation Z.
Z.
Okay, so that.
Oh, I got a question. What's going to come after that? If you've gone to Z already, where do you go from there?
Who knows? I don't even know why we're calling them Z. I thought Z was also the new symbol for no gender.
I don't know.
Zer.
Something like that.
I'm confused.
Well, you heard Babylon Base saying that Michael Scott has agreed to say that's what Z said.
Yeah.
To become more politically correct.
That's funny.
That's real funny. Sad, but it's funny. So again, can Generation Z? They can't even get mischief right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to do something that is like you did when you were kids, and let's be mischievous. This is not even creative. This isn't even any good.
Rick, when I was
I'm going to
mischievous,
eat wrappers. I'm going to eat nut shells, and I'm gonna eat banana peelings. I mean, this is.
You know, when I was being mischievous, I built lunar modules and wrapped it with aluminum foil meant for Thanksgiving.
Right.
I mean, we were trying to land a man on the moon. This is crazy stuff.
We went to the school marquee and stole letters off other signs and put controversial messages on our.
Instead of live music, you made it evil music, and then you laughed at it.
And then we hid and watched our principal arrive at school early, get a ladder, climb up there, and start trying to pull them off. What's better than that?
That's good stuff.
How can you have that opportunity to say, I think I'd rather eat the wrapper off a piece of gum? That's not even a good one.
Let everybody watch.
Yeah. Hey, what'd you do when you were a kid? Man, we were nuts. We were crazy. What'd y'all do? We'd eat boxes. And peelings. We had banana peelings.
We ate detergent.
Good night.
All right.
Whatever happened to, going out in the woods and smoking a cigarette?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just telling you. I mean,
I know.
You
it is what it is.
You got Pawpaw's chewing tobacco, and you snuck
Sure.
out in the woods, and you chewed it, and everybody got sick.
Yeah, it turned out bad.
Right.
Yeah,
stole,
real bad.
Go steal a watermelon. Do something that's at least creative.
You poured Pawpaw's whiskey out in the chicken drinking bowl.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Something good.
Do something. My goodness. I mean, this is not even. This is. You put firecrackers in some ant beds. I mean, do something.
Throw smoke bombs and burn the woods down.
Right. Sneak over to.
I think that's a little much.
Yeah, kids don't try that.
Right. Hey, Greg, go 3 houses down where people love birds and get your BB gun and set up and have a day.
Yes.
I did that.
Yes.
Yeah, I did too.
Really got it. Really upset that guy. But I thought, is that any different sitting over at Greenfield? We had BB guns, and we would shoot birds with the BB guns to learn how to shoot.
Feeder, Rick?
And then I said, well, my gosh, this guy down the street's got feeders. The birds are everywhere.
There's more birds there.
Yeah.
Well, it was his yard, though. It's kind of the problem.
Yeah, he was correct. I think he was correct.
Gosh, Bubba, you must have been there. That's exactly what he said.
You just quoted him word for word.
You and Mr. Bailey must have. How did you know? You were in Jacksonville.
My yard, son.
But I mean,
I probably heard that too every now and then.
and look, and when you're mischievous, you get in trouble for it, and you learn.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is not even good mischief. You know, hey, you won't believe what happened. Well, I had to get on my kids. What happened, man? Oh, what were they doing? They go down and roll somebody's yard? No. What did they do? Did they skip school? Mm-mm. You ain't gonna believe it. What'd they do? They was eating banana peelings and wrappers off candy.
And detergent pods.
I mean,
just got them off the
You
Tide
can't even
Pods.
get parents to chime in on that.
They go,
Well, let me tell you what I did. What did you say? Yeah, I mean, hey, how about this, kids? Be mischievous. Don't be weird.
yeah.
I mean, y'all just being y'all a bunch of weirdos. You ever
Not
been
very
around kids
creative.
today? You ever been around kids today? There's some weird kids.
I know. They won't look up.
I mean, weird.
No, you're right.
Well, you can't see them.
Yeah. Hey, I got news for you. The percentage of weird kids right now is through the roof.
It's high.
I mean, they a bunch of weird
Talking about
kids.
Generation Weird.
They're weird.
Let's say
It goes back to what my son said. He said he thinks they're guinea pigs. We'll correct things when their generation comes through. And so, hey, the smartphone stuff, some of that we let too much of that go on. We had too much of this. He said we're doing things that are unprecedented, and y'all just letting us have it. And then y'all look at us and see the damage reports, and then you'll come back and adjust. We'll be the guinea pig generation.
You know, there was a time where everybody thought smoking was okay. And we're in that moment where we think all this staring at the device all day is okay.
You got a bunch of crazy kids.
Hmm.
You know what crazy kids become, don't you?
crazy adults.
Yep. Thank you. You know what crazy adults do? Cause a lot of problems.
A lot of problems.
They have even crazier kids.
I know. We better stop the crazy, because if we go another level crazy, one more crazy generation, we got to. How about this? Everybody today, if you see, and this is one way, let's just go old school. And I know a lot of us are going to go to jail today, and I got it.
Sure.
But it'll be worth it. We'll be martyrs for our society.
Take one for the team.
6 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank all of you for joining us. We appreciate it. Without you, well, I don't know what we'd be doing. We don't have a lot of skill outside of this, and that is somewhat debatable. Rick is out today, personal day, taking care of some things. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow. Somebody will be here, hopefully, Lord willing.
We got Buffalo Wild Wings coming tomorrow, too. We got a charity charge to celebrate, and tease another one.
Well, I'll be here, Lord willing.
Tearing up some boneless
my
wings.
favorite day of the week.
It is. What Tim always thinks of you, Bubba.
Yeah.
Brings a little extra for you. Last time it was a grilled chicken salad.
Yeah, it was good, too.
Yeah.
I'll take another one, Tim. if you're
Don't
listening.
bother. Tim, don't bother with
So, still a lot to cover. We got sidetracked on a few issues. Addie, I understand you had a big party this weekend.
Labor Day.
Labor Day
But I
weekend.
finally got permission to play the video from it.
Oh, I cannot wait to see
yeah,
this.
so had a bunch
look
of
at here.
had a
Wow,
bunch
we
of
had a
people
gang.
over. Yeah, just had a whole gang. It was like I had a daycare at my
Is
house.
that you
or
and the
something.
American flag?
No, I'm actually setting up the camera here, so you can see I got a baby pool out on the deck, which we
Yeah.
talked about.
It's a nice one.
By the way, that's a beautiful backyard.
Hey, thank you so
And
much.
that deck,
We
how about
love
that
it.
thing?
We love it. We love it.
That deck was a lot of work, wasn't it, buddy?
Oh my goodness, it was. A
I
tough 2
delivered the
weeks.
wood to him.
You did, Craig. That's right. I forgot about that.
You
You
did.
got to check it out.
I did.
So, for people that are watching the show,
Thank you, Bubba.
For people, he's going to take that line and put it in back now.
That's good. That's good. For people that are watching online, I'm going to keep this video small because there's kids in it, and I don't want to show people's children.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you'll still get the
mixture
idea
of family and friends in this.
Yes, mixture of family and friends.
All right, who do you like the best out of the adults?
Definitely my wife.
Okay, well, that's a good choice.
So you can see me.
There's your brother.
I'm coming in. We're gonna take a picture. But what I like to do sometimes is record a video.
You're
first.
barefooted. He's barefooted.
Let's record a video first. So Cheese, we do the picture, right? Y'all, I'm about to surprise everybody with something. I'm gonna do something super cool.
Would you break wind?
No. Here we go.
No,
Watch me.
Real
quick. Let me
Oh, one of the kids came in.
Please look at Aaron.
Look at your brother.
Please look at Aaron's face.
Got it done, boys. Surprised everybody.
Look,
I jumped into the pool.
Aaron looked around
I'm crazy.
in total disgust.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Guys,
Your brother didn't know what to do either.
Oh, man.
Don't forget he did a handstand and fell backwards into the fountain at our old studio.
I do remember that. Yeah, that was a challenge.
He loves
That
water.
one.
Remember, he had to tell people he loves water.
Yes, that was a challenge.
I love water.
It was a challenge.
Admiral, I want to ask you something. There's not a lot of water in that pool, and you dove in. Did you hit the bottom a little harder than you wanted
Well,
to?
if you see underneath here, I've got black mat right here. That's actually some extra jiu-jitsu mats. So
Smart.
I laid those down underneath the pool because I'm old and I knew I was going to get in, and my knees, I didn't want that right on the deck wood.
Pre-planned.
So I put, yes, and that was just for the kids to be able to have more fun in there too.
How many couples you got here, and how many kids?
2, 4, 6, 8. It was about over 10 kids and 5 couples.
And no one knew this but you.
Nobody knew.
At first glance, I thought Pastor George was your brother, by the way.
Oh, by the way, they look very similar.
I really did. When I looked up, I thought, what's Pastor George doing?
They look very similar.
All right, so can I now see? Good, you're playing it again.
Please
good.
watch
Now,
Aaron.
I want to
Don't take your eyes off Aaron.
Please look at her, y'all.
The kids loved it. I jumped into the kiddie pool. I had my shirt on still, so it added to it.
Guys, y'all.
Aaron's very.
Is
that's my
awesome.
husband. He's so stupid. That's the face that she wore.
And I could tell the other guys were going, now, should I do that?
They thought about it.
They did.
They were jealous of how cool I was.
You did a Superman dive into the water.
And y'all, Bubba, you mentioned it. The water. There wasn't much water in this baby pool.
I mean, it couldn't be a lot.
And there was also like a child's like sand bucket. And I landed on my forearm, so my arm started bleeding a little bit afterwards. That hurt.
Was there blood in the water?
There was. I mean, not that much.
Adler, you should have come up bleeding, screaming, "A shark got me!" and watch everybody get out.
Yeah.
But it was great, and I had a great time.
There's a little bit of deck envy on there.
Funny.
Oh, it was.
He's got quite the
It's
deck.
a great set.
Yeah.
So, but that's all I got on that, and I know you guys wanted to talk about 9/11 conspiracies after this, so.
Well,
let's bring it on, brothers.
Come on,
let's
I'm ready.
talk about it. Let's go down the rabbit hole.
He's got the facts.
Building 7. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that cranked up yesterday.
I mean, they got a good
the video of the firemen going, saying, telling everybody there was a bomb in there, and they're leaving. Everybody was like, "Why is everybody not playing this?" And then Building 7 going down.
No,
Building 7 hurts. That
Always
hurts a
hold
lot.
Building 7.
Yeah,
I didn't know you were into 9/11 conspiracies.
Oh yeah. He is.
I remember being a kid that day watching it. This was the first time I ever watched the news by myself, by the way.
Yeah.
I was in 9th grade, and I went home. I had the house to
You that
myself.
young?
And I was in 9th grade. Yeah, man.
Adler, now that you bring it up, I was 22, and I think that was the first time I watched the news by myself.
I was just at
Boy,
home
what a way to get started.
watching the news. I'm like, all right, no Nickelodeon today. I guess I better check out this Fox News thing. And it was crazy. But I do remember, honestly, watching and them talking about Building 7, and they're like, it looks like a controlled demolition. I'm like, yeah, it really does look like it. I'm not saying that it was right now. I'm not saying that it was, but it does look like it.
It does.
Yeah.
Again, as we talked about in the break, Osama bin Laden was an engineer by trade, and he knew exactly how to bring those buildings down. And you crash those planes. They went about 3/4 of the way up by design. That's where they were targeting, because they knew if they weakened it, that the top section would become a wrecking ball and just go right down through it. So
of course, Building 7 wasn't hit by a plane, though.
No,
right. So let me ask you this, seriously, to all of you conspiracy theorists for 9/11, what
I'm pretty satisfied with the results.
Right. I'm not talking to you.
Flight 93, the scene was weird.
What were they accomplishing, or what was the goal if it was a conspiracy?
Our government did to What was it? I remember.
Well, there was the $2.6 billion that went missing the day before. Rumsfeld, or $2.6 trillion, excuse me. Remember, Rumsfeld goes on TV on September 10th, and he's like, hey, guys, the Pentagon lost $2.6 trillion. Sorry about that. And then 9/11 happens the next day. And speaking of the Pentagon, this is an official photo of the Pentagon, quote, airplane crash site, and that doesn't look like an airplane crash site to me. And
well,
I'm
Adler,
not saying our
thing.
government did it. I'm not saying our government did it. I'm not saying it was an inside job, but there's a whole lot of crazy, fishy stuff that happened that day.
Well, I think where people are misled or misinformed, you look and you think, well, I ought to be able to see this or that. If you look at the test footage that the government had done on some of the warplanes going into a bunker, they're totally dissolved. I mean, there's not a screw left that you can see sticking up. So, that building was reinforced concrete, and at the speed it hit, I think it just absolutely dissolved everything. I mean, that's what I think. I don't see any reason to fake that. I mean, I actually went to school, with somebody that was killed in the Pentagon. So
I'm not saying, I think something happened, but I don't think a plane hit the Pentagon. But
so you don't think that?
No, this is the FBI picture right here.
What about the
jets? The engines themselves are wider than that hole in the building.
I will ask this, okay? You're in D.C., and we got all this technology and cameras, and we don't.
We have one footage of a security camera at the check-in. It looked like, and you couldn't see. You can't see. All you see is the explosion.
You don't see a plane. Yeah, you don't see a plane. And maybe they have their reasons. But I'm sure they have their reasons. You could argue that it's money. You could argue that we don't want to admit that a missile hit the Pentagon. We don't want to admit that. But how is that? How is an airplane being hijacked and hitting the Pentagon better than a missile? Like it.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's better, but no one had a missile go missing. We had airplanes go missing. I mean, it's really obvious here what happened. I mean, I don't see there's any, like I say, there's no gain to make up the story. I mean, Pentagon is hit, people are killed. They had multiple targets. I don't know where 93 was headed, but it was headed to D.C., probably the capital of the White House.
This is and I'm pulling all official FBI photos. This is from the FBI, and this is a scrap from the plane that hit the Pentagon.
And the point is,
he's calling it was planted, right? That's what you're saying.
It
looks planted.
I mean, you see the American Airlines serial number on the scrap. It's just.
Well, what about the plane? Blaming it on all the people that died on it. Where are they at?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's a good question.
I don't know. I don't know.
But I mean, it's. I think I just don't see any gain to any of it. Again, the science of it is clear. A plane would disintegrate hitting something like that. It's just like when you shoot a ballistic bullet that hits a deer. The deer will fall towards you. You think it ought to fall the other way, but it's because of the force of the exit wound.
Oh, anyway, we're getting into JFK now?
We'll be right back. It's 15 minutes after the hour.
If your kid is eating a banana peel today, tear his rear end up.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I'm talking about make him not even want to look at a banana.
Call him a DA while you're at it.
Yeah. I'll give you an example.
Serious business.
Yeah, I'll give you an example.
Well, just eat the inside part.
Yeah, right.
Why do you got to eat the peel?
Yeah. And then you can actually throw the peel away. It's biodegradable. You ain't even polluting.
I said this.
It'll help a bush grow somewhere.
Right. Yeah, I said this to some of these weird kids in this generation, some of the younger kids on the team I'm coaching. And this is the way we got to look at it. And I said it to them so they would know. And so when their parents might cry or whatever, they would know. I said, when we get to practice on Tuesday, this was during the game, and they were acting fools on the sideline during the game. I said, when we get to practice on Tuesday, by the time it's over, you will literally hate my guts. I said, you will hate my guts. You'll cuss me under your breath. You'll say things about me that if I heard it, I wouldn't believe it. I said, but one day you're going to thank me. Yeah. And I said, if you don't thank me, your wife will thank me.
Yeah.
Your children will thank me because I will take something out of you on Tuesday that needs to be removed.
Yeah.
And you're going to grow up a little bit. So you're going to hate me Tuesday. I said, but I want to believe that somewhere down the road you'll look back and say, you know what, I love Coach Burgess for what he did. And we got to have that attitude. See, we don't want to be disliked in the moment for a greater good, to do the right thing. Right. And so, and that's got to change. And so today, if your kids are participating in this in any way, shape, or form, I want you to tear them up. I want you to punish them in a way that they regret the day that they ever did something this stupid. And encourage them to go do something that at least is good mischief.
Seriously, what is wrong with this? What is wrong with this generation, you guys? I mean, seriously.
All right,
What's wrong with that?
Adler biting
What
it.
is wrong with this idiot?
Adler's eating a banana through the peeling. See there?
That's awful.
Help us.
See, it
Adler.
didn't affect him any.
No.
Rick and Bubba.
More stories out there. The follow-up after the Notre Dame burning, and of course, you get all kinds. Everybody right now seems to point to they think that it was just an unfortunate problem with the attempts at restoration for the ancient cathedral.
And Rick, you have that a lot. We during the construction process of this studio, we had a problem and set some sprinklers off when they were working on it. And a lot of times this happens when you do renovations because they're using these heat guns and things, and they can get things too hot. I heard one story yesterday that said the alarm went off, and it was actually like 30 minutes before they could tell where it was. And if they could have got to it a few minutes earlier, they might have could have prevented that.
Well, you did say that. I actually had lunch. Was it yesterday? Yeah, lunch yesterday with somebody who says, this is the trend now. A lot of people really, really like to buy these older houses and then refurbish them. And he says the problem is a lot of them burn.
Yeah.
Because the equipment that they're now using with the way these houses were built and some of the wood and all that it can be a tinderbox.
And that wood was real old.
Yeah, and they're saying it's happening in some of the older communities where we live, that the older communities are having this happen a lot because people are buying these old houses, but then they kind of want to fix them up.
Have you ever felt the end of a board after you cut it with a saw or a sawzall? Man, that thing's hot. I mean, warm.
Now there
Smell it.
There are some people that are saying, well, not so fast. It certainly could be the renovation, and if that's what it is, the conclusion, that's fine. But there's others that say you need to take a deeper look into this because of the, and if you go to this, if you know that Paris, and I've talked to people that have been there to a lesser degree in London, that there has been a huge influx of militant Muslims, not just people that are just saying, look, I'm maybe Muslim, but I'm just here to live in peace. That some very aggressive Muslims have taken over in Paris, especially in the suburban areas, and there were people pointing to the fact that there have been a number of churches that have burned. This one, of course, it brings a lot more attention because of its history, but it says that if you look across France, there have been multiple Catholic churches that have been desecrated, and officials still haven't figured out why. Could this be more than just a renovation team that let it get away from them? Now, I certainly don't know the answer to that.
Well, I think you're always. It seems like we're always hearing about churches somewhere. I mean, we had some here close to us that were destroyed not too long ago,
and they were destroyed.
Yeah,
so some people are saying accident may not be the answer here. This could have been purposeful. Because there's a trend that's going on, and really, when you look at France, which has become almost completely secular, and put it this way, churches being burned.
– 21 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy choosing the bed music today.
Well, I know you like this song.
Oh, I do.
I wish I could
really
say it like
that.
You can do it.
Yeah, you like that?
That is
Yo,
funny.
you got to go up here. you got to climb the mountain.
They took the falsetto to a new level.
Greg loves
right here. I mean, he goes over the cliff.
Greg loves to see if he can hold out this too, right here. And take deep breath right here. You did it. Just see how red your face started getting.
I like passed out. I almost passed out.
866 We Be Big. We're going to take your phone calls right here. Let's fire those up. And while we're doing that, Speedy, this was a big story that came out yesterday. This again, we're showing that America's a blessed country in a lot of ways. A deposit of lithium has recently been discovered along the Nevada-Oregon border that may be the world's largest. Now, you know, lithium is critical in these batteries we're making.
Batteries!
And it's a limited element, so you know it's hard to you can't produce it. We got to mine it out of the ground, and it's one of the limitations with lithium batteries. But now it looks like the United States may be sitting on top of the largest deposit in the world.
Oh,
How about
yeah.
that?
Oh, yeah.
What I'm talking about.
Batteries!
This
Big deposit!
This is really very positive news if it's true. Now, what this probably means now that we have the ability to do this, and it means, you know, thousands and thousands of jobs to produce this, that the Biden administration will outlaw it for some reason.
Yeah.
Even though
probably
it's helping
right.
their cause, which I never get to.
Yeah.
All right, the phones it is, 866 We Be Big.
Well, Charles wants to talk to Adler. Let's go to Charles.
Hey, Charles.
Charles, what's going on?
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Charles Helms. I'm a retired full colonel in the United States Air Force.
Thank you, sir, for your service.
How about that? You're more than welcome. I had just gotten into a taxi at the taxi stand at the Pentagon, had just left the Pentagon on 9/11, and was up on 395 and saw the plane flew right in front of me that hit the Pentagon.
Wow.
I know the lady, a secretary, that the wheel hit the top of her car prior to impact. I got out of the taxi cab because all the traffic stopped, and ran down the hill and got into what was the Air Force Annex before they shut the gate, because I was actually going to the DISA building that day.
Tell me your name again, sir.
It's Charles Helms.
Oh, no relation to Michael Helms.
No.
No, I'm sure we're related somehow, but if you ever want to Google me, I was also in the terrorist attack in Belgium. You'll find me on the internet.
Okay, so I want to be clear, but let's just hold you for just a minute, Colonel Helms. And again, thank you for your service. I want to be totally clear. I want all the people who are conspiracy theorists to hear this clear. You were on the highway next to the Pentagon. You saw the airplane.
Yes, and I didn't know that it was going to hit the Pentagon, because at the time, airplanes used to fly so close and so low on final. This airplane had its wheels down. It flew right in front of the taxi cab that I was in.
It had its wheels down?
Do you have any pictures of it? And you saw it hit the Pentagon. You were an eyewitness to that.
I did not, and when the conspiracy theorists talk to me, and they have, I did not see it hit the Pentagon because I didn't know that that's what that plane was supposed to do. All I heard was an explosion. It coincided, within probably 3 or 4 seconds of seeing the aircraft. I was
okay.
Still
So you didn't
amazed
see the impact, but you saw it cross over the taxi cab, and then it hit right behind you.
Hurts your story.
Yeah, it hit right to the right of me, and then there was the huge explosion. And then a friend of mine who was also in the Pentagon that day, a retired Air Force lieutenant colonel, his secretary, when she left the building that day where she was parked, her car roof was caved in by the wheel prior to impact.
Let me ask you something.
The wheel of the car literally rolled across her car.
Why were the wheels
of the plane?
Yeah,
the wheel of the plane.
Yeah.
Why were the wheels down, do you think?
They didn't know what they were doing.
But they were able to.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, why were the wheels down if they were crashing the plane? And then secondly, I'm not asking that as a conspiracy theorist. I was just wondering why the wheels were down.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Somebody that knows more about flight avionics. I was a spec ops guy. I wasn't a pilot. There might be, you might have more control, more stabilization at lower levels with the wheels down. I really don't know.
How low was it when you saw it, and then 3 or 4 seconds passed, and then it hit? How low was it? Was it lower than a pine tree, or?
It seemed to me to be, that it couldn't have been more than tree height above the interstate. Because the interstate runs right next to the parking lot.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, too, it's amazing. When we were up there visiting this past year and last summer, we went to the Jefferson Memorial and was sitting outside about sundown. And the planes that come in to Reagan, at least the way they were coming in that day based on the wind, they come right down by the Jefferson. And, I mean, they are flying so slow and so low, you literally can wave at people in the window. And I was kind of like, even then, I was like, wow, this is a little eerie how low it is.
Right.
Yeah. And the unique thing about it, the Air Force Annex is no longer there. They tore it down, and that's where the Air Force Memorial is now. But, so in the span of about 10 seconds, I was in a cab going south. The plane flew in front of me, in front of other people. It hit the Pentagon. We traveled probably in that 2 or 3 seconds another 300 or 400 yards south. And then all the traffic stopped. And I'm not proud of what I'm about to tell you.
Right, can you hang on just a minute through the break, Colonel? Because I'd like to hear what you're going to say.
I'd like to see video footage.
Hang on just a minute. It's 29 minutes after the hour. We got a hard break here at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back and hear from Colonel Charles Helms.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
France would not get the outcry, say, churches being burned in the Bible Belt here in our country, the kind of attention. Now, this one's going to get a lot of attention because it's a 12th century cathedral that has a lot of history tied to it and is well known. But if maybe a church in just a parish burned down, you wouldn't see the outcry, say, in France that you would see here because it wouldn't affect that many people.
This is not a Rick and Bubba theory or a Rick theory, but it has been in the news, and there have been people bringing this up. I don't know. You can always look into that. There are some disturbing numbers and trends, but I think this one, at least right now, without further information, I think you're going to have to go, hey, this was construction crew. I mean, they had a lot going on, and it's just hard to do,
Well, that is 100% true, and that is likely it. But I did talk to someone yesterday that is Catholic, and they said the thing that they were kind of tilting their head about, and I have seen this even when I went to Italy, a few weeks ago, that, it's almost like how when you look at something that's kosher, there's literally a place where food's being prepared and rabbis have to bless it.
Right.
That when you go to work at Notre Dame, everything you do, there are priests around that are almost trying to approve the driving of every nail. Blessing it, trying to, sanctify it and all that because they consider it to be more than just a building.
Right.
And that it seems surprising that something could be done like this if it wasn't purposeful, because there would have been so much attention to every detail that was going on because of it being deemed a holy place.
Right. Well, I think this one will be looked at very closely.
Right. So who knows? I mean,
I do think it's odd that CNN, of all people, put this out yesterday, even before the blaze at Notre Dame was extinguished. Conspiracy theories and fake news about the fire had ricocheted around the internet.
Right.
They're actually using the term fake news, of all people.
Well, I would say,
they ought to know.
They ought to know.
Yeah,
exactly.
for real.
How about this? They know it when they see it.
Yeah.
But I would say there's no proof of that. But I would say this, just common sense. Yeah. And I don't know whether this is true or not. I've got a story in front of me that says it is. If there are Catholic churches that have been burned to the point of 11, 12 of them that nobody can figure out what's going on, and then a biggie catches on fire and starts burning, whether the line should be drawn or not, you would at least go, well, let's have a look.
Yeah, you have to look at it.
A good investigator would.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sure they will.
And maybe that has nothing to do with it. Like I say, I agree with you that it's probably most likely when you see what happens with these attempts to refurbish something from the 12th century.
Yeah.
With new tools, that the potential of fire, I would think, is probably higher than most of us would know unless you're in this business.
Yeah.
And that's likely what happened. But there are people saying, now keep in mind, you got to watch the juggling here. The far left doesn't want Muslims to be burning Catholic churches down because that will cast them in a bad light. So you're going to see them. Now, of course, if someone had said that an evangelical Christian and a crazed group likely burned down an abortion clinic that was being refurbished, and somebody said, no, I think it was just the crew refurbishing. No, we got to look at this. We got to investigate this because it's likely some crazed Christian that did it. Now, of course, we see if you start talking, militant Muslims burning down Notre Dame, then that's not a political story that the left wants to be true. So you got to factor that in too.
One of the amazing stories coming out of this is the amount of money that has already been donated to help rebuild that. Have you seen that? I mean, it's in the hundreds of millions already.
Mm-hmm. I did see that. So anyway, we don't have the answers now. The investigations are continuing, but anyone mentioning the conspiracy that it could be more than just an accident, those voices are being squashed right now, and because it is interesting that on this particular story you're not allowed to do that. Now, if it had other factors, you would be allowed to just run as far as you wanted to with it. Yeah, you could get on your Twitter and go. But not this. No, you got to be very careful. So we'll see. Maybe the truth will come out, and we'll all feel good about that. Well, not feel good about it, but be able to think it was just something that was just unfortunate and couldn't be avoided.
Rick and Bubba.
All right.
Got a quick update here, Rick, and you're not going to believe this. This is funny in some ways for y'all on the show. Lori Loughlin's daughter is now under criminal investigation in the college admission scandal. And get this, prosecutors launching the probe want to know what she knew and when she knew.
No.
I kid you not. That is
Bubba,
funny.
they want to know two things.
I'll tell you what I want to know. What you knew and when you knew.
When you knew it. That's good.
You got to pull your glasses off. When you
Are you really saying that? Are you being serious?
That is serious.
Bubba,
by
that's
the way.
fine.
Oh, gosh. So we're getting...
I got a couple of questions.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes after the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, we're talking to Colonel Charles Helms, who called in, who was a eyewitness on 9/11 to the plane hitting the Pentagon, and he was telling us about that experience, seeing it literally skim over the hood of the car, it sounds like, on the highway next to the Pentagon. Colonel, go ahead and tell us what you were talking about.
Well, when the taxi came to a stop, the taxi driver turned and looked at me, and there was plexiglass between him and I, and he was Middle Eastern, and I put a $20 bill on the thing, and I jumped out of the cab, and because I knew it was a terrorist attack, and I didn't, and I never saw him again. I feel bad that I assumed that it was a Arabic terrorist group that had done it, but that just is how it went down. And then, like I said, I ran down the bank, got into the Air Force Annex before they locked the gate, and the rest is, as they say, history.
Well, Colonel, I would say this. I wouldn't feel bad for what you did because I think that's a natural response because you don't know. I mean, you had a feeling that it could have been a Middle Eastern terrorist, and there you are sitting with somebody from there. I mean, what else? I think that's a very natural response to that. I wouldn't feel bad about it.
Yeah. But anyway, when I heard you guys talking about it, I just thought I would call in and let you know what I saw on that day, and then you can take from what I have to say and add to your guys' knowledge.
Yeah. Well, and again, I don't for you to have a conspiracy. And I don't mind people asking questions. That's fine. I think being a critical thinker is important. But sometimes it leads to conclusions that are illogical. Because you got to have a reason. If you're going to have a conspiracy, you got to have somebody that is trying to pull something off. They have to have a win for them in it. And I mean, if it was something else, I don't see where that's an advantage to anybody. The Pentagon was hit. We know that. People were killed. It was part of an attack of planes that day. So again, I really don't see where the advantage of that is. But Colonel, thank you for listening and thank you for calling in. I mean, that's an amazing story that you saw that bit of history.
Yeah, and Colonel, before you go, I would love to ask you one question. We're talking Eastern time here, so we know from history at 8:46, Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower, and then shortly after. They at 9:03, Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower, and then at 9:37, Flight 77 crashed into the western facade of the Pentagon, killing 59 on board and 125 military and civilian personnel inside the building. Around the Pentagon, y'all had already known that both towers had been hit. Were y'all concerned about the Pentagon, and is that why you say when you saw the plane low like that, you knew exactly what was happening?
No. The closest taxi stop to get to the DISA building was there at the Pentagon. I rode the subway to the Pentagon, got off. I didn't know about the two towers. I was going to the DISA building for a 10 o'clock appointment. And so when I got in that taxi cab, I had no idea about the two towers. So when I saw the plane fly across, I didn't immediately know that it was a terrorist attack. It was only after the explosion, and I looked to the right, and I knew, oh my gosh, something has happened. And then when I got to where I needed to go, I was able to call using secure means back to my operations center and say, hey, I'm safe. What in the world is going on? And that's how I was able to get briefed.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, thank you so much, Colonel, for calling.
Yep, the guys are more than welcome. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
And can I say that when I bring up questions and when I ask about things, I'm not discounting the 125 people that lost their lives in the Pentagon. I think it's horrible and sad, and I'm not joking around about that. So I want everybody to know that's where I'm coming from.
Well, it's tragic.
It's horrible, the loss of life.
For those families, but this event belongs to all Americans. I mean, it really does. I mean, it's our military forces were attacked, our country were attacked, and I think it's all right to ask questions. I really do. I'm not offended by that, but I think sometimes that we got this conspiracy thing in our country. I don't know what it is in our psyche that loves conspiracies. But there has to be an end to the means, or there is no conspiracy. So, and there's plenty of them out there to ask questions about. So,
like JFK.
That's still.
We got in that discussion.
I can speak to that. Been there, and there's a lot of questions still about it because obviously we're not sure exactly everything that happened. But I do think Oswald fired those shots that killed him, and I think he fired it from the wind, and I think it was an easy shot. And we know that he had already shot at another general and almost killed him sitting at his breakfast nook. And if the bullet hadn't nicked the window frame going across the window, he would have killed him too. So the thing about JFK, and I know we're really shifting gears here on this, that is interesting to me, is what are the odds that the president's motorcade is going to go right next to a building that a guy who just got a job there a few months ago, who's crazy, who has tried to kill somebody already, and we're going to drive by his building. The odds of that, and I'm not saying it's not possible.
And didn't they change the parade route shortly before or something?
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
I do know that Kennedy wanted to ride with the top off because it was a pretty day. And that was, a mistake.
Probably a bad choice.
But we didn't know. See, we're all on the other side of this, and no one had been assassinated since Lincoln. So, it was, and Kennedy was, a personable guy, and he was attractive, and people liked to see him, and he played off of that, knew that, and wanted to be seen. So, but the parade route to me was the missing piece I've never understood. Like I said, we've been there. And there were plenty of people that wanted to shoot him. Okay, there was a lot of people unhappy with him. Our own government, the CIA, the Cubans, the Russians, the mob. I mean, you got a long list of people. If he'd have made it further down the parade route, there may have been somebody else shooting at him.
Right.
But any deer hunter that I know could have made those shots. It was not that difficult. I've looked out that window. It could be done. The real question is, again, how did that route end up next to his building and him getting that job in that building? The odds of that are really strange. And if you look at who set up the parade route, who do you think set it up, Adler?
The Secret Service, who?
No, there were
Lyndon Johnson's staff, because that was his state, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
He was hosting.
Oh, you mean the guy that would take his place?
Exactly.
Huh. Oh, huh.
Now
And
Bubba's jumping into it.
Now, again, I'm not saying he did it. He had the most to gain. If you want a conspiracy theory, show me the prize, and then we can talk about it. There's no prize in this Pentagon thing. There's no prize in some of these other conspiracies, like the flat Earth and all that.
You could argue that
the Kennedy thing, there's a prize in it. The presidency and a lot of power.
Yeah, I understand that. But they did get a whole lot of power after 9/11. Like that opened the doors for them to do the Patriot Act and a whole lot of things that they probably wouldn't, had the public. What is it called? The public. When you have like the public behind you, you know what I'm saying?
Public opinion?
No. Something.
Mandate.
Mandate.
And listen, I will tell you where this is one of the things that I think I was somewhat naive and wrong about. I was supportive of the Patriot Act because it's obvious we had terrorists running around, and we were not able to police and protect because of our freedoms. It was hard. You couldn't wiretap these guys. You couldn't do this. You couldn't do that. And it seemed to me that we needed some of that to be done. Now, has it gone too far and has it been abused? Yes. And a lot of people were warning about that. And I thought at the time we needed the protection over some of the possible abuses of it. Looking back now, we probably have let that get out of hand. You know? And there's a lot of capability they have out there now electronically they didn't have back then. So anyway, it's 44 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick is out. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow. We still got a lot to cover, and we'll move on to that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're doing some investigation.
Two of them right off the top.
Bubba, tell us what you want to know.
I want to know what you knew and when you knew it.
I like that.
So you can sit in Congress if you can ask that.
All right, this story with the dad with 92 pounds is starting to smell a little bit.
Who, liar?
Greg.
Hey, guys.
Y'all, there's just a couple of things here that are...
That fat picture's not him.
It's concerning.
It's his fat cousin that looks like him.
It's kind of like when the Jussie thing came up. There's a couple of things don't make sense here exactly.
I got a couple questions for that guy.
Yeah, well, here's some things.
I'm not saying it's not true. Maybe it is. I hope it is.
This is the good thing about Instagram and all this stuff. Even though people try to create fake lives on Facebook and Instagram, they just can't help it. Eventually, you see enough pictures and stuff that tells you who they really are.
Yeah.
Because they can't help it, because eventually who you really are just oozes to the top. So we were told this guy lost 92 pounds because he felt bad that he couldn't keep up with his kids that were 9, 7, and 6. And Helmsley's gone to his Instagram, and there's a bunch of pictures of him, he's
found one.
He's only found one picture, only one picture of his kids.
And probably the reason that's up there where it is because everybody was giving him crap about it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Where's your kids?
It's that one there.
So he is a trainer, though, right? I mean,
yeah,
he trains
it
people?
looks like to me he says he is a coach. He is a keto fitness coach.
Mm-hmm.
What did he do before this?
And now it could be that because of his diet, that's what he turned into.
Yeah, I know.
He had a passion for it, and then ended up being a coach. I don't know.
I'll tell you this:
that might also give you why he has so much time during the day to exercise.
Well,
he might be doing it with
I'm
clients.
going to disagree with that because I know guys that are trainers for a living. Now, if you're successful, now if you're not successful, you probably do have time. But and my oldest son, when he's not on the road and touring, he does is a fitness coach and personal trainer. And I will tell you this. If they're good, they don't have 3 hours a day.
No, you're right there.
If they want to spend time with their family and their children. So they usually find 1 hour a day that they devote to their own workout, and the rest of it they're booked with clients or they've gone home.
Yeah.
But you're right. If he makes his own schedule, he could factor in 3 hours seems a lot every day for anybody to devote themselves to anything.
Yeah.
That is not, your work or your family. But again, and people are starting to question what he's saying about how he got there.
Yeah, so we'll see how that.
But I don't
plays
know.
out.
I have no idea. But it is odd that you don't see more pictures of these kids that were so impactful on his life. He lost 92 pounds in 5 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
5 months.
It seems like my next
I
picture
ain't
would be,
buying.
feels great to be playing with my kids today. This is why I did it.
Yeah.
That 5 month thing.
And maybe
that's sure as quick.
That's a short period of time to look like that.
To go from old Love Handle City to what he is, because he had some love handles to be.
That's how much weight do you lose?
92, and don't think
he even has his own website.
That's 150 days, so he's
right.
Pretty much
a little less than a pound a day.
Yeah, which you can do. You can do a pound a day.
Wow.
You just can't do it every day.
No, this is the big difference.
I
guys.
want to know what he knew and when he knew it.
Yeah. Well, all of us though, this is the difference.
Two questions for you, sir.
Look, and you've got to see the pictures. I know people. I've done it. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days. But I didn't look like that because building that kind of muscle takes a lot more time than that.
Well, and that may be the 2 year. He talked about this happened.
Yeah, that's right.
We don't know what he looked like after 6 months.
So we're saying he may have lost the weight in that time, but we're seeing a longer period of time that he's built the muscle up and got rid of the flab. Okay.
Which helps me a little.
See, that's a logical answer to some of that. That helps to look at.
If that picture would have been 5 months after the other one,
and now I'm really questioning things.
That's true because you can't build that kind of muscle that quick. Building that kind of body and that kind of muscle takes time.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. He says here, I went to his website, and he says a little bit more about him. It looks like he played high school and college football and graduated from Trinity Bible College. After Trinity, he continued his education to get a major in exercise science and coaching. He met his wife in 2004 and started a family in 2008. He said he got up to 292 pounds, and that's when.
So he was already a fitness. I mean,
he said he grew up exercising and playing sports, and it kind of got away from him. And then when he got to 292 pounds, he said, "Hey, I looked at myself in the mirror and thought, what in the world?"
Been there.
And
Rick,
so that's what
that?
got him serious about getting back.
This is
according
somewhat
to the story.
off the topic, but what was the name of that guy that used to do the workouts next to the beach and all that? He looked like Carmen the singer.
Yes.
You know who I'm talking about? He used to be on ESPN.
Golly,
He'd be
I
out
can
there
see
doing
him right
extra.
now.
And we
Oh,
used
yeah,
to
with the
make
little
fun
mats
of it
out
all
there.
the time. But he looked just like Carmen the singer. I thought it was him.
What? Body by Jake.
Body by Jake.
Is that who you're
No,
talking
no,
about?
no,
That's
no,
not who
no,
Bubba's
no.
talking about.
No, this guy looked like Carmen the singer.
I don't know who Carmen the singer looks like.
Wait a minute, it's coming to
That's
me.
No,
Jake, right?
that's
I'm about
not
to
him.
get it.
That's
I'm
not
looking
him.
for it.
That's
It's not Body
him.
by Jake.
That's
This
who I
guy
was
had
thinking.
real curve. 50 minutes after the hour. Thanks for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, tell them who's sponsoring this. hour.
It's mypillow.com/Bubba. If you've got kids in college like me that trying to get them stuff is a handle, you need to use mypillow.com/Bubba. They have different products available, from pillows to sheets, towels, slippers, sandals for the shower, MyPillow coffee even to help them stay awake in class, even sleepwear, workout wear, quilts, blankets. I could go on and on. Right now at mypillow.com/Bubba, they're celebrating their 20th anniversary with a very special limited edition MyPillow sale. Got a queen for $19.98, a king for $10 more. Either way, it's a $50 savings. They've even launched kitchen towels with an introductory offer of 25% off. So, look, start your day off, too, with delicious 100% Arabica My Coffee for 50% off, and they'll even send you a Go Anywhere My Pillow for free. All-season slippers are just $25. Giza bed sheets. I could, like I said, go on and on. Check them out at mypillow.com/Bubba for all these show specials and more. Send the kids at college or maybe something for you. Great products at mypillow.com/Bubba. And you can always find the sponsors at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
You know, we love MyPillow.
Yeah.
And we sleep on them. We love them. But I'll tell you one thing. Do not tell Mike Lindell they're lumpy.
Do not do
Okay?
that.
Do not.
We have seen that, but Mike Lindell was a little upset, and so we can't play.
It was fantastic.
But let me
really
just tell
was.
you,
There's somebody that's passionate about his product, and he ain't going to back down.
No,
I'll tell
he's
you
not.
that.
You were not confused on how you felt.
No,
Made his point.
we have another story here today, and this is one that we've pushed back a little later in the show, and we'll try to handle with kid gloves.
Is this your
so to
story
speak.
of the day?
It's one that I talked about a little earlier that shame has left the room.
Yeah.
We have a Democratic candidate in the state of Virginia, and I think she's running for a state office. She's a nurse practitioner. She's a 40-year-old mother of two, and she has rejected calls for her to drop out of the race for a seat in suburban Richmond after videos and pictures have emerged of her and her attorney husband performing adult acts online for tips.
Well, now she's a nurse practitioner. He's a, what do they say, a lawyer?
Yeah.
I think that they need extra money.
Right.
The Democrat has
Maybe try DoorDash.
has accused Republicans of attempting to derail her campaign ahead of the November 7th ballot. She says, my political opponents and their Republican allies have proven they're willing to commit a crime to, and she's calling it an adult crime, to attack me and my family because there's no line they won't cross to silence women.
Wait a minute.
Come on. Yeah, she's
First of
proud
all,
of it.
She
in the article, she's
made the
proud of it.
videos. I mean, she's mad because they know they're out there. What is it?
Yeah, I'm confused how you think that that's not going to bubble to the top at some point, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And, there's no shame here. I'll
No.
tell you that.
It
There's
used to
not
be
a
back
bit.
in the day, to your point, if something like this came out, you would be very embarrassed.
You'd leave the country.
And you would go in hiding and fix your life. This one here is just proud of it.
But if they're working for tips, I mean, people is out there. It ain't like, they broke into her house and stole her personal video.
Oh, right.
Like Tommy Lee and Pam.
She said,
Tommy. Always goes back to
She
that.
said, now get this, I don't follow her thinking here. She says the videos are an illegal invasion of my privacy designed to humiliate me and my family, and I won't be intimidated. It won't silence me, she added in a statement to the Washington Post. Again,
Couple of
I
weirdos.
don't, if you published it and put it out there and we're asking for tips, I don't get it.
I think they were like playing the greatest hits too. People can make requests.
Yeah,
according to the article.
Yeah, and if you read the story, if you're
All
not,
requests
if you're
show.
not, let me say, if you're not exposed to a lot of things going on in the world, it's going to disturb you greatly. So careful with that story if you dig into it today. She
no shame.
Y'all,
We go to line 3.
Yeah, she also talks about that they have an open marriage, and
I bet.
I bet they do.
That
you had that.
She says that
started the article.
Shocking.
She says that her husband is really not in agreement with all of that. That he doesn't like to share, but she makes him anyway.
I thought they were
Oh,
open.
my goodness.
What?
I'm
buddy,
I'm trying to tell you.
You're pulling a Ron Burgundy there.
This is how. This is again. Shame
Tread
hasn't
gently.
She'll probably win.
Shame has left the building. You know. I
think
mean,
the more weird you are nowadays, the more votes you get. Look at Fetterman.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Speaking of no shame, you see the California mayor got a spanking?
I did.
Yeah.
From a drag. Boy, the drag queens are just front and center, aren't they?
You know, we hadn't heard from them much until just recently.
Yeah.
And they really, really got front and center
Boy,
on
don't
everything.
they?
Never really understood that either.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Right.
You know, I have
I don't
hobbies.
think I'm a woman. I just like to dress like one.
Yeah, I mean, I have hobbies, and I like the outdoors, and I like several electronic things. And,
Here's the mayor
but
of
I
Burbank.
just never really felt like that's something I needed to do.
No, I
you
don't,
know?
Bubba. I'm with you.
Love the way my wife looks, but I don't want to dress that way.
No, we
No.
shouldn't share beauty tips.
No, we shouldn't share makeup. There's the mayor of Burbank getting spanked by a drag queen.
Now, why is I see. They got a rainbow table over there. It must be some event.
Yeah.
You know, too, a lot of them, they
Unbelievable.
don't really look like women. They look kind of, you know what I mean? They're not.
The whole
They look
thing.
like linemen.
They're
most of
broad
them,
shoulders
you wouldn't
and Adam's apples.
You wouldn't confuse them for a female.
Right. Well, you
And,
get those high heels on; they're pretty tall.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
recall
and I don't
them
see how
any.
they walk in that. I mean, I don't know anybody that would want to walk in that on purpose.
It's just a part of their life that just has to be fulfilled.
I've already got one diversity and inclusion meeting I got to go to today. I'm not talking about this anymore.
Those are normally really good.
Yeah,
that's good.
That'll be fun.
Right.
I got in them when they were bringing them in at the early stages of them.
All this inclusion thing is anti-shame. You know, and I don't think shame is a bad thing. I mean, I've got things I ain't proud of. We all do.
Oh, there's a Chuck Taylor's guy like Greg.
Yeah, he did. That was Chuck Taylor.
And there's moments we've all fallen a little short for sure. But you are shameful and you try to do better. Not.
You talking about that time you got?
I'm loud and I'm proud. You know.
You're right.
That time you got paddled by that drag queen.
Well, I don't have that in the list, Greg. I've maybe I've led a sheltered life. I don't know.
Me too.
I thought I'd skip on that.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I'd rather do something else.
Yeah. I'd rather ride a bull.
Sure. I've got about 100 things I think of about once a month. It'll just come to you and be like, golly, I can't believe I did that.
Yeah.
I guess not everybody's like that.
No.
Well, we're teaching people not to have shame. Shame is negative.
Shame.
You're shaming somebody. You're the bad guy for shaming them.
But hey,
maybe you should have self-shame.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
but that's what causes you to act better. That's the natural process of this.
Well, if my act gets me likes and clicks, well then now.
Oh, that's a new element that we have.
You're talking about
nowadays.
You're talking about something fading is likes and clicks. The click from last week really don't mean a thing.
Right. It's an imaginary reward.
Yeah.
It's a 100% fake reward. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And people are addicted to it. It really hits that dopamine receptor in your mind, and you're like,
watch your mouth.
Oh yeah, I'm really doing something.
Look at me.
Is that what your mind's saying?
Yeah.
People love me.
Yeah.
Look at all of them.
Oh, I'm great.
Is that what you were thinking when you dove in that pool?
Yes. Now that was awesome.
You went, watch
That was
this.
great.
Brain to body. Let's go.
Let's do it. Oh, landed on a kid's bucket.
That didn't
really
see
hurt.
that in there.
Splash the children.
Oh, life's embarrassed, but who cares?
But yeah, don't read that article.
No.
Oh, I'm telling you, you better
it's
be
a weird one.
well traveled to dig into that one.
Yeah.
59 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank all of you for being a part of it. We have another hour. We hope you'll be part of it, and we'll be right back after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hair.
Yeah, that's him.
That's him right there.
That's Body by Jake.
That is Body by Jake.
I don't think that was the guy. Is that him right there?
Wait a minute.
Is that the same
Wait a
guy?
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I know why Bubba
What
loves
channel are we on?
it.
What is
And that
this, Game of
explains why
Thrones?
Bubba likes it. And we figured out why he remembered
No,
That's
no.
Body by Jake. Wait a minute. Is this an R. Kelly video? What is this?
No, that's not him. That's not him. That's
Wait,
not
Bubba,
that's not what I'm talking
again.
about.
Bubba said, let me say it again. I want to be sure.
One more time.
Uh-oh. Greg, we've had a kingdom shift on Game of Thrones. What in the world?
I don't think you call that a kingdom shift.
Somebody else is in charge.
No, he didn't look like that guy. It was somebody else.
That's who
What
I
about
thought
this?
you were talking
Hold
about.
on, I'm gonna find it, Bubba.
But who he just showed is Body by Jake.
Yeah, but that's I thought that's who Bubba was talking about. But
Oh, y'all know who I'm.
Is it Gillids or no? No, I'm out of control over here. I'm trying to find something.
I can't believe that. Bottom of the hour.
It is, Bubba. This is who
No,
you're
that's
talking
not
about
him.
right here.
That's not him.
This is
He
who
looks
you're
like
talking about.
Carmen.
This is who you're talking
That is
about.
who I thought.
That is
who I thought. I didn't know it was
He's
Jake.
at the beach.
Yes, that's him right there.
That's the same guy.
That's him, Bubba. That's all those girls.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we now have the exercise guru that Bubba was talking about that is not Body by Jake.
Correct.
Right.
But none of us know how to say his name.
No, we're afraid to say it.
Gilad?
Yeah.
I'm going with Gillard.
Gillard?
Something like that.
I don't remember this guy.
Oh, it used to be on
You know why?
ESPN. We would laugh. We'd go, why is this on ESPN?
Yeah.
It's back before they covered. It was in the early days when they were hurting for
Understood.
programming.
The ones closest to him call him Gil.
Yeah, I remember.
Gil.
I remember.
I don't know what you call that exercise right there.
I'm not sure.
I know why you watched it though. I know that.
Sir.
No, I didn't watch it. Everybody knew what it was, kind of like it was a joke.
Look at here.
Got my.
I think what he's doing is offensive. Is he telling me off? But
Just a way of
he
doing air
makes up
squats
all
there.
that
What we
stuff.
doing?
yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I think we just saw why Body by Jake had a bigger audience.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, you talking about body by Jake? No, there's another one. What other ones?
I wish we would do like a body by and then fill in the blank, and we look just the way we are, and we're doing
Body
it.
by Bubba.
And he's out there doing that move on the sand.
Well, look, we've said this before. we've said this before.
The granny shot.
Yeah,
and the granny shot. The granny shot.
I
And twist.
believe that Bubba could be of huge help because these are the people that are overlooked in society. People who need to put on weight.
There it is.
All everybody does is obsess over people that need to lose weight.
So he needs a video to help people who need to
But
put
what
on.
about
Rick,
people
right
that
there.
need to put weight on?
That's a
Rick,
great
when
idea.
you see him right there, you think he could be singing Witch's Invitation. You know what I mean? I mean, he is. He looks just like Carmen on there.
Yeah, but that's Jake there.
No, that's Carmen.
No, that's that.
I mean,
Carmen.
Is that Gillad?
Rick ain't got it right yet.
Good gracious. That's Gillad again.
That's Gillad.
I got news for you. Gillad and Jake in certain videos look very similar.
They do.
If
I
it's
don't
far
think-
enough,
the
Please
stuff-
look.
Oh my God.
The hat.
The stuff he's doing. What is? I mean, they were going. And that's it.
Just a rope.
Oh, you're right, Bubba. He is Carmen.
yeah.
Yeah, and who
could see
I
where-
think we're having on the show
Run in
this summer.
place.
Look
Run
at
in
that.
place. Run in place.
I don't understand,
I
but
don't either.
but what if you turned on and you look and Bubba's sitting there and like you look around him and there's packs of crackers, milkshakes,
There they go again.
you know, and donuts and goat drop cookies. And he
He
said today,
tells them, like, we sent the intern for breakfast, but while you're waiting, eat a couple of Pop-Tarts.
Right.
You know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
so it's 2 o'clock.
Do you wanna put on
Greg,
15?
Greg, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I just like to know how to say his name, Rick, so we have this discussion.
Greg, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey, I'm Bubba from the Rick and Bubba Show. You need to put on a little weight. You've already had snacks.
You've had
already
lunch, you got a big dinner
You've had
planned.
breakfast and you had snacks that followed breakfast. Then you went and had a big lunch with somebody that went on for hours. But you're not going to gain weight with just that.
No,
At
it's
2
2
o'clock-
o'clock. We call it time for ice cream.
2 o'clock, for no apparent reason, hit a milkshake. Yeah.
Whether you want it or not.
You're not hungry? Who cares? It tastes good.
That's what this is about. It's not about being full.
That'll get you to 4.
Hey, look, if you stop eating when you're full, you're never going to put this weight on. Let's go to Deborah.
I didn't get this overnight.
Right. Moderation,
Took
all the food
years of
groups. Have
work.
you lost your mind? Get another piece of bread.
It's a slow motion run they're doing.
Deborah in Georgia says she knows how to say this guy's name. All right, Deborah, go ahead.
Okay, monkey grass.
Yeah, first time.
Okay, his name is Gilad.
Gilad?
Gilad?
Gilad.
Gilad?
Gilad?
Gilad.
My name is Gilad.
Type of Middle Eastern descent. He's been. I worked out with it in the early '80s, and it worked back then.
Oh, it worked now.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. Well, if you actually did it instead of sitting on the couch watching.
I think if you could watch, you could watch that and pop a Carmen record on, you'd be ready to go.
That's right.
Oh yeah, I love Carmen, and I kind of had a crush on him, so that was why I did it. So.
All
You
right.
like those Gilad?
You like those Gilad?
Getting sweaty.
I like Gilad.
Gilad.
He also not only did him on the beach, he did some out. I'm not sure where they went. I think they may have gone to Israel to do some, and they had a camel on set,
At the Sea of
and then
Galilee.
they had a belly dancer on set.
Oh, Bubba liked that one.
Well,
I'm sorry, that was
Yeah, I
uncontrollable. I don't know. what
I'm not
happened.
sure you bring a camel onto that set because there's going to be some hump jokes. That's-
All right. Well, thank you guys for talking to me.
Thank you for
Thank
calling.
you. Gilad.
She liked those Gilad.
Yeah.
Gilad.
Well,
Gilad.
well, that's
That
the
was
thing.
6 minutes after the hour, you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it. Rick is out today, taking a personal day to handle some business, and hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow. It's been Bubba Rama all day today. Thank all of you for being a part of it, helping us get through it.
I thought you had
And,
fought through this pretty good with all of us surrounding you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had
It's
fun
been
today.
four
haven't
on one. I thought you've so far. Well, we have another hour left.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
let's
the
hang
Adler
on.
conspircy talk got him a little bit.
Yeah, he
but
started
he's
getting
been
pulled a little bit.
But
Yeah.
it's been good otherwise.
But it led to a lot of content.
It did.
Oh, look at me.
I'm using big words.
Got me a cup of
I'm
coffee.
using
too.
me an online word, content.
Greg, what big word did you just use?
Content.
Yeah.
Two syllables.
So speaking of content gone south, I don't know when these people want to do a public demonstration, they don't get their act together ahead of time. Do y'all remember when the guy in charge of Ford was going to take the Ford F-150, the electric vehicle, and drive across the country?
yeah.
And it was a total disaster because he couldn't find charging
Henry
stations?
was rolling over in his grave.
And then he come back and said, wow, we got problems. We got to work out.
And then you had the guy who bought one, thought he was doing good by that, paid like $150,000 for it, something ridiculous. Had to upgrade his service at his house so he could charge it. That's another $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then he tried to go on a trip and did the same thing. Got stranded. Couldn't get it charged, and it was a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, an angry family has called the police.
Which is called an angling.
Yeah, it's an angling.
It's an
When
angling
you're
family.
really mad, you're an
If you're a whole
angling.
family.
Calls the cops on Biden's energy secretary after they blocked a charging station during a 4-day road trip to promote green energy. Now, this is the energy secretary, Jennifer Granholm, and she went on a highly choreographed electric vehicle tour of several southern states.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they ran into charging problems. She couldn't find a place to charge. She was delayed. The charging was taking longer than they thought. So as they started a day later in her trip, the staff started going ahead and blocking off charging stations so that when she got there, she could drive right up and charge and block it from everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? It's against the law to block a charging station.
Mm-hmm.
And a family in Georgia came up, needed to charge their car. They had a small child in the car and couldn't do it. And they called the police, and come to find out it was part of her staff that had gone in advance and had blocked this so she could come up and charge quickly, not like everybody else, and wait her turn.
That ain't a true test.
So she could keep promoting her little tour on green energy.
And it gets better. They were blocking it with a gas-powered car.
That's even better. Polluting and blocking.
So she is supposed to be promoting electric cars. She's going to take a drive down through the Carolinas, Tennessee, Georgia.
Show everybody how sharp it is.
Mm-hmm.
And to be sure that they have the support staff they need, they send her staff in gas-powered cars.
This makes perfect sense.
To surround the electric car.
To keep others from charging.
That is the photo op. Can you believe?
But Bubba, listen to this line. The sheriff's office was not
anything real anymore.
Was not ultimately able to do anything because it's not illegal for a non-EV to claim a charging spot. So you can just park or block if you're non-EV, but if you're EV, it's illegal.
I don't know. It should be. If you're going to have it, I don't think you can pull up and block a gas.
She need to worry about that hairdo.
Well, it's
different people like different things, Greg.
To each his own.
She's got her style. Here's what I'm more concerned about. Is she even qualified to do this job? And how did she get her job?
That's a good one.
Was this a diversity box check that we had to have?
That's
Was
possible.
the right this or that to do it, or
Yes.
right preference, or she chased the right type of love out there? I mean, what was her deal? You know,
Any of the above could,
I mean,
could
could
apply.
be. I mean, you really, I kind of energy. Woo, that's a big deal. You know, I mean,
this person,
the whole country, everything has to do with energy.
Pretty good responsibility.
And is she? I mean, you don't know anymore. You don't know. Maybe she is. Maybe she's not. But I tell you one thing: she doesn't know anything about doing a PR campaign for electric cars. What a goofball!
Yeah, do that. That was a bad call.
Was the story I saw, and I was afraid to print it because it was a day ago. Windmills are killing whales. Have you seen this?
How's that?
And some have come out and said it's misinformation. Is it true or not true?
I don't know if it's true.
Now I don't know how a windmill would catch a whale out in the water. Now if the story is windmills killing birds, I could see that one. I don't know.
You know, they do put some offshore, correct?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, Senator Ron
the blade's
Johnson.
not in the water.
Yeah.
No.
Unless they crash.
Yeah.
By the way, if y'all want to see great footage, and I'm not anti-windmill if it'll work, but I just don't think that should be everything because if the wind ain't blowing, you don't have any power.
It could be part
I'm
of
good
it.
solar, wind, do all that you want
do
to.
it all, baby.
Have the nuke back there and have the coal plant and the natural gas, and then whatever we need, we can switch to.
Diversify it.
That's right. Hey, how about diversity in our energy?
There you
how
go.
about that? Y'all are so crazy about that. Why don't we have a course on that one?
Yeah. We're not diverse
and
enough.
educate these morons who are running the country.
Yeah.
Golly.
Yes, agree.
So some of the and it's I don't want y'all to get caught on YouTube today. Just and because you can go down the rabbit hole.
You
on
sure
these things.
can.
But if you will look up windmill failures, these things are gigantic.
That's a big,
I mean, they're
big
just,
old blade.
they're just ginormous.
They sure
right?
are. Big blades.
When one of those blades come off for whatever reason, and it's completely out of balance then, and it is slinging stuff everywhere, you talking about a catastrophic failure. It is unbelievable. And they sling them.
And what a cleanup involved.
Oh, what are you talking about? So that's the side note. If you want some entertainment, watch those today.
Yeah, I'm watching now.
This
Crazy.
is legit when it comes to this. And I'm looking on Bloomberg, and evidently the blades can't be recycled for some reason. So they have
digging 'em up.
landfills.
Yeah.
They have
Look at that.
landfills filled with these windmill blades. And this is from Bloomberg. So
that can't be good for the environment.
Right.
Well, no.
Why can't it?
Which is
let me ask you
crazy.
this: how does a windmill blade wear out if it's not slung off somewhere and bent up?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the weirdest thing.
I mean, does it only get so many? I mean,
so much
much wind over it, and it's wore out. I mean, it's
Well,
not
they're
like
constantly having to repair
It's not
them.
like water running through a generator that would wear out after 30 years or something, right?
I'm reading this article. It says a wind turbine's blades can be longer than a Boeing 747 wing. So at the end of their lifespan, they can't just be hauled away. First, you have to saw through some fiberglass and then create smaller pieces. Anyway, and I don't have access to the rest of the article, but evidently there is a lifespan on these blades.
Well, there you go. What are we going to do with the waste? We're going to fill up our landfill with
You fill it
rotor
up with
blades?
big I guess old so.
Oh, you can't. Have you ever seen one going down the highway?
Oh,
They
yeah.
are
Oh,
giant.
yeah.
I mean, they are huge.
You remember we were hunting in Texas and you could see them all.
Oh, yeah.
right there?
50 miles of it, by the way.
It says there is no evidence to support speculation that noise resulting from wind development related sites are causing mortalities of large whales.
Yeah, Senator
jamming that sonar.
There was a Senator Ron Johnson who referred to
Wisconsin.
that, and he was talking about it killing whales, but I think that's misinformation. I don't know. He was on Fox Sunday morning, and he talked about climate change alarmists, and they're based on bad science, and then he went on to say something about the whales.
Evidently, they've done a study, 178 humpback whale deaths investigated.
Humpback.
I knew it.
40% showed evidence of being killed by ships or entangled with fishing gear.
Yeah, I would think
So-
something in the water
Yeah,
would
we
have
know
a whole
that,
lot
man.
more effect on them, even sonar. I mean, they're very sensitive to some of that. Some of them are.
Yeah.
I like,
But still, we have to have sonar to keep up with, foreign submarines.
Pretty
Sorry about
important.
You ain't kidding. I like pulling from liberal news sources. You guys know that. So here's NPR.
Okay.
Electric cars have a road trip problem, even for the Secretary of Energy. So that's
There it is.
even NPR had to admit it. That hurt them.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going all electric by 2030.
Yeah, Biden said we're not going to need any oil
Yeah,
by
we ain't
then.
gonna need none.
I don't know where we're going to get that plastic. We need to put them EV cars together with,
Talking
and the
about
lithium
petroleum
where we're going
products.
to get
You
it.
talking about that?
Yeah, a few of those things.
High eyebrows.
15 minutes after the hour. Hope you're not late to work, and thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's what I'd like to do. Now listen.
Gilad.
Y'all listen. This is good.
We still don't know.
I
It
don't
was
know.
Gilad.
She said Gilad.
No, she
No.
said Gilad.
No,
She said
did
Gilad.
Gilad.
She said
You
lied.
lied like lied.
No,
Gilad.
she did.
Yes, she did.
No.
Call back, ma'am.
Let's try it again.
Gilad.
Back to the first segment is shut up.
Jeffrey, go ahead.
She said Gilad.
Hey,
Hey.
this is Jeffrey from Tuscaloosa. The man you're looking for, I believe, on ESPN was Jack LaLanne.
Oh, no, not jumpsuit Jack.
We know him.
We all know who he was.
Yeah, we know him, and the juicer.
he was a little feisty guy. Old Jack was.
Yeah, he had the same color as Donald Trump.
He had the jumpsuit with the belt.
It's because he ate all those carrots.
He looked
Rick. It'll
just
turn you orange.
his color is the same as Donald Trump.
Yeah, but Jack LaLanne was from like to the 50s all the way through the 80s.
sure.
Hey, can we hear G Daddy real quick? I got him rolling.
Who?
I'm calling him G Daddy now.
G-Lide.
Where'd that come from?
I'm just
G-Lide.
making it up.
And 3, make the move big. 2, and walk in place. Nice. Good job, everybody. And 4, 3, let's take it from the top. Hip, step, 2, step, hop, step. Give me some hips. Hip, step, tap. hip, step,
Picture
tap.
Bubba doing that.
Oh, I need it.
Give me some hips.
Have you noticed how much?
That's Jack LaLanne.
Yeah, there's no jumpsuit Jack.
Look, he's in black and white. That's when he started. Oh my God!
It was like in the 40s.
Nobody got in shape then. Nobody cared. Everybody worked like a dog.
They're all smoking.
I mean, they were smoking and drinking and working like dogs. They get home, some guy wants them to do leg stretches in a jumpsuit.
You kidding me?
But I want to know
they
this.
burned up 4,000 calories a day.
I wish I knew the numbers. Okay, just like the woman said, what are the people that sit down while eating snacks and just watch an exercise show?
She made a great point.
You know,
it works if you actually do it. Not sit on the couch.
I mean, if
and
somebody
watch it.
says I'm watching today for eye candy on.
Yeah.
Yep. And they're just sitting there watching it while eating. They're not even remotely doing the exercises.
Yeah.
I bet that's a big number.
I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the TV. I didn't put you think I was looking at you.
I know what you're looking
All right. It's just a TV right over your shoulder.
I think I could do all that he's doing.
I'll stop real quick. Do it right here. Do the rest of the segment. Do what he says, please.
No. You know what I'm saying?
And more hips.
And
hips.
go.
And hips. I'm a foreigner.
You just throwing that in there?
Yeah, they got a funny. They talk funny.
All right, we'll come back. Your phone call.
How about the family?
Joan Jett did a version that was pretty good.
Yep.
So I'm sure others have as well. All right, so you heard me lay it out. We got a lot to do. Wheel of Meat has not spun. That could happen today too. Mm-hmm. Moultrie will come in here, and I'll tell you what, we'll climb in a truck and we'll ride and see if we can't find our way to the other end of this. There's a lot going on there. I'm not sure.
The term herding cats meaning.
Yeah, well, I'll herd these things best I can and see if I can't tell each individual sponsor where to stand and let's get through this orderly.
No pushing, no shoving.
No shoving. Look, I've been at this 25 years. I've faced this kind of stuff before. Mm-hmm. I can take a machete and work on through all the weeds.
Right.
So we'll get to the other side of it. Gonna have to knock a vine down here or there.
Right.
Move some stuff.
Yeah.
And Rick, if that's not enough fun. The Mueller report, the redacted version, Mueller report.
I know. I'd go.
The Mueller report.
I love it. Your serious voice.
Listen, it was just a misspeak because it's early and I've been up a long time.
Well,
already.
you and I have called it Mueller and Mueller several times.
I know it's Mueller report.
On any given day, at any given time of the day.
The Mueller report will be out today, the redacted version, and that will be a zoo as everybody scrambles to spin it in their favor. Get ready for that. There'll be more spinning going on than the weather moving across the south.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So that'll be coming up. We mentioned Ben Carson will be here. We'll talk to him.
20 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being a part of it today. No matter how you get the show, we are glad you're part of it. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll have some more calls in just a minute. We have a Trump update.
Oh,
Speedy.
really?
Hadn't heard that in a while.
I just thought
That's a good one. Hey, I like it. I still like it. Trump, the Trump legal team has filed a motion to have the judge in his case in Washington, D.C. removed from the case.
About Trump.
They are basing this on her prior statements. She appears to refer to his role in influencing the January the 6th, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol by his supporters, and raised questions about her ability to be impartial in the case. Now, she has said things about Trump on the record. As a matter of fact, when she was sentencing one of the Capitol rioters, she suggested that the rioter was motivated by blind loyalty to one person who, by the way, remains free to this day. After some defendants argued they thought they were doing what Trump wanted. And so, I mean, she's on the court record with that, and she's had some other comments saying that she thought Trump should be in jail. So, you know, I don't think she is in a position to overhear that case. I wouldn't want any judge to be on a case after they had publicly already said, I think that the guy that's coming into my courtroom should be in jail. I mean, you can't. I don't care on either side, political. I don't want Joe Biden or Hunter Biden to go into a trial on a judge that has already said publicly on the record they need to go to jail. That kind of defeats the judge. That's the referee, y'all, in the court case. You can't. I'm sure they all have preferences, but you can't say it out loud. No. You can't put it on the record because it looks like a kangaroo court at that point.
You're guilty before you ever walk in the door.
I'll say this. She ought to be the bigger person and step down ahead of time because she is obviously guilty in this. She's obviously tainted, and there's no way the guy's going to get a trial.
No matter who it is, like you said, it ain't about who it is.
No.
And again, this is excellent grounds. No matter what the case, how it comes out, say it goes against Trump for him to appeal it.
That's right.
It says I can't have had a fair trial when the judge is sitting there saying ahead of time before one scrap of evidence has been heard in my case that I should go to jail.
And that's, you know what? That's a good argument.
There's nobody that watches any lawyer show ever from Perry Mason on that would go, this is a good idea.
No.
I mean, Perry Mason through Suits. I mean, you can't have that,
no,
you know?
It ain't.
Love it, Bubba. Love the Suits reference.
Yeah.
Harvey Specter, too.
Betty's been watching it.
Have you watched it,
I have some.
I haven't watched it. I need to, I guess.
Buddy.
I'll be honest with you. I'm a little tainted because the Princess is on there, and I don't really
I knew
care
you would
for her.
be. That's why I've never even said anything to you about that show.
That's weird.
Yeah, not a fan. But,
Louis Litt, Harvey Specter, Mike. Don't forget Donna. Donna's the boss.
It's not. I don't think it's doing a lot to push up the role of lawyers in society.
Yeah.
But
it's not.
It's probably, sadly, more true than not. But it is out there.
Yeah.
Also, we mentioned earlier, Steven Tyler has injured vocal cords.
Yeah.
He's going to have to postpone farewell tour shows. Isn't that funny when your farewell tour has to be postponed because you're injured?
I'm postponing my farewell. I mean.
He said he sustained vocal cord damage during Saturday's show that led to bleeding.
Wow.
And he needs to postpone a few dates so we can come back and give you the performance that you deserve. Said he's on 30 days rest. Does anybody think he's really going to rest his vocal cords? Vocal cords are hard to rest.
Yeah, is he going to just be quiet the whole time?
For him, I think they'll be rested.
Just write notes to everybody?
He could. He's got that tour to make that money. It's a farewell tour. They knock him down the big bucks.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
But is it really the farewell
Well,
tour?
Most people say that, and it's not. You're right.
How many farewell tours have we seen?
Oh, many.
We saw Kiss on one.
Well, yeah, and they're still going.
They're still going.
And then they started their farewell that never ends.
We care about your health.
We saw a very moving goodbye to Lee Corso about 3 years ago on ESPN. He's still there.
Just continues.
I can't
look. If you really want to go down the rock and roll road on this, Motley Crue signed a legal document that said they were done, and then blew it up and came back. I mean, they took time to actually sign a document they claimed was legal. We're done.
Money's too good.
And then the stadium tour thing happened, and here we go.
Money is too good for them to turn it down.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, again, too, I think they're addicted to performing. You know,
well,
they enjoy it.
Tries to keep them young.
Listen, if you can still fill a stadium up.
Yeah. Applause is the most addictive drug out there. And, just look at the number of people who have to have a like today to get by.
Mm-hmm.
Click, click.
Yeah. Just a little click, a little thumbs up.
Yeah.
And it's did y'all also see, we talked about it a little earlier, the bear that attacked a hunter out
Yeah,
west.
yeah, we
a
had
deer,
that story
wasn't
the
it?
other day, I think.
Listen, there has
Yeah.
been a lot of bear attack
Yeah.
stories lately. A lot.
I've seen some of them on these hunting shows where it starts to climb up the tree and they're like, "Go get whatever," and all they got's a bow. And you're like, "Good
y'all-
night." But this one here was a deer hunter, right?
Right, and they
was
said
searching for a
that
deer
he
he
was looking for a
wounded.
deer that he had shot, and these bears learn that the hunters have shot. When they hear a gunshot, that something's wounded, and they go looking for it too.
You better hurry up and field dress it.
We've seen all the shows where they say, "Hey, we gotta find it before the bears find us and get out of here." So. But he was injured real bad. His hunting party called in, and he had to be airlifted out.
Right.
So
Now that is a mauling, okay?
Yeah.
But you know the story we did the other day where the guy walked the bear out of the party.
he kept leave.
The next day there was headlines: "Man mauled at party
He
by
wasn't
bear."
mauled. He was scratched a little bit.
Yeah, he did swipe at him, but I don't call that
If you're
mauling.
mauled, you're not still standing there pointing.
No.
as some of my friends like to refer to it, he was acting the fool.
He was that.
He was shaking hands with danger.
Yeah.
4 fingers and a thumb.
When you see the bear walk up to your little outdoor party, go ahead and go inside. Just
There's no
yeah,
revenue.
yell from the house, leave.
Yeah.
Don't go try to walk
Yeah.
it out. I'm
He
going
was-
to walk the bear out.
He had a little bravery, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a little liquid courage.
Yep.
He stepped in front of the bear too. You know,
I like how
what are
he
you doing?
thought the bear was responding to him pointing.
Yeah,
like go. That bear didn't care what you were doing.
Get.
You're going to think it when he body slams you.
And this is we had another attack the other, not the one at the garden party, but there was a hiker that was attacked.
Yes.
Out close to Yellowstone not too long ago, and they said in South Montana through there's the bear population has really gone up, so they're having more and more encounters. So.
That may be the one I saw. It killed the hiker, and then they didn't find it, and then it broke into somebody's house and stole food.
Yeah.
And they killed that one, and then DNA checked it and said that was the one that killed the hiker.
Be careful, folks.
Yeah.
Bears
are hungry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't play no game with no bear out there.
And don't feed them.
Don't feed the bear.
You know what they
Speedy,
say.
those guys like you're talking about those videos where they're coming up the tree. I'm firing at that point.
Yeah.
I feel
Right.
I feel I'm threatened. I'm not going to try to talk him out of the tree. They're not.
No.
I know they look like toys.
Yeah, they
and
look
they're,
like
and
a
they're
little
cute,
fun
but they
little-
will rip your skin apart
Yeah.
and your bones.
Yeah.
You know.
Now this wasn't a brown bear or grizzly. I mean, they were black bears, but I don't know enough about bears. If I see one, I don't want it
Yeah.
on my tree. I know
Now,
that.
You're
But-
definitely not going to walk a grizzly out of a park.
No, not at all. But yeah, they'll come up halfway up the tree and it'll be like, get, or they'll drop something and most will run off. But there's
Yeah,
been a
but
couple that's
still.
come all the way up.
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Like
too.
sniffing their boots and
Look
stuff.
at that
look
thing
how quick
climbing.
they
Look
can
at
call
that
tree.
son of a gun.
He is digging.
That
It's
looked
like
like
he's
me
on
when
the
I was at the
ground.
power company.
Great. That's like when you were young, you
Yeah.
could climb a tree like that.
Oh, yeah.
But I was gonna say a fed bear is a dead bear, so don't feed bears.
Look at that.
It rhymes.
Thank you,
Okay,
Adler.
thank
Thank
you,
you,
buddy.
Adler.
Yeah.
Very
Guys,
nice.
that sucker.
Well, I'm
We'll be
here.
right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ben.
Yep. And of course, Secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And of course, just we like Ben Carson, the human being. So we'll get
Yeah,
to
we
talk
do.
to him coming up later in the program. Also, we have, I told you we have these various reports. Speedy kept us posted on Marco Polo yesterday about his plight to Huntsville and back. I know that somewhere yesterday there was an airplane, there was Gary, there was Greg, there was Gerald Cates. And so I don't know what happened from there other than I've already heard that Gary tried to prank everybody.
Yes.
So,
Well, you know that's
Yeah,
going to
so-
happen. I mean, what is that a shock? Is that
Right.
breaking news to anybody?
and I think yesterday we tried to figure it out. And I knew what's sad is when you've gotten our age, when you've lost something and there's not many scenarios. So I've come to the conclusion that I think I've thrown my reading glasses away in the garbage yesterday.
Yeah, I
Really?
noticed you got some new ones there today.
Well, I can't find them.
Well, aren't those are your new glasses, right?
These are my. It's funny because we talked about this in the Bible study yesterday because I said that I recognize the age of the men that actually come to the studio.
Yeah.
Because when I said I can't find my reading glasses, I was offered a dozen of them.
Yeah.
But these glasses, there's the reading glasses,
right,
that you just kind of have just for reading,
and you just kind of throw away, evidently.
Yeah, I guess. And those things you get for $1 a holler.
Sure.
But then there's these glasses.
The show enough glasses.
And these are for, like, I have terrible night blindness. If I'm driving at night, I need glasses. I wear these if I'm watching TV or watching a movie or watching a ball game so I can see better all the way around.
Okay.
I can function without glasses unless I'm trying to see something far off. And then it has, so I've got reading glasses on the bottom.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask.
And the only problem is when you're doing the show, it's a different animal because of the lights and all this stuff. But I think I can handle these. And remember, this pair of glasses is brand new because I lost the other version of this on a flight to Italy. So it's a
lot going on.
I think
there,
it may be better for me just to wear these all the time and be done with it. Having two pair of glasses, you rotate.
You just got to be careful with that reader at the bottom going down steps. That'll get you sometimes.
true.
Well, and so I just hate that I've lost I can't. I was in here and I was in my office and I was in the conference room and that's the only places I went. And I made a conscious decision that my meeting in the conference room didn't require glasses, so I didn't take them there. So
and cleaning crew came last night.
Yeah.
So whatever was here is now gone.
Yep. But I checked the studio because right before the Bible study yesterday, I usually just use my reading glasses.
Yeah.
And we couldn't find them, so I did. I wore these. So.
Huh.
But I mean, I have glasses, so it's okay. But I just hate to lose those glasses because it's like saying this is not a player that is going to get all the headlines, but he helps your team.
Yeah.
And you've lost a crucial kind of
You got a utility guy that
yeah. He was important to our team.
He was. He made an impact, Rick.
He's gone now.
Yeah.
And I've searched everywhere. And when you finally come to the conclusion, I think I scooped my reading glasses up in a bunch of stories and paperwork, and I threw them in the garbage.
Well, the way I guarantee that I keep a pair of glasses is I get a cheap pair. And you'll never lose them. Now you get a nice pair, something a little more, refined, like what you're talking about. That baby 3 months stops.
Well, keep in mind
out of here.
Yep, keep in mind what's happened. These
remember them Pizza Hut sunglasses I had? I still got them. I kept them 24 years.
These usually were kept in my truck, so I only use them for driving. But now they're going to go around with me everywhere. And so I'm going to lose these now.
Goodbye.
See you later. Yep, and these are about $750.
Oh.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, and he's making another appearance here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We've been huge fans of this man, great American, thankful for what he's already done for our country and continues to do. Welcome back to the program, Ben Carson. Ben, welcome back.
Hey, always good to be with you guys.
Well, we're excited. I know that you are part of the Trump administration, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and kind of exciting some of the things that are happening because of the tax cuts involving urban development and the Department of Housing. And I know you're traveling to our home city today.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing what's going on around the country. The opportunity zones were created as a result of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act, and it allows people to take unrealized capital gains and invest them in these designated zones. There are 8,761 of those zones, and here in the state of Alabama, there's 158 of those zones, 28 of those in Jefferson County, and these are places that normally get neglected. No one's particularly interested in investing in these areas. Now,
pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour. Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick has been out today, personal day, taking care of some business. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow, and thank all of you for being with us today. Speedy, we're going to go to the phones here, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've covered a lot of topics today.
Yes, we have.
It's your time to comment. Please use that power very wisely.
All right, we have phone lines open, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Ryan is in Pleasant Valley, Alabama. Bubba, he wants to talk to you about your diesel.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm. Bring it. Come on, Ryan.
I do. Hello, fellas.
Hey.
Bubba. You know what? I'm just a good old Pleasant Valley boy. Kind of grew up the same as him. Say, don't put diesel in gasoline. Don't put gasoline in diesel. We've all been taught that. But I'm in the transportation business, and let me tell you, BP has thrown a little wrench in this plan because they have switched the colors. So if you filled up at a BP, I'm not sure where you filled up. The black is diesel, and the green is gasoline. It's always green diesel and black gasoline, but BP, with their color code, has stumped a few of my guys in their diesel engine trucks. unfortunately kind of caught that. But I just wanted you to know, as I've heard this and heard you guys speak over the past few days, it is very possible you could have potentially had the old switcheroo played on you. So
well,
it's possible.
It
Thanks,
was
bud.
not. I will tell you this: it was not a BP station, and this was strictly on me. Boneheaded move, just not paying attention. So I can't really blame it. There's reasons. We'd been up a little longer than normal that morning, so I may have been a little goofier than normal. But still, I know better than that. I've had a diesel vehicle of some type for 20. Let's see, what year is this? At least 22 years. And I've never done it, so I was just a bonehead.
Well, that, and I keep going back to this, so I'm so sorry, but you go back and forth from gas vehicle to diesel,
Right.
and I think you could just get easily.
That was my original
lackadaisical
point
and
to
just
this.
be like, man, and just feel like you're in the wrong car, even though you know you're in the truck. You just are used to putting gas in because you drive that one more.
Tanya, I was this close to ruining a $100,000 van last season because of this very same thing.
Yeah.
Because I never do it, and I went the whole season switching back and forth.
Right.
It gets confusing.
Let's go to Corey. He's in Alabama. Corey, he says he can explain why the wheels were down on the plane that went into the Pentagon on 9/11. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, sir. I'm thinking that since the Pentagon was so low to fly into, they got their wheels down in case they touched the ground. They were still moving forward at full speed. If they would have hit it without the wheels being down, it would have halted a lot of that momentum. So if they hit the ground, they would have rolled right into it, just like it did.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And that might be the case, but it is one that folks are wondering about.
Yeah, I'd love to see like a video of it, like one video.
That's been my
Yeah.
biggest. Now, and
You know,
listen,
if
it's
it-
easy for us to say that now.
we don't know.
In 2023, when we have video at every single turn, we didn't back then. But I would think that the most secure building would have plenty of video shots.
Yeah. And I would
but
think-
Bubba, you brought up a good point. Maybe they don't want them out there because they don't want them to get hacked.
Yeah,
I don't
possible.
know. I don't know the answer to that.
The thing about the wheels too, if I had to guess, and I don't know, I'm not a pilot, but I would assume you get that close to the ground and you don't have your wheels down, all kind of alarms are going off inside. And you know how when your seatbelt, you'll forget to put it in, and it goes to beep, and it'll drive you crazy, and you will snap it just to get it to quit.
Yeah.
That they probably just put the wheels down to get it to quit buzzing. You know, if I had to guess, because they're trying.
Could have been.
I mean, they're about to. You know,
Yeah.
they're fixing to
End it.
cross over
Yeah.
to the next world, and probably they didn't. You know, probably tense and didn't want to hear all that beeping going on. If I had to guess, just a theory.
Let's go to Curtis. He's in Mississippi calling 866 Weeby Big. Still got some phone lines open. Curtis, what's up?
Yeah, the other day y'all was talking about that man that married his cousin, but y'all said something about first cousin removed or second cousin removed. How you remove your cousin? I don't understand that.
You know, that's one of those family tree
Saying,
things. You hear that all the time, and there is a reason you say that, but I can't remember if it's like if you have a step involved there or something? Is that the terminology? I remember you hearing the old folks say it more, but there is a difference in a cousin and a first cousin.
Adler's got it, I think.
removed, right?
Removed is like grand or great, but it's with cousins. So you instead of saying like my great cousin, you'd say my cousin once removed. So instead of
Okay.
saying grand or great, you
Okay.
say removed.
I got you.
With cousins.
So it's just
Aha.
another level.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Got it. JD in Alabama checking in. JD, what's up?
Hey guys, morning.
Morning.
Hey, just wanted to clarify about the bear attacks, and y'all mentioned something about when a hunter kills a deer or elk, moose, whatever. They refer to that as the dinner bell, especially up north and out in Canada.
Yeah.
So when a hunter makes a kill, bears have now learned that gunshots are, basically saying, "Hey,
dinner bell.
Here's a free meal. Let's go get it right."
Isn't that funny? They learn quickly.
Thanks, bud. Yeah.
If you have to find every meal, you don't have a refrigerator or drive-through.
Yeah.
I guess you pick up on that.
Let's go to Matt. He's in Texas. Matt, what is going on? Thanks for calling in.
Hey guys, Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
Oh, wow.
First
Okay.
of all,
Thank you,
let me
sir.
get that into it.
On several fronts. Thank you.
Secondly, I wanted to bring up, I saw you a couple weeks ago, you guys had intern Drew B. Drew's last day, and I wanted to let you know about Stretch Armstrong. He's started a new YouTube series about a family, his family, called Hicks in Paradise. So wanted to see if y'all have seen it and just let you know about it.
Yeah, he sent a link to us. I have watched the majority of that first episode about
Stretch Armstrong. He was an awesome intern when the lockdown pandemic was happening, and we're rolling this trailer for his show Hicks in Paradise that he has produced of his family. Check it out if you're looking for some. And they're a great Christian family from what I understand. So if you're looking for some entertainment, go check it out.
Yeah, the production value looks very high on it too.
Great.
Yeah, that's a Rick and Bubba intern right there.
Yeah,
trained.
Armstrong is a boss. He is a great guy.
I found myself watching it and then get locked in it, and then before you know it, I was about 30 minutes deep in it, and it's pretty funny.
I didn't know he was so creative.
Oh man, he's technically great, fantastic.
Yeah,
and a great guy.
Yep.
Is he just doing this online, or what's the?
It's a YouTube.
Yeah, just on YouTube. Hicks in Paradise.
Yeah, you can search it
That's
and
funny,
watch it.
by the way.
Yeah.
It's a nice pad they got.
I started to say
it is.
They're set up there in Texas.
All right, 866 We Be Big is our number. What
oh
are we
wait,
doing?
Oklahoma. He went to Baylor. They're from Oklahoma. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter.
John in Birmingham. John, what's going on?
Hey guys, on the nurse practitioner running for office, the Democrat in Virginia, I have two things. First, y'all need to check her background because I feel very sure her maiden name must be Carrie because she's got quite the horse face. And then, she says she can't be silenced, but according to one of those video requests, apparently she can be.
All right.
Okay.
That's so bad.
Horrible.
Good gracious.
Right here. We had one and a half left.
See how quick we can get to Shannon in Tennessee. Shannon, what's going on?
Top of the morning to you. I love you guys. I feel like I'm riding around with all my buddies in the truck. But
back at you.
So what I love about the inconsistency of all these idiots so these windmills, where are all the PETA people? Because we've stopped dams and flooding and stuff like that for waters, trying to get stuff to farmers. But they can have these windmills as like a bird meat grinder. If you ever seen the grounds on there, man, they killing all these birds. You're like, come on, man. I think Kentucky Fried Chicken could start them another franchise with all the birds down there.
And it's not just birds; it's eagles, it's hawks, it's the big predators that struggle with this. Those blades are so big, and they create such a vacuum behind them as they cut through the air. The birds can't navigate through.
No,
they go out of control.
Yeah. Chester in Huntsville. Chester, what's going on?
Oh, not much. Hey, I put gas in my skid steer a couple of times, and all you got to do is drain it out and go on. Put you some diesel. It don't hurt it.
Well, I hope.
I love the deep breath.
I hope that's going to be the case.
It don't hurt it, Bubba. It don't hurt it.
Maybe it'll be better than ever because if you missed that update, there was a recall on one of the fuel pumps, and so they're going to upgrade that anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll come out for the best.
Fran, you got lucky, buddy. And they'll call you in a couple of days. Go, hey, she's purring over here.
Maybe so. Maybe so. We need one to go our way.
That's right.
We really do.
Let's get out of the rough patch. I can see the road. There's a dirt road up, folks.
I see a light at the end of the tunnel. I just hope it's not a train coming our way.
Rick and Bubba.
Being incentivized to take that risk, and they are rewarded for that. It's a win-win situation because if they leave the investment there for 5 years, they get a 10% reduction in the capital gains that they owe on the original investment. That increases by 5% if they leave it in for 2 more years than that. And if they leave it for 10 years, they don't have to pay any capital gains on any of the new money that was gained as a result of the investment. So it's a tremendous inducement. But more importantly, the real winners are the people who live in these opportunity zones. There's 35 million Americans that live in opportunity zones. The poverty rates in opportunity zones, 32% versus 17% in the rest of the country. This is a real chance to give people a ladder that they can climb to success. And there's been so many things that have worked in the past against people that has disincentivized people to want to climb those ladders of opportunity. We're in the process of removing those things because we only have 330 million people, and China has 4 times that many, and so does India. If we don't develop all of our people, we'll never be able to compete in the future.
Secretary Carson, explain to us a little bit about when you say invest in an opportunity zone. What does that look like? How does that manifest itself?
Well, there are opportunity funds, qualified opportunity funds that already have come into existence, which allow individuals, corporations, whoever, to place the money into these opportunity zones, which invest in things like buildings, multifamily buildings in particular, and businesses, and entrepreneurship. There are several pillars that we're looking at: economic development, entrepreneurship, safety, enterprise. These are the kinds of things that are being invested in already. Here in the South, I was recently in Mississippi. One of the sawmills was going out of business. People were losing their jobs. It was in an opportunity zone. So investors came in and they said, hey, this is a great chance for us. They bought it. They retooled it. Now it's up and running again. They're hiring people. And the building industry has come in to start building houses for all the people that they're hiring. This is the kind of thing that we're wanting to see.
Well, and the thing I look at this plan and what you're doing, and this is the part we love, is it's ultimately trying to achieve self-sufficiency.
Right.
We had an administration for a while that celebrated people on food stamps and celebrated how many people needed government housing. This program is saying, no, we'll come in and we'll give you an opportunity for you then to become self-sufficient on your own.
Exactly.
And that is going to have a much bigger long-term effect because everything that's funded directly by the government lives and dies by whatever the situation is and what's available.
That's exactly right. And not only that, but there's some perverse incentives in place that we're in the process of trying to eradicate. They're deeply ingrained, and it's hard work, but we're going to get it done. For instance, if you're receiving housing assistance and you get a raise, you immediately have to report that so your rent can go up. Or you bring another income-producing person into the household, you have to report that so your rent can go up. Don't even think about getting married. You probably, not only your rent go up, you probably lose your subsidy altogether. This is crazy stuff. I don't know who put this stuff in place, but we need to get rid of it.
Let me ask you this, too, because it sounds like it's been a big success. I know that we have unemployment numbers for minorities at record lows right now. Do you feel like that your department and President Trump's getting enough praise for this, or enough credit for this, I should say?
Well, there are those who will never praise this administration, will never give it credit, no matter what happens, and they will blame it for everything. But our philosophy is the proof is in the pudding. Let them talk all they want. Let them say all the derogatory things they want. We are fixing the problems.
Well, and that's it, because it goes back to this. We talk about this a lot on the program, and you being a follower of Christ know this is a biblical principle, too. What people say isn't the truth. It's what people actually do.
Exactly.
And so when we look at this, people can say what they want to say about this administration, especially involving inner cities and what we're now these opportunity zones, the people who are always being told they're marginalized, and Trump and all the rich Republicans don't care about them. Matter of fact, I had a person email me the other day. I'm sorry to tell you this, Ben, that tells me you're not even part of the black community. And I said, well, I hate to tell Ben that tomorrow. He'll be sad. He'll be sad to hear that.
Yeah, he may disagree.
Right.
50 minutes after the hour, 10 minutes to the top of the hour, however you want to look at it. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, tell us about our sponsor this hour.
It's LinkedIn.com/Bubba. If you are in charge of hiring qualified workers, for your business, I tell you, it's tough, isn't it? These days, it's hard to find the right person. The stakes are high on every hire you make. That's why LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help. They want everybody to know it is 100% certain that we have access to the best qualified candidates available at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They encourage you to check it out. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team, your business, faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience that you need to quickly prioritize the interview and the hire. It's why small businesses have rated LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering qualified hires, and leading competitors are sitting there going, wow, y'all have got it together. And right now you need to join us and post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. That's free, folks. Just go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Get that first job posting for free. You know, it used to be you used to hire, just get a cork board and, hey, hiring, and just pin it up. Now you got things like LinkedInjobs.com. /Bubba. Check them out.
Speedy, we had mentioned earlier a couple of legal notes here. And Adler, if you will cue up number 7.
Cue it up.
Cue up 7.
That was in the news quite a bit yesterday. We're kind of still trying to wait to see how that's going to play out. But we mentioned earlier there's 19 states that have gone in together, and their attorney generals are investigating Morningstar and their ESG practices. This is the rating that they give companies. And this is why you're seeing so many of them with these woke things. They're trying to get their ESG score up.
Environmental, social, and governance.
So they can get government contracts.
Yeah.
And several, like I say, 19 states are involved in this. Our state's involved in it. Steve Marshall is one of them leading the charge on this. Daniel Cameron from Kentucky is also another big player in it, and several others. So I'm glad they're looking into this, because I feel like this is kind of another way that they're using the back door to come in to force a lot of these woke tendencies on everybody through stock ownership, and I don't care for it.
No,
I don't know about you.
No, not a good thing.
The other thing, very disturbing. I don't know if y'all followed this yesterday, but the New Mexico governor has basically suspended the right to carry a gun.
Oh, yeah.
And she has put a 30-day, I don't know how you would describe it other than violation of the Constitution, and she's calling it a public health emergency. Now, this is, you've seen a lot of the demos trying to push this narrative. We're gonna change things under another emergency, a health emergency. We got climate emergency. We got this, so that gives us extra powers, so we don't function as a constitutional democracy anymore. We'll just do what we need to do, in our opinion, to fix the problem. And listen to her comments here and see if this is not scary to everybody.
You took an oath to the Constitution. Isn't it unconstitutional to say you cannot exercise your carry license?
With one exception, and that is if there's an emergency, and I've declared an emergency for a temporary amount of time, I can invoke additional powers. No constitutional right, in my view, including my oath, is intended to be absolute. There are restrictions on free speech. There are restrictions on my freedoms.
See where this is going, though.
Oh, yeah, and there's already been a response from law enforcement in the state saying that we will not abide by that. Because some people are like, well, what do you say about law-abiding citizens that are trying to protect themselves? We're vulnerable now, and what happens if you pull up and we've had to defend ourselves? And he goes, we won't enforce it.
Yeah, I know the criminals are going to turn their guns in.
Yeah.
And again, we're in a time where we see these woke district attorneys not wanting to prosecute people. And they don't have to post bail. It's just a rotating door. You go in, you play the paperwork game, you're right back out doing what you were doing before. But yet they want to penalize people who are following the law. I mean, it's like the upside down world. I can't believe that we even hear this. when we started this show 30 years ago, that lady right there would be removed from office today.
Oh,
It wouldn't even they wouldn't even be a checkup on it.
Yeah.
She would not be able to remain in office.
And the people in New Mexico have protested, and you can see tons of people open carrying, protesting this. And so I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, because it's a slippery slope. Because now, what do they deem an emergency? It never stops.
She gets
a pandemic. That's how you all get vaccine mandated. That's how we're going to tell you can't drive a car. That's how we're going to tell you can't have a gun. We all do it under emergency authorization, and all that is doing away with the Constitution and due process. So, to me, it's un-American. I hope the courts act quickly on this and have a lot of pushback. I'm glad the citizens are pushing back on it. I understand that there's a gun violence and there's a problem. This is not the way to do it by punishing the people who abide by the law. Let's say you magically took away all the guns today to these people who would follow the law. You're still going to have gun crimes because the criminals are still going to have it. If they're going to kill somebody, if they're going to rob, they're not going to follow your gun law either.
No, and that question was asked to her.
It's absolutely
You're just
ridiculous.
arming the law-abiding citizens.
Of course you
Nothing
are.
more.
What you have to do is when someone commits a crime is through the due process system, they have their day in court. They're innocent till proven guilty, but once they are, you put them away. And you make sure they never go back and do that again. And you make sure people who are thinking about doing it see how bad that is, and then they don't do it.
Right.
And it's crazy where this country's getting. Man, I'm just
scary.
It is. It's
That
disturbing
right there.
And I mean, stand up there and proud of it.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Nobody was shot, by the way, at those at the protest with the law-abiding gun owners. Nobody was shot there, huh?
No.
Well,
Interesting.
no one would raise a gun in anger because they wouldn't make it very long.
There you go.
Yeah.
I really do think it's better for everybody to have a gun than nobody have one, really. I mean, when you get down to it.
For sure.
I'll tell you what else was offensive. That jacket she had on.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, Greg,
The things.
different people like different things.
What
Greg.
was that? Like a superhero.
That's how she views herself, Greg.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
But I think the obvious thing, Bubba, and you mentioned it, and the question was asked to her in that press conference is, the criminals on the streets aren't going to abide by your so-called
guys.
ban. So what?
Guys,
what
the
do you
guns are
think,
banned. Let's go turn them in.
who do you think you're hurting?
They got us.
Well, this is. I think it's more. I think there's more to it than just her doing this. I think this is a test balloon. I think, there's a lot of people who've wanted to do away with the Second Amendment for a long time, and they've tried taxing ammo, and they've tried this, and they've painted every gun out there as an assault rifle and Jimmy Jam, all that stuff. And I think this is the next area where they're probing, trying to find somebody or some judge that'll go along with them on this to declare if it's an emergency authorization, which I have the power as the governor, the leading officer of this state. I can do this under emergency authorization, and I can't be challenged on it. And I hope they strike it down real quick.
I agree. And you got, like I said, a lot of law agencies are just like, hey, we're not going to enforce this. Don't worry.
Hey, thank y'all for being with us today. Hopefully Rick will be back with us tomorrow. And until then, be careful. Love you.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.